Coletco for Wednesday's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here, and we're about to sell you some vinyl. When you're on and watching, be sure to please let us know. No, it's a white box. When you walk to the right, there's two stacked on top of each other. Okay, let's get this shared. Boy, we've got a lot of stuff lined up for you. I like shows when I've gotten stuff ready, because I know exactly what I'm going to show you, because I've gotten literally everything I'm going to show tonight I've got ready, which is going to be mostly Japanese auctions, on sale vintage, blowout sealed. I mean, we're going to be basically giving away sealed records tonight. And some of these prices, I'm not joking, like $10 for sealed OG stuff. That's normally $10 or $15 opened. Incredible. So I'm going to title this Vintage Sealed Blowout Sale when I'm sharing it. Japanese OBs and discount vintage. All right. I'm actually been titling these when I'm sharing them, and I think they're getting a little bit better reach. Really helps to put some text in there from what I've understand. I'm going to go ahead and disappoint all the new vinyl buyers. I don't really have much new vinyl again tonight either, because the stuff that I told you I was ordering, the stuff I told you I was ordering, we really didn't get around to placing that order, and it just kind of shipped today. So it'll be here tomorrow. We'll have some new vinyl tomorrow when Paul is running things here for us. So I'm in the process of sharing. Are you sure about that? You always pursue a bin before you show titles first. Tease, tease, tease. Yes, that's true, but I don't really get those priced. That's all John and Paul's workings. These I've actually curated myself. So that's what I mean by that. But sharp eye there, Craig. You are kind of correct. We'll go ahead and say you are correct. Now, let me reply to Billy here. Let's see. Yes. All right. I'm in the process of sharing. Hope y'all are doing the same thing. Okay, so I've got all the links shared there. Let's go over here to our main page. I'm live. There's my hand. I'm just in the process of sharing. We got some really killer hot pictures and videos. There's the hot pictures I posted last night. There's some of the really good 45s we're going to be auctioning tonight. There are some of the records that Paul got ready for us for the hot picture. And I really don't have these ready, but if somebody does request, I do have a couple of Robert Ludwig Led Zeppelin 2s we can auction. I've test played 2 of them. One is much, much better than the other. And the last thing is we are broadcasting live right now on YouTube. There's our YouTube feed. We got 37 people over there watching, it says. So I'm going to go over here to Instagram, and I'm going to get that shared on our stories. And let's do that right now. Let's do, where's my hot picture? Let's do the hot picture I took. And link and live now. Not love now, that works too, but live now. And all right, I'm ready to start selling. We got a lot to go through. Let me give you the agenda for tonight. I've got essentially an unlimited amount of vintage crates to go through, discount. I've got 9 crates of $6.99, a $9.99 crate, a $14.99 crate, a $19.99 crate, 3 crates of vintage blowout, which are all $11.99, and then a small pocket of $19.99. We've also got sealed auctions. We got 45s to show. We got Japanese auctions, and we got 45 auctions. Wow. And 2 crates of Japanese, which are all going to try to be auctioned. I got enough auctions for 3 nights that I'm going to try to fit into one. What I don't get to, Paul will handle tomorrow. So let's go straight into it. We might not even do, let's just put up something and go through some right now. Really don't know what to show you. We'll find something though. Let's go through this crate right over here and see what we've got. And we'll at least show a little bit of new vinyl tonight for the people who are interested in that. But I'm going to get started with auctions right away, starting with some sealed OGs that I used here in the thumbnail. This is sealed. When I say OG, that's something that I've started using in the last 3 years. It's a very popular term now. It's called OG, which means original gangsta, which is a term commonly used, I guess, mostly in the 80s and 90s, if you want to coin a decade to it. But when I say vintage sealed, this is not a first pressing of Steve Miller Band, but it's also not 180 gram. This was probably pressed sometime in the early 80s. So we're going to be selling a lot of sealed records tonight, and I'm going to try to pinpoint exactly what year they are. But for the prices and for what they are, you can keep these sealed and not have a lot of money invested with them. You can also go ahead and open them. I think this record right here, if you wanted to open it, go right ahead, because I'm only going to start it at $10. And it's a sealed copy of Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle. So it has a barcode. It has this green capital. It's probably on a green capital label. That's going to be from the earlier mid-'80s, I believe. It says a capital reissue. $10. Of course, this has Fly Like an Eagle, Wild Mountain Honey, Take the Money and Run, Rockin' Me. It's a great album. That is sealed for a $10 start. And we'll go ahead and slip in a few Elvis for those that are here for Mr. Presley. This is a early 1977 press. Likely a 1977 press. Likely a 1977 press. Elvis Presley for LP fans only. That's a $10 start. There's our second auction. All right, let me see what I've missed. Are you shipping last week's orders? We ship every day. Every day. We have 2 people here shipping. Just whenever yours ships, you'll get a tracking number. That's how shipping works. They get shipped every day. Hundreds of packages sometimes. The Cult Sonic Temple, $39.99. That's on green vinyl. The Cult Sonic Temple, that's 2 LP on green vinyl, $39.99. The Stones, that's a 4 LP or 3 LP live. 3 LP, it's called Gurr Live. $84.99 for the Rolling Stones. Also, The Cure live. That's a white vinyl unofficial from The Cure. $39.99. Pearl Jam, self-titled, also known as the Avocado album. $44.99 for Pearl Jam. The Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly. That was a record store day. Orange vinyl. Cut like the Octagon. $36.99. Also, U2 Octung Baby. $34.99. That's pretty much an on-sale price at $34.99. That's the 30th anniversary edition 2 LP with the poster. Silverchair Freak Show. Silverchair is on yellow and blue marbled vinyl. $39.99. Eric Church Desperate Man. Eric Church is $26.99. Lamb of God Wrath. That's a music on vinyl pressing for $39.99. Primus Animals Should Not Try to Act Like People. $28.99. Also Annihilator Alice in Hell. Red vinyl. $39.99. De La Soul is $36.99. That's Bionics. I believe that's what that one's called. And we have Silverchair Frog Stomp, $49.99. That's a 2 LP, limited and numbered. No, that one is just black vinyl 2 LP on Silverchair, $49.99. Rob Band wants the Annihilator, Alice in Hell. Also, we have Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, up for auction. Kevin Taze is the high bidder at $17. We had a $10 bid, a $15 bid, and Kevin Taze is now at $17. That is sealed. Also, Elvis is with $20. Nick Bargeron. Nick Bargeron's at $20 on Elvis. That's going once, going twice. Rob Band got Annihilator. We also have Yes, the music roots of Yes Revolution, $33.99. Another De La Soul. That one is Art Official Intelligence. $36.99. Jason Isbell, Southeastern, $28.99. Van Halen, 1984. That is the Bernie Grundman remaster, $31.99. All analog. Tom Petty, Echo, $39.99. David Bowie Changes is $31.99. Extreme Porno Graffiti, $39.99. Pearl Jam, live in Las Vegas. Aladdin, Las Vegas, $39.99. Slipknot, on yellow vinyl. That is $28.99. Sherry Darnell wants Jason Isbell Southeastern. That is sold to Sherry Darnell. We also have Pearl Jam Jammin' Down South. That's on red vinyl, $36.99. The Cars is on green vinyl, Shake It Up, $31.99. Queen, The Game is $31.99. Also, Queen's Greatest Hits is $39.99. And Creed, My Own Prison, $31.99. We have Pearl Jam Vegas, Pearl Jam Las Vegas for Cynthia Herdron. Pearl Jam Las Vegas for Cynthia Herdron. That is sold to not to Pearl Jam. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. And James Rayner only had one copy of that. James, if you're okay with a waiting list, let me know, and I will put you on a waiting list for that. Also, Rebecca Barber wants Queen's Greatest Hits. That's sold to Rebecca Barber. Troy, I don't know if I have another Honey Drippers on hand, but if you want me to order one, I will. I can get those new and sealed, very affordable. Also, put down Mike Massey for the new PIL. Mike, I may have ordered one copy of that. A lot of the new vinyl for this week will be here either tomorrow or for Friday's show. That's like all the Duran Duran. That's all the Aerosmith Greatest Hits. Those will be here for Thursday or Friday. And then a lot of the new releases that I didn't post pre-orders of, I ordered 1 or 2 copies. Those will also be here as well. All right, put down Troy Robinson for Honey Drippers, Mike Massey for PIL, James Rayner for Pearl Jam, and that was Aladdin Las Vegas. Final call on the sealed Steve Miller Band. This has never been opened. It is sealed. Final call for $17, and final call for Elvis, $20. I'm about to sell those. Those are our first 2 auctions. If I missed any other comments, please let me know. We have Creed, Queen, Cars, Pearl Jam, Slipknot, Extreme, David Bowie, Tom Petty, Van Halen, De La Soul. Yes, somebody asked, is this an unofficial, or it is an unofficial? This come from one of our top distributors. This may be one of those like semi-legal releases, as in it has the name Yes on it, but it's not really Yes Music. It's not really under the title of Yes. It's not like they're saying this is Yes. I think that's one of those semi-legal like loophole type records, because it's not really Yes. It's other music of Yes artist. But I don't think that's actually under their catalog or label. Silverchair Frog Stomp, also more De La Soul, Promise, Lamb of God. David Bowie was Changes 1, and if you want to get a Changes 2, I can get you that for the same price. Still have Silverchair, U2, The Rolling Stones is on orange vinyl, awesome compilation on that. Pearl Jam, The Cult, Rolling Stones, and The Cult, Sonic Temple, new remaster on green vinyl, $39.99. Now, like I said before, if you like on-sale vintage, tonight's your night. We also have sealed stuff to move. I got 45s to show in between crates. I got a lot of stuff. Right, Tanner? Right. Tanner says right. Let's go ahead and start first with a crate of on-sale $9.99 records. That means everything in here is going to be $9.99. That also means that a lot of stuff in here is also sealed. We got pretty much all the sealed records, but I did mix a few in here just because we have so many other sealed records. I got 3 entire crates of sealed records. Most of them are going to be $11.99. I went ahead and mixed some duplicates in here so there wouldn't be so many back-to-back or a lot of the same artists. So next is Joe Bagwell bid 18 on Steve Miller, and Kevin Dokesy bid 20. We have last-minute new bids. New bids on Steve Miller Band. Let's go ahead and sell Nick Bargeron the Elvis for $20. Sell that to Nick Bargeron for $20. I've got a Frank Zappa record that's sealed. We're also going to start this at just $10. I don't know a lot about it. It says Early Productions of Frank Zappa. It looks like a compilation done by Rhino. It is a cutout, but it is sealed. It's Early Productions of Zappa. It's a sealed Rhino compilation, and that is a $10 start. Sealed Zappa or Zappa-related record there, $10 on that. Let's go ahead. The Lamb of God was Wrath, $39.99 if anybody wants it. And let's do final call on Steve Miller Band. So Joe Bagwell, who else had the bid for the longest? Who had it for 17? Kevin Tays. Kevin Tays, you're now outbid on that. He says he's out for good. All right, so everything in here is $9.99. You're going to be hearing me say that a lot, $9.99. And then we're going to move into Japanese auctions. I got 45s to auction. Lots of auctions tonight. We have Jerry Lee Lewis. Mention if they're a cutout. Yes, I will try. I will say no cutouts, no punch holes. If I I will try. Yes, if I show a sealed record, there's just a few in here, but I will try to mention that. This has no punch holes and no cutouts. Jerry Lee Lewis is sealed, $9.99. Pete Townsend Scoop also will say no condition notes. If I say no condition notes, that means it's EX plus to near mint minus. It's going to look like this. We have cleaned it. We have inspected it, and it's a near mint record. Jerry Lee Lewis is $9.99. Also, Pete Townsend is $9.99. The Ohio Express, Big Borrow and Steel, very clean copy on a very cool cameo label. I don't remember that one. Very clean vinyl, Ohio Express, Big Borrow and Steel, that's $9.99. Pat Benatar, Precious Time, $9.99 on Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Chicago, $9.99. 2LP Chicago. This is Roman numeral VII, which I believe is 567. 7 Chicago 7, $9.99. The Doobie Brothers, very clean copy of what were once Vices are now Habits. Blackwater, $9.99. John Leal, first claim out of here on Pat Benatar. Philip Shoemaker on Ohio Express. And Donnie Moore, your second. All right, let's go ahead and seal the Steve Miller Band. Kevin Dokesy gets that for $20. Also, on a lot of these auctions, we're going to have to move pretty quick. So if you're not saying out and if you're not bidding, I'm probably going to go ahead and sell them pretty fast. Just FYI. Next is Fine Young Cannibals, the raw and the cooked. This is sealed. It has She Drives Me Crazy on it. That is sealed. No cutouts, no saw marks. There is a tear in the shrink right there. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. Also, final call on Frank Zappa. Sealed Frank Zappa. Preston Rose has that for $10. Preston Rose has that for $10. Final call. Darren Meyer first on the Doobie Brothers. Everything in here is $9.99. Loverboy, Keep It Up. $9.99. Also, Santana Amigos, pretty much half off at $9.99. Super clean copy, gatefold, $9.99. 1910 Fruit Gum Company. This is sealed. 1910 Fruit Gum Company. That is sealed for $9.99. The Peppermint Rainbow, Will You Be Staying After Sunday? This is very clean on the original Decca Color Bars label, $9.99. And the Grassroots Lovin' Things, gatefold, ABC Dunhill, very clean. Look, there's Creed from The Office, $9.99. Creed Bratton, there he is, making jokes in the background, just not doing anything and being funny. Steve Miller Band, Living in the USA, that's half off at $9.99. And Rare Earth, One World. Rare Earth is $9.99 on the Rare Earth label. Very clean. All right, so we have Frank Zappa is sold for $10. Sealed Zappa, that's sold to Preston Rose for $10. Next is the Fine Young Cannibals. We have a $12 bid and a $10 bid. Troy has it for $12, going twice, going 3 times. Rebecca Barber is in on Loverboy at $9.99. Ryan Christie gets not the Lover Roots, the Grassroots for $9.99. Troy Robinson on Santana. That's sold to Troy Robinson. Connor Cornelius on Steve Miller Band. Fine Young Cannibals is $13, $13, $14, $15, $15. All righty, let me go ahead and let's knock out one more sealed record, which is going to be Badfinger. This is Badfinger. The name of the title is Donkey, ASS. This has no punch outs, no saw marks, and the shrink is very nice and tight. And I'll glance at what we originally had it priced for. That is sealed Badfinger. No cutouts, no saw marks. Up for bid for a $10 start. These are sealed. Fine Young Cannibals is sealed. It's never been opened. It is no cutouts, no saw marks. One tear in the shrink there. Badfinger is now up for bid, also sealed. No saw marks, no cutouts. No other claims. Steve Miller Band was the last one. Everything in here is $9.99. Johnny Winter and I think this is a very clean copy. It is very clean. If I don't say anything about the condition, then you can assume it's EX plus to near mint minus. The Four Tops live in shrink wrap from Motown, an original Motown in shrink wrap, $9.99. Texas Comp, and I think we decided that this was actually a band, Mind and I think it's like hand numbered. It is number 38 of 650. We got a bunch of those from the Dallas collection. There's another one just for $9.99. Tom Fogerty, very clean copy, just $9.99. I'm pretty sure I've sold these for more than $20 or $25 before, maybe more than $30. That one's just $9.99. Ry Cooter is sealed, borderline. No cutouts, no saw marks, no tears in the shrink, sealed from 1980, $9.99. And Lily Tomlin, sealed, no saw marks, no cutouts, sealed for $9.99. Update on our auctions. Badfinger 15, Fine Young Cannibals 25.30. Darren Meyer wants the 4 tops. That's sold for $9.99. Fine Young Cannibals 35, Badfinger 20, Cannibals 32. Darren Davis, you were second on 4 tops. Fine Young Cannibals 40. Ryan Anderson first on Rye Cooter. And Terry wants LOLY, which was Lily. He auto-corrected Cynthia Herdger, you were second. Those are all $9.99. Everything in here is $9.99. So Fine Young Cannibals is sealed. It's at $40. And Badfinger's at $20 with Brent Robley. Those are both sealed. Going once, going twice. This is a Rye Cooter test pressing. Bop till you drop test pressing from Rye Cooter. Just $9.99. I think we just sold the sealed copy, didn't we? No, we sold Borderline. That is a test pressing, though. Lee Konitz with Warren Marsh, 180 gram in shrink wrap. It's a new wax time 180 gram pressing, near mint for $9.99. Rock and Roll Collection, Buddy Holly. And I believe this is on the Decca label. That's the OG label on the Color Bar Decca. Just $9.99, 1972. The Roots of Rock and Roll, early rock and roll compilation like by the Robins and Big Maybell and Johnny Otis. That's just $9.99. Johnny Winter, this is pretty much half off on the original Columbia 2i label at $9.99. That is a comp, Mind and I, Texas. Thank you, Craig. So that record I did show earlier, that is actually a compilation, Mind and I, Texas comp, hand number 38 of 650. Back up to the top, new bid on Badfinger at 22. It looks like Rich Record was first on Rye Cooter at RC. Brent, you were second. John Young is back in on Badfinger at 22. And Shane Devers wants the Buddy Holly. That's sold to Shane Devers. And John Duran wants the Roots of Rock and Roll. So tonight, sealed vintage OG auctions, sealed auctions, 45 auctions, incredible batch of Japanese tonight. And I pretty much have 9 crates of vintage, what I consider blowout crates for tonight. Everything is either going to be $19.99, $14, $9.99, and I've got like 9 crates of $6.99. We have Climax Blues Band. Climax Blues Band, gold plated, $9.99. Also, Cat Stevens, Teaser, and the Firecat. Teaser and the Firecat, $9.99. Also, Steppenwolf Monster is $9.99. Steppenwolf Monster. So, Badfinger's at $25. We are going to sell Connor Cornelius, the Fine Young Cannibals, at $40. That's sold to Connor for $40. And I said that was the last sealed record for a minute. So let me go over here and grab one of the crates of Japanese. I need to grab my notes. I think pretty much everything is near mint pristine. I mean, first glance, and from what I remember, everything is near mint pristine. I don't think we have any check condition Japanese stuff. So pretty incredible batch of stuff here. We're going to be going through them one at a time. I also have handfuls of 45s to show you for $6.99. I've got some to show you for $9.99, and then I've got some pretty incredible ones to auction. Kind of excited about tonight's show. Not that I'm not usually excited, but we just got some really, really cool stuff. I've spent the last 48 hours pretty much getting it all ready. Bon Jovi, near mint and pristine Japanese pressing. Super clean copy. Very, very nice. That is a $45 start for Bon Jovi. $45 start. This is near mint minus and pristine Japanese vinyl. It also has the Japanese insert with it. Bon Jovi, this is his self-titled debut album from Japan. That is a $45 start. Bon Jovi, $45 start. Connor Cornelius gets the Cat Stevens. And he also wants the Steppenwolf. Brian Case, you were second. All righty, we have Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses, $9.99. Timbuk 3, Edge of Allegiance. Timbuk 3 is $9.99. And Vandenberg, Heading for a Storm. It has a promo strip on the front, not a promo label, no condition notes on that. Vandenberg is just $9.99. Also, Traffic, When the Eagle Flies, $9.99 on that. And Vanilla Fudge, Rock and Roll, that's also $9.99. Okay, Badfinger is sold to Brent Robley for $25. That's gone. Looking for a $45 start on Bon Jovi. Next sealed record is War, Deliver the Word. War is sealed, unopened, no saw marks and no cutouts. Sealed War, $10 start on War. $10 start on War. It is sealed. Jason wants Timbuk 3. That's $9.99. And we have the best of Delaney and Bonnie. Good listening there. Probably Eric Clapton is on several of those tracks. $9.99 for the best of Delaney and Bonnie. Bruce Springsteen, his debut album, it's a VG Plus copy, Greetings from Asbury Park. That's $9.99. Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years. That's also a VG Plus, $9.99. And Lone Justice, Shelter, and I'm going to show these back to back in case anybody wants both of them. We also have their debut self-titled album, Lone Justice and Lone Justice, $9.99 and $9.99. Philip Shoemaker wants the Texas Comp, Mind and Eye. That's sold to Philip Shoemaker for $9.99. And the Turtles' Greatest Hits 2LP has a promo sticker on the front, EX condition on the vinyl, super clean, $9.99. Brent Robley gets LJ and LJ. He gets both. Thomas Hujar, you were second. Connor, if you're bidding on War, please let me know because I didn't see a numerical. I'll see where you put War, but let me know if you want to bid 10 on that, and I'll say going twice, going 3 times. Final call if anybody wants to bid on Bon Jovi for $45. If not, we're going to go ahead and make it a buy it now. We'll wait 1 second, though. Brain Salad Surgery, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $9.99. Blackfoot Vertical Smiles, this is $9.99. Super clean copy. Blackfoot Vertical Smiles, just don't see that one as often. Connor has bid 10. Brad, Lone Justice is already sold. Larry Smith wants the Turtles. War 11, War 12. And the Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. EX Condition, Gatefold, OG Label too, $9.99. This is Bon Jovi. The name of the album is Bon Jovi. I'm pretty sure it has the hit song, She's a Runaway. Yes, that one's on there. That's probably the biggest song off there. It is his debut album. Looking for a $45 start. Near mint Japanese pressing with Obi. Rich Record wants the Doobie Brothers. Current bid on Cat Stevens. There is no auction on Cat Stevens. There was a Cat Stevens in the crate. It was a buy it now. It was a first come, first serve. Somebody has already bought it. Ward's at 15 and yeah, I got them over here. I might have you mark after we sell them. Fred Carnell gets Blackfoot, or we can keep them separate like we did last night. Fred Carnell gets Blackfoot. And Frampton self-titled, VG Plus, $9.99. And Todd Rundgren, the ever-popular Tortured Artist Effect, EX Condition, $9.99. War's at 16 and 16. Let's go ahead and make Bon Jovi a buy it now. If anybody wants it, $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now on Bon Jovi if anybody wants that. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, American Dream. No condition notes on this. Near mint. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, I should say, has the original inner sleeve. $9.99. Brooks was first. Brooks gets that for $45. That's sold to Brooks Vaughter. Brandon Jackson, you were second. BG's 2 years on. That's a VG Plus 2LP, $9.99. And Rick Derringer Live is a white label promo, gold stamp promo, has the promo strip. White label, $9.99. By the way, War is at $20 with Connor Cornelius. Sherry Darnell wants the Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young American Dream. And let's see, we've sold one Japanese. Let me grab the other. What have I done with them all? Right over here. I don't know if we should go ahead and bring out some of the, we could go ahead and bring out some of the insane stuff first. We could, but I'm going to start with this, which is Electric Light Orchestra Discovery. One of my favorites, one of my favorite artists. Seen him in concert in Nashville. Very good, Jeff Lynne. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, and this is a near mint and complete copy. It also has the poster, has the Electric Light Orchestra poster, has the solicitation form there for other albums, and it has the lyric insert, and it also has the original custom printed inner sleeve. It's a gatefold copy, super nice with Obi, and that is a $45 start on that one as well. Electric Light Orchestra, $45 start on that. War is at $20 for those that didn't catch that. This is a sealed copy of War, Deliver the Word. It is sealed, no cutouts, no saw marks. Everything in this crate is $9.99. Jesus Christ Superstar. This is the 2LP gatefold. Has the book with it, as you can see. $9.99. And Golden Earring Switch. Golden Earring Switch. Has the original inner sleeve. $9.99. The cover is about VG Plus, and that is $9.99. Michael Nath on Rick Derringer. That's sold to Michael Nath. And we have, somebody asked what was the condition of Bruce Springsteen. That was Michael Swanger. The cover condition. The cover condition, let's take a look at Bruce one more time, if I can find them. It's about a VG cover. It has noticeable marks of shelf wear and ring wear. Vinyl's VG Plus. That's $9.99. Okay, Connor's at 22 on War. Next comment, Michael Nath got Derringer. Brent Robley gets Golden Earring. And any condition notes on Chicago? No, Chicago was near mint minus EX plus. All right, I'm going to read through these very quickly one more time. Everything in here is $9.99. $9.99. Everything in this crate. I think Kelly says out on War, so we're about to sell that to Connor for 22, and we're looking for a $45 start on ELO Discovery. We have Jerry Lee Lewis. That was sealed, $9.99. Pete Townsend Scoop. That was a 2LP, near mint, $9.99. 1910 Fruit Gum Company was sealed, $9.99. Peppermint Rainbow, Will You Be Staying After Sunday? Rare Earth, One World, no condition notes on those either, very clean. Johnny Winter, also a very nice record. Tom Fogarty, $9.99. Lee Konitz, that was a wax time, 180 gram. Johnny Winter was on the original 2-eye label. Climax Blues Band, gold plated, shrink wrap and hop sticker. Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses. And Vandenberg, Heading for a Storm. Very clean copy of that. Connor Cornelius gets the War album sealed for $22. If anybody wants ELO, it's a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now on ELO. Our next sealed record is Stray Cats Rock Therapy. This is sealed. It does have a punch hole. No saw marks because it has a punch hole. And that is a $10 start on Stray Cats. $10 start on Stray Cats. Scott Drum wants Rare Earth. That's $9.99. Tommy Flowers wants Lee, and that was Lee Konitz. That sold to Tommy Flowers for $9.99. Cynthia Herdren said she'll take the ELO for a $45 buy it now. That's sold to Cynthia for $45. Mark Querum, you were second. Joe Hawkins gets Vandenberg for $9.99. And Brad Boland's at $10 on the Stray Cats. Brad Boland's at $10 on the Stray Cats. Okay, our next Japanese auction. This is going to be a $35 start. This is a Japanese press of Iron Maiden, Running Free. And this is actually a 3-track, 12-inch EP or single, maxi single, whichever you prefer to call it. It is Japanese, near mint minus and pristine, and that is a $35 start. Iron Maiden, and track 1, side 1 is Running Free. Running Free, Sanctuary, and Murders in the Rue Morgue. And this is got the original Japanese insert with it, and has the insert, no obi. Very nice vinyl, very nice cover. Iron Maiden is a $35 start. Stray Cats, Brad Boland's at $10. Everything in here is $9.99. Traffic, When the Eagle Flies. Also Vanilla Fudge, Rock and Roll. Vanilla Fudge, The Best of Delaney and Bonnie. Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years. That was a VG+. Emerson, Lake and Palmer was near mint. It's not a opened up cover. It's a later repressed single pocket. Peter Frampton was VG+, Frampton. Todd Rundgren was EX. Also, Bee Gees, 2 Years On. That was a VG+ copy. Jesus Christ Superstar. That was $9.99. Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park, VG+. And Chicago, that's half off at $9.99. Chicago 567, that's $9.99. Fred Carnell says he's in on Iron Maiden at $35. Final call on the Stray Cats. Brad Boland has that for $10. Brad Boland has that for $10. I repeat, $10. He's about to end up with it if no one bids, especially by the time I come back over here. Let's go ahead and do one of our sealed bins. Whoa. Sealed bins. Everything in here is going to be $11.99. I think that's for about anything in here. Some of them, it's absolute steals. Some of them are very, very fair at that price. Everything in here is sealed, and it's going to be $11.99. $11.99. They're all sealed. And for those that are paranoid about opening a sealed record, I feel like some of these titles for the price, why not? You'll have a near mint LP. Like I've said before, don't go open an $800 record. You can if you want to. I know a lot of people who do, but I'd say these are okay for these prices. They're going to be near mint, presumed mint minus. Presumed mint, I guess, till you open it, right? Iron Maiden's at 36, Iron Maiden's at 37. All right, let's go ahead and sell Stray Cats. That is sold to Brad Boland for $10. Iron Maiden is now up for bid in slot number 1, and it's at $40 with Brian Miller. That's running free. Also, Connor is going to take the Chicago. So we got one Japanese auction up. I've got another stack of vintage I've been selling over here, and it's Hall & Oates, Private Eyes. Vintage sealed, I should say. It has no cutouts and no saw marks. It does have the hop sticker. There is a little bit of a tearing going on in the shrink wrap over here. That is sealed for $10. Daryl Hall, John Oates, Hall & Oates, Private Eyes. That is sealed, $10 start. Iron Maiden is at $40 with Brian Miller, going once, going twice. Everything in here is sealed, $11.99. The Tarney Spencer Band, there's a crowd, $11.99. Also, Jackie Wilson, a collection of rare album tracks and single sides. These are all $11.99. When the Boys Meet the Girls, soundtrack by Sam the Sham, Liberace, and Louis Armstrong, and Herman's Hermits, $11.99 on that. Snack Attack, Godly and Cream, $11.99. These are all sealed. By the way, that was sealed with Hype sticker. Also, let me start noting cutouts. Chicago, this is Chicago 19, sealed. No saw marks, no cutouts, $11.99. That's so to Michael Nath. Tanner, this officially starts the sealed $11.99 pile. By the way, Chicago or Iron Maiden, final call. Lots of bidders. No one has set out. Brian Miller is at 40, final call. And the Hall & Oates, it looks like Brent Robley was in first at 10 on that. 3 people on Chicago so far, it looks like. Everything in here is $11.99. It's all sealed. Eddie Arnold, I Wish I Had Loved You Better. Andy Gibb, Flowing Rivers. That has the Hype sticker. No saw marks, no cutouts. $11.99. Melissa Manchester, Mathematics. Does have a saw mark, sealed with Hype sticker. $11.99. Dion is sealed. No saw marks, no cutouts, $11.99. Grant Peltzer wants the Andy Gibb. Iron Maiden is at 41 with Shane Devers. And Connor is put in Chicago. He put Chicago 10, 11, 12, 13. Connor, there was a Chicago 8 earlier that you got, and then there was a Chicago 19 in here that somebody else already bought. I'm not for sure what the other Chicago, you have put Chicago 10, 12, and 13. There's only been 2 Chicago albums. You got one of them. It was Chicago 8, and Michael Nath got Chicago 19. Hall & Oates is at $12. Iron Maiden's at $41. Everything in here is sealed for $11.99. America, Hideaway, sealed. And this has a saw mark down here at the bottom, sealed with Hype sticker, $11.99. Connor or Autumn Betts wants the Snack Attack, Godly and Cream. That was sealed for $11.99. Michael Nath gets the America, sealed for $11.99. Also, Rita Coolidge, Nice Feeling. Rita Coolidge is sealed, no saw marks and no cutouts, $11.99. Andy Parks, Sex School and Like Other Pressures. That is sealed, $11.99. Also, no saw marks or cutouts on that, $11.99. And Linda Ronstadt, that is sealed. No saw marks, no cutouts. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $11.99. Brian Miller's out on Iron Maiden. Richard Group wanted Hideaway. Michael Nath was first of that. Final call on Iron Maiden, $41. Final call. And final call on Hall & Oates. Patty Anderson Williams has that for $12. These are all sealed. That's sealed. These are sealed. Iron Maiden is a near mint Japanese pressing, final call. Michael Potts gets the Linda Ronstadt for $11.99. These are all sealed. Elton John, Breaking Hearts. It does have a saw mark up here. Sealed, $11.99. Elton John. Ray Parker Jr., Ghostbusters. It did have part of the Hype sticker. Looks like a little bit of it got torn off. Does have a saw mark up here. That is $11.99. Michael Nath gets Elton John. Brooks Vaughters at 13 on Hall & Oates, but before that, Tommy Flowers was. This is RPM, Revolutions Per Minute. Music by Derry Vorzon and Perry Botkin Jr. That is an original soundtrack. It is sealed for $11.99. Patty's at 14 on Hall & Oates. Scott, your question came in time because I was about to sell it. This is Iron Maiden. It's a 3-track, Running Free, Sanctuary, and Murders in the Rue Morgue. That is a Japanese pressing, near mint, and it is a final call. I'm about to sell it for $41. Ghostbusters is the full album. That is the full Ray Parker Jr. Ghostbusters album. Donna Summer, Cats Without Claws, sealed with a saw mark right up here, $11.99. Bobby V's Golden Greats, that is sealed, no saw marks and no cutouts. Bobby V's Golden Greats, sealed for $11.99. The Righteous Brothers, Saying Something, does have a punch hole right down here, $11.99 on that. Jackie Wilson first on Donna Summer. Ryan Christie does want the Ghostbusters, and we're going to go ahead and sell Iron Maiden. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shane Devers has that for $41. Hall & Oates is over here in slot number 1 now. Patty has that for $14, and it's a final call. Patty has that for $14 and it's a final call. Christopher Morris got BV, which is Bobby V. That is sealed for $11.99. And we have the best of Roy Clark, also sealed for $11.99. We have a sealed record up for auction, so let me put up a Japanese. Let's go ahead and do, I'm just in the first crate over here. I'm just pulling stuff as it appears in the crate, probably in the order of the flip video. And the first one we have here is Duran Duran. They're self-titled debut LP, Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, just like any Japanese pressing we're going to have tonight. Very, very nice. The cover does have a little bit of foxing. There is some foxing on the cover. We're going to start this one at just $35. Japanese pressing does have the booklet with it, as you see here. Does have some foxing, discoloration on the cover from humidity. That's a $35 start, though. Vinyl, super clean, cover of Obi, $35 start. Larry Smith wants Where the Boys Are. Was that a record in here? That was When the Boys Meet the Girls. I got that. Was that something else that was in here, Where the Boys Were? Larry, I may have you clarify on that. Next comment, though, is Terry Westwood on Roy Clark, $11.99. So here's what we're doing. We're going to be selling some sealed stuff, Japanese auctions. I got 45s to auction in a second, and we're going to be moving through these pretty fast. So please say out if you're done bidding. If not, then I may sell these faster than you might expect. Patty gets Hall & Oates for $14. That was sealed. Patty gets that for $14. Barry Seagrave. Barry Seagrave is at $40 on Duran Duran, going once, going twice. Next, sealed auction. This is Elton John. I think we just sold one out of the crate. This one didn't have any saw marks, or excuse me, it does. This one had the hype sticker. So, sad songs say so much. Sealed Elton John. Sealed, it does have a saw mark. At one time, you could have went and got that at Target for $1.99. Now, it's live for bid here on Facebook for a $10 start. Elton John is sealed. $10 start on that. Duran Duran's at $40, going once, going twice. Now, everything in here is discounted $11.99. They're all sealed. Everything in here is sealed, and it's all $11.99. Don Everly, Brother Jukebox, that is $11.99. This is, I don't know, this is Bill Haley, Rock and Roll. Bill Haley, Rock and Roll, $11.99. Operation Lovebirds, Bent Fabric, that does have a punch hole. That is $11.99, bent fabric. Billy Joe Thomas, sealed. No saw marks, no punch outs on that one. These are all $11.99. The World is a Circle. That is from Disneyland. The World is a Circle. That is $11.99. Christopher Max has a punch hole sealed with hop sticker, $11.99. Andy Gibb, After Dark. This one has a sawed corner. That is sealed for $11.99. And Leo Sayer has a punch hole sealed, $11.99. Final call on Duran Duran. Fred Carnell, you're out. Barry Seagrave has that for $45. No bid yet on Elton John, looking for a $10 start. Final call. Also, Don McLean with this huge hype sticker on it. Homeless Brother, that is sealed. Does have a clip corner down here. $11.99. Don McLean, Homeless Brother. Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, sealed. We originally had that marked $24.99. It was sealed. It's now $11.99. Has the original price tag and no saw marks and no punch outs. $11.99 on that. Rita Coolidge, It's Only Love, sealed. No saw marks, no punch outs. Rita Coolidge is $11.99. Also, Rock and Roll Soul 63, Kennedy Assassinated. This is a ABC Records compilation. No saw marks, no cutouts. Sealed for $11.99. Also, the Commodore's Natural High has a saw marks, sealed. This was originally $31.99. Now it's $11.99. Shane's in on Elton John at 10. Fred Carnell's at 46. Barry Seagrave, you're out on Duran Duran. Fred has that for 46. Rydell Martin wants Rare Earth. Sherry Martell wants the Rock and Roll Soul 63 with Kennedy. Mark Fallon, you were second to Rare Earth. Rydell Martin first on the Commodores. And Grant Peltzer wants Andy Gibb. These are all $11.99. They're sealed. We're still bidding on Duran Duran. Only one bid on Elton John. He got a deal on that. Sealed and sold to Shane Devers. Only thing, I've got to sign it now and deliver it. That's sold to Shane Devers for $10. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, sealed. No saw marks, no punch outs. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits. That's a sealed Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. Duran Duran's at $50 with Barry Seagrave. Fred Carnell says he's out, and that's a final call for $50. Ricky Lee Jones, Pirates, sealed, $11.99. Cornelius Brother and Sister Rose, Greatest Hits, sealed with hop sticker. It does have a punch hole. Cornelius Brother and Sister Rose, $11.99. Melissa Manchester, Home to Myself, does have a saw mark right here. It is sealed, $11.99. And Mr. Bill Ackler, right? Mr. Acker Bilk, A Touch of Latin, when the Leon Young Strings Coracle, with the Leon Strings Coracle, that is $11.99. Anne Murray is sealed, $11.99. Okay, we have Fred's out on Duran Duran, but we do have a new bidder. Duran Duran 55 and Gavin's at 50, or Gavin's at 10 on Frank Sinatra. Tommy Flowers wants Corn. Cornelius Brothers, Sister Rose. That's sold to Tommy Flowers for $11.99. Gary Wright, The Light of Smiles, does have a saw mark right up here, $11.99. And Gary Wright, The Light of Smiles, this is $11.99. Those are both sealed. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, that is also $11.99. Sealed Doobie Brothers. And John Waite, Rover Returns, sealed, $11.99. Barry Seagraves is out. JL has Duran Duran for $55. Final call. Michael Nath wants the Doob, which is the Doobie Brothers. John Lil's at 12 on Frank Sinatra. Gavin, you're out. Please let me know if you're in or out. Let me adjust the camera a little bit. Might need to get it just a little bit higher instead of further away. Let me do that right quick. It's usually a little bit further over like that. I usually stop the comment feed right at the corner of the crate. That usually works pretty good. All right, everything in here is $11.99 sealed. Final call on these auctions, $55 and sealed Frank Sinatra for $12. We have Sierra Running for Nothing. That is sealed for $11.99. Mark Querum wants the John Waite. That's $11.99. Also, Loudon Rainwright III, sealed, does have a saw mark right up here, $11.99. Chili Whack, Dreams, 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 that's sealed for $11.99. Paul Butterfield, Mouth, North, South, Paul Butterfield, sealed, 1987, $11.99. Anesthesis Gypsy, that is sealed for $11.99. Michael Nath on Butterfield. That's sold to Michael Nath. The Sun Story Volume 3, Carl Perkins, sealed. Does have a sawed corner, $11.99 on that. And Sun Story Volume 6, Carl Mann, that is $11.99. Also, Duran Duran is sold to JL for $55. Thank you, JL. You get that for $55. John, no, we have a new bid on Frank Sinatra. Jackie's at $13. Fred Carnell, you were second on Butterfield. Carol Puckett wants the Carl Perkins and the Carl Mann. He wants both of those. He wants both of those. Joseph said, can we auction the Great White record? Next, where is that? It's right over here. I also got a ZZ Top autograph. I got Great White. I got Stevie Ray Vaughan. I got everything that was in that hot picture. Great White is Twice Shy. It's in shrink wrap. Paul's like, I was just flipping through a crate, and this was just randomly in there. That's how we have records like this in the back. It's just, you never know. The vinyl is superb. Near mint minus. Very clean U.S. press, not a club. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink wrap, and this is a $45 start. Now, Great White's catalog is not in print. It's not in print, and none of their stuff's really ever been reissued in the last 20 years. So, very desirable Great White albums. I never can have enough for sure. $45 start on that. Frank Sinatra's at $14. Chris also bid $14. We got two bids on Great White at $45. Einstein's Rice Boys, Civil Rice, sealed. That's a punk record, $11.99. Also, the Mamas and Papas, People Like Us, sealed, $11.99. This has a punch hole, a very small punch hole down here for $11.99. The Best of Porter Wagner, that is sealed for $11.99. Woody Guthrie, Dust Bowl Ballads, 14 rare performances. That is sealed. RCA Victor, that's an older record for $11.99. And John Denver Autograph, sealed John Denver, $11.99. All right, Sinatra's at 14. Great White, 45, 45, 45. Great White, 55, 50, 50. Sinatra, 15. Mike Massey wants Einstein's Rice Boys. That's sold to Mike Massey. Barry Seagraves wants the Mamas and Papas. Everything in here is sealed, and it's $11.99. Toby Grimm wants the Best of Porter Wagner. They're still bidding on Sinatra. We have, I think, two people at $15. Rich Group wants the Loudon Rainwright. That's sold to Rich Group. These are all sealed for $11.99. John Lil's out on Frank. Chris DiLorenzo has that for $15. Final call. I'm going to very, very quickly just read the titles that's left in here. I'm not going to give you any other details except the titles. They're all $11.99 and they're all sealed. They're all $11.99 and they're all sealed. Tarney Spencer Band, Three's a Crowd. Three's a Crowd, maybe. Also, Jackie Wilson, a collection of rare album tracks and single sides. When the Boys Meet the Girls soundtrack. Eddie Arnold, I Wish I Had Loved You Better. Melissa Manchester, Mathematics. Dionne Warwick, Rita Coolidge, Nice Feeling. These are all sealed, $11.99. Andy Parks, Sex School and Other Pressures. RPM, Revolutions Per Minute soundtrack. Songs by Melanie. That's a soundtrack by Melanie. Has the hop sticker there on it. Righteous Brothers, Saying Something. Don Everly, Brother Jukebox. Bill Haley, Rock and Roll, 2-record compilation. Operation Lovebirds, Bent Fabric. Billy Joe Thomas, The World is a Circle, a Disney record. Christopher Max, Leo Sayer, and Don McLean, Homeless Brothers. Those are all $11.99. Okay, so Great White was at 60. Then we had 63, 65. Connor Cornelius says he'll take the Jackie Wilson for $11.99. Larry Smith wants Boys Meet Girls, which was, I believe, yes, that was the soundtrack here. That's sold to Larry Smith. Great White is at, David, you're a little behind, but I'm seeing your bid. Shane Devers has it for $55. Connor Cornelius wants the Don Everly for $11.99. That's sold to Connor Cornelius. And Fred Carnell wants the Bill Haley. Those are all sealed $11.99. All right, we can go ahead and sell Sinatra. This is sold to Chris DiLorenzo. Sealed Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, $15. Next is Terry Westwood. He wants the Andy Parks. Andy Parks, that is sold to Terry Westwood. So, high bid on the Great White, Twice Shy, in shrink wrap, near mint. That's at $65 with Shane Devers. We got a U.S. auction. Let's turn our attention to a few of the 45s. And for whoever just asked, yes, I got an entire full box of incredible 45s. We're going to be auctioning them one at a time. That was on the hot pictures. And then we've got stacks for $6.99, and I've got some really cool stuff for $9.99. Let's do this one first because it is absolutely perfect. And this is Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine. It is a stock copy. It's perfect in the original picture sleeve, Sweet Child of Mine. Also available as a cassette single. And the B-side is It's So Easy Live. That's an original Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine, $10 start, mint vinyl, mint picture sleeve. And of course, when I say mint, I mean near mint minus and pristine. That is a $10 start. Great White's at $72. Everything in here is sealed, and it's $11.99. Rita Coolidge, It's Only Love. Ricky Lee Jones, Pirates. Melissa Manchester, Home to Myself. Mr. Acker Bilk, A Touch of Latin. Anne Murray, Gary Wright. Gary Wright, we got two of those. These are all sealed. Sierra, also Chili Whack. Gypsy, Woody Guthrie, which is an older record. This is RCA Victor. Well, based on the price tag, yeah, this is probably from, well, I don't want to say, but that's pretty close to 64. And John Denver Autograph. Those are all sealed. Guns N' Roses, 10, 15, 18. And Rebecca's at 72 on Great White. Still several people bidding on Great White. So we'll give that another moment. So far, we've been through a $9.99 bin. We've been through a sealed bin. I've got 3 more sealed bins just like that. 3 more. And the first part of a couple are really loaded with some stuff. Let's do the $24.99 bin and the $19.99 bin. Yeah, there's some great stuff in here. And for these prices, fantastic. Fantastic. Now, the $24.99 and the $19.99 stuff's both in this crate. When we get to this record right here, the $24.99 stops. I've made a note in my head where the $24.99 stops. And obviously, you can see the first record. It's pretty much a blowout deal for the Bruce Springsteen box set. 5 LPs live, 1975 to 1985. That's only $24.99. Bruce Springsteen, 5 LPs with the original inner sleeve, and it has the book. That's only $24.99. $24.99. Fleetwood, or excuse me, I was reading Kelly's, is Gypsy Fleetwood. I bet she's about to ask a question. Bruce Springsteen is $24.99. That's the live box set, 75 to 85. Now, everything else in here is also $24.99. The Best of Cream. This is a German pressing. I really like this. This was my first Cream record that I owned. Awesome compilation. Side 1 is Sunshine of Your Love, Badge, Crossroads, White Room, and Swallow Bar. There's no telling how many times I listened to that. That's a German pressing, and it's near mint, $24.99. Okay, update on our auctions. Earlier, though, we had a couple claims. Connor wants the Woody Guthrie and the John Denver that were $11.99. They were both sealed. Those are sold to Connor, $11.99 and $11.99. Next comment after that was Darren Wortman. He bid 75 on Great White. The Guns N' Roses is at 19 and now 20. That is 77 on Great White. Terry Westwood wants the Bruce Springsteen box for $24.99. So, Tanner, that one officially starts $24.99. And Brian Miller, you were second, and Michael Nath gets the cream for $24.99. Barry Seagrave was second. Mark Fallon's at 25 on the mint. And this thing looks like it's brand new. I don't want to throw around the word mint too often unless I'm talking about literally a Japanese record or something maybe we just opened. But when it looks like it's completely unplayed, and from the collection, this came from a collection, I think Paul got these in Atlanta. He went south of Atlanta a couple months ago, and he bought this radio station DJ, and he got all these singles back in the 80s. Most of them are from the 80s, if you've noticed, and he didn't play them. They just got them in, and he just pretty much took them home. That's why so many of them are promos. Some of them wasn't released as promos, but they were just stock copies. This guy had boxes full of mint, picture sleeve, and promo copies, and that's where all these came from. So they're literally unplayed. Most of these are. There's a bunch of them tonight, and then I'll let you know if they're check condition. But when I say mint, that's literally unplayed. These have probably, the 45s obviously don't come sealed. Closest thing to it. All right, everything in there is $24.99. Bob Dylan at Budokan. We sold a promo copy last night at auction. This one is near mint with the original inner sleeves, and it has the poster as well. Bob Dylan at Budokan. Bob Dylan at Budokan. That has the poster, $24.99. Mark Fallon's at 25 on the Guns N' Roses, by the way. He put the muscle arm emoji and a rose emoji equals 25. So he's at 25. Everyone else is outbid. Michael Swanger gets the Bob Dylan. That's $24.99. Great White is at 77 with Rebecca Barber. I'm about to sell it. We've got 100 other auctions to go through. Great White is at 77 with Rebecca Barber. Janis Joplin Pearl, $24.99. Very clean copy. Very clean. No condition notes. Also, not a lot of ring wear on the cover. Janis Joplin is $24.99. These are discounted at $24.99. The Rolling Stones, now rollers? No, slow rollers. The Rolling Stones slow rollers. Can't always get what you want. Time is on my side as tears go by. Also, a couple maybe like deep cuts on here. Ruby Tuesday, Play with Fire, Lady Jane, always a classic. Under the Boardwalk. Doing a cover of that, Heart of Stone. That's one I don't get as often. By the way, Jonathan Greer gets Janis Joplin for $24.99, and Michael Nath gets the Rolling Stones for $24.99. Those are sold. Brian Miller, you were second. Sherry Martell was third. Christopher Morris was fifth. Rydell Martin was sixth. Great White is sold to Rebecca Barber for $77. That's sold to Rebecca Barber for $77. And final call, I got to do a final call. Mark Fallon has that for $25. That's a final call. $24.99. Sealed Patsy Cline Greatest Hits. I repeat, sealed. Now, this originally came out on Decca. This is an MCA press, but it is sealed. $24.99. Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits. $24.99. Sealed. Eric Clapton Slowhand. Very clean copy. I think we just sold one of these last week or first of this week out of a new arrivals bin. This one's near mint. Gatefold. $24.99. Clapton Slowhand. Cream in shrink wrap. And I think we had one of these not too long ago in shrink wrap. This is the yellow Atco label. Near mint in shrink wrap. Cream Goodbye. It does have, I don't know if those are punch holes or where the price tag was stapled. There's two little holes right here. There's no saw marks, but I'm pretty sure that's, if y'all know what I'm talking about, sometimes they would staple the price tag through the cover. I'm thinking that's what that's from. Joe Maynard gets Patsy Cline for $24.99. Barry Seagrave gets Cream for $24.99. Speaking of $24.99, for $25, Mark Fallon's going to get the Guns N' Roses. Let's put up some new auctions. I've got Chipmunk Punk. This is sealed. It's never been opened. I don't think that's a saw mark. If it is, they didn't cut into the cover. They just cut into the shrink wrap. I think they were trying to saw mark it, and they didn't do a good job. Chipmunk Punk, that is featuring Simon, Theodore, and Alvin. That's a $10 start. That's a $10 start. Staple price tag. Yeah, on a lot of those old, well, I see a lot on like early, mid-60s records. They would staple the price tag through the cover. I think that's what they were doing there with the Cream record. I had a copy of Introducing the Beatles one time with the price tag stapled through that. All right, we sold one Great White. Let's do another. I don't know which Great White, whoever requested that earlier, but I've got another Great White here that I don't think I've ever had, nor that I know it existed. This actually came from our Japanese. This came from our Japanese dealer, and I think it's a U.S. I don't think it's Japanese. Let me take a good look at it. Yeah, I think this is a U.S. It's Great White. This is Great White on Your Knees, the first LP. So I'm assuming, I really don't know, is it that first album reissued with an alternate cover? Arisen, resurrected, remastered, and reissued. This is going to be a $45 start. It is a really nice copy. It's near mint in shrink wrap. And this come, as you can imagine, it come from one of our Japanese friends, and they're always very well taken care of. So that's Great White on Your Knees. That's a $45 start. $45 start. And it's near mint and shrink wrap. Great White on Your Knees, says the first LP. Just never had seen it in that kind of packaging before, which threw me off. That's a $45 starting bin. Ken Crooker's in. By the way, Terry Westwood's at $15 on the Chipmunks. Everything in here is $24.99. Pink Floyd Uma Guma. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover is about a VG. It does have some shelf wear. I don't think the seams are splitting. Maybe they're about to, but the vinyl's very nice. Not a bad price for Uma Guma. Craig's at $60 on Great White. So Clapton and Pink Floyd, both $24.99. This is a deal on Paul McCartney Ram because it is a very nice copy. Apple label, gatefold, a classic album, $24.99. Jonathan Greer wants Pink Floyd for $24.99. Van Morrison live, 2 records. The Summer of 1973, $24.99. He's doing great tracks on it too. $24.99 for live Van Morrison. Also, The Essential Jimi Hendrix. This should not be $24.99. It's such a great compilation. It's a 2 LP gatefold, $24.99 on that. Update on Great White or Chipmunk Punk is at $17. $17 on Chipmunk Punk with Toby Graham, and Great White's at $60. Next is Jonathan Greer. Who got Pink Floyd? Jonathan Greer got it. Jeremiah Lewis, you were second. Donnie Haney wants Paul McCartney Ram, and Rydell Martin gets Jimi Hendrix. These are all $24.99. And now the last $24.99 record is another Pink Floyd, The Final Cut, a deal at $24.99. It is VG Plus. It is VG Plus, $24.99. Pink Floyd, The Final Cut. I think it has a scuff here. Definitely non-feeler. It will play right through that. That's the only reason it's VG Plus, $24.99. Fred, you were third on Jimi Hendrix, but you do get Van Morrison. And Final Cut goes to Barry Seagrave. Shane Deaver second. Christopher Morris third. Final call on Great White. Craig has that for $60. And final call on Chipmunk Punk. Toby Grimm has that for $17. Let's go ahead and show a handful of $6.99 45s. I've got and more really good $6.99 45s to show you. Let me grab a handful. Tanner, I hope you have your $6.99 sticky notes ready. Did y'all see all those sticky notes from that post? Everybody's like, holy moly. Y'all use a lot of sticky notes. Every time I place an Amazon order, whether it's for personal stuff, store stuff, whatever we need from Amazon, I always throw in a couple big bundle packages of sticky notes. We go through thousands of sticky notes here. Great White's at $65. Chipmunk Punk is at $20. This is the only $24.99 record left. I'm about to do the $19.99 stuff. These are $6.99 45s. I have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. I Hate Myself for Loving You. Not only do I have one, I've got 2. Now, I'm not going to show the labels on all of them. I will, but a lot of these are probably promo copies. Some of them are, some of them are not. But if I am showing all these, they are near mint minus unplayed pretty much. If I'm showing anything in here, they're near mint minus unplayed. These come from a bunch of different collections. These didn't all come from that promo collection. They come from a lot of different places. I've just compiled them and got them already. David Lee Roth, Just Like Paradise, $6.99. Cher, I Found Someone. Cher is $6.99. How many we got there? 2, 4. I usually stop after 5 or 6. Cher. Also, Whitney Houston, So Emotional. And Stacy Q, 2 of Hearts. Stacy Q, 2 of Hearts. Because usually by the time I get through 5 or 6, we have already sold them all, and I've got to start tagging. All right, so back up to the top. We had, by the way, Great White was at $65 and Chipmunk Punk was at $20. Ryan Anderson first on Joan Jett. That's sold to Ryan Anderson. We'll put that there for $6.99. John Lill gets one as well. I had two of those. John Lill also gets a Joan Jett. And then Hendry was third, Brandon fourth, Darren fifth, Chris DiLorenzo sixth. We have John Lill on David Lee Roth. John Lill on David Lee Roth. Darren Meyer was second on DL, which was David Lee Roth. Brian C. was third. Stacy Metternich wants Stacy Q. And then Allen wanted Stacy Q and Whitney. Stacy already went to Stacy, but Allen, you do get Whitney Houston, and Sherry Darnell gets Cher. Those are all $6.99. First batch eliminated. I'm going to sell some auctions too. Chipmunk Punk is sold to Terry Westwood for $20, and Great White is sold to Ken Crooker for $65. Ken, you get that for $65. Okay, continuing. I need to put up some new auctions. I'm about some. This thing is beautiful. I need a 105. I need a 105 starting bid, and I feel like we're going to get that and then some. What a relic here. This is the Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute. It's a beautiful near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, and this thing is complete, and I'm pretty sure this is complete. Let's take a look at it. I'm pretty sure it's complete. First, the cover. Absolutely beautiful. Pretty much no signs of wear. This is an album. We talk about albums that's never been reissued. This is one of them. This album has never been reissued or repressed. It's in dire need. If you've been looking for a beautiful, amazing copy, this is it. Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute album. 2 LP Japanese flip. Both of the LPs are flawless. They are near mint minus and pristine. Also, we have a Japanese lyric insert here. And I think this is a poster or booklet. Yes, this is the booklet. This is the booklet. Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute. Full of pages, information, a lot of pictures of Randy, and that is complete. And I think that's everything that came with it. 2 inserts and that book. And of course, the cover is really, really, really nice. That is up for bid. Okay, next we had Ozzy 105. James Rayner, you were third on David Lee Roth. Ozzy 110, 110, 115. And we have Ozzy 115. Yes, if you have invoices you want picked up, just please send us a message. Make sure Doug sees it before anybody comes so we can have those up front. But yes, we can do that. Okay, next auction is Cinderella. We got Nobody's Fool, Cinderella. Never seen this one before. It's a 7-inch single. It is a stock copy. It is near mint, unplayed, in a very crisp and very nice picture sleeve. Cinderella, Nobody's Fool. We got a lot of black and purple going on back here. We must be selling metal records from the 80s. It's a lot of black and purple and black and blues and a lot of 80s records. I've always noticed that. I don't know if anybody else has, but those are $10 starts. $10 starts on those. Okay, we're now about to continue with some 1999. Nobody wanted Clapton for 24. That's sad. Very, very sad, Mr. Clapton. First is Crybaby, Melanie Martinez. This is sealed. It's unopened. Crybaby, Melanie Martinez. That is 1999. The Beatles, Live at the Star Club, Hamburg, Germany, 1962. These are all 1999. I will let you know if it has any condition notes. If not, then you can assume they're EX plus to near mint minus. Deep Purple, Purple Passages. 2 LP. This was originally $34.99. Now it's $19.99. It's on the Burbank label. Very clean. $19.99. No condition notes, about a VG cover. The Who's Last. Technically, The Who's last concert is the way they advertised it. Of course, they have definitely played and toured since then. 1999. This came out in 84. No Keith Moon on drums. 2 LP. I have this in my collection. I have all The Who in my collection. At least I think I do. There's probably some I'm missing. But that is 1999, Who's Last, and The Cars, Heartbeat City. Very clean album. Very nice copy. The Cars is 1999. Let's go back up to the top. We had Ozzy at 150. We had Cinderella at 20. Ozzy at 160. Ozzy at 162. Christopher Morris gets the Beatles for 1999. Christopher Morris gets the Beatles for 1999. Cinderella's at 21. Barry Seagrave gets the Who. And Jonathan Greer gets the Cars. So Ozzy's at 180. And Cinderella is at, let me make sure that's right. Cinderella's at 21, and Sean says he's out. Timothy, you are second to the Cars. Everything in here is 1999. Marillion, Clutching at Straws. Marillion is 1999, Clutching at Straws. Matt Biggs says he'll take the Eric Clapton. Tanner, that one was $24.99. That's sold to Matt Biggs. Also, Deep Purple Burn. Deep Purple Burn, 1999. This is a Burbank label, 1999. And I think the first press of this was a gatefold. This is a very clean copy. But I think the first press was a gatefold on the green label. That is 1999. Genesis with Peter Gabriel. This is a compilation. Genesis with Peter Gabriel. I believe that is German. It is a 1981 German compilation. Genesis, 1999. And Grand Funk Live. This has got the poster with it. Just $19.99, Grand Funk Live. Let's go ahead and do a final call on Ozzy, $180. Shane Devers. Who was the second bidder? Gary Samuels. Let me know if you're in or out. And I think we're done on Cinderella. $21. That is sold to Brian Miller. That's sold to Brian Miller for $21. Next is Brian C. gets the Genesis. That's sold to Brian C. for $19.99. Toby Grimm gets Grand Funk Railroad, and he's out on Ozzy. So when I come back, I'm selling that for $180. The reason I've got to walk away is because I've got to grab another Japanese auction, which is going to be Brian May and Friends, Starfleet Project, and I'm going to grab another sealed record to auction. And the sealed record I'm going to grab is Blues Image. Blues Image. I can't believe this thing's still sealed. Pretty incredible. It does have a saw mark, 1969. We have Marillion is still available, David. Marillion is still available for $19.99. Blues Image is a sealed record. It does have a saw mark right back here. It does have a tear, a triangular tear in the shrink, saw mark there. That is sealed. It is $10. Sealed Blues Image. Of course, they had the hit song Ride, Captain Ride. It is not on that album, but very good band. I have both of their albums, or at least two of them. I think they had some other releases, but I've got that one and the other one that has Ride, Captain Ride. That's a $10. That is probably, I can't say for certain, but if you were to open that, it should be a yellow label 1969 Atco. David Howard gets Marillion for $19.99. Beautiful copy here. These are awesome. The copy I have, Shane, also looks just like this. I had a U.S. copy, and I ended up bringing it back down here, and we resold it about a year ago because we got one of those in, and I kept it. Those are really cool. That's sold to Shane Devers for $180. Next is Brian May and Friends, the Starfleet Project. This actually just got reissued. Eddie Van Halen plays guitar on this album as well. This is a $35 start. Brian May and Friends, Starfleet Project, $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine, Japanese pressing. Very cool Japanese insert. This is unique to the Japanese pressing. Look at all their guitars. Brian May there and Eddie Van Halen's guitars. And what was the third? I'm missing somebody here. What was, trying to find a lineup. There's a couple other. Here we go. Alan Gratzer, Phil Chin, Fred Mandel, vocals and guitar Brian May, and of course guitar Eddie Van Halen. That's a $35 start. Boy, how would you like to just hold that? $35 start on that. Eddie also plays bass. Very cool. $10 start and $35 starts on those. We're going to move through them very quickly. Everything in this bin is $19.99. The No Nukes concert, triple LP. No Nukes concert, and that may even have a booklet with it. $19.99. Derek and the Dominoes. This is VG Plus. Eric Clapton, Derek and the Dominoes. VG Plus condition in concert, $19.99. Mark Fallon gets the No Nukes concert for $19.99. The Doobie Brothers Farewell Tour, very clean copy, 2 LP. This was released in 1983. The Doobie Brothers Farewell Tour, $19.99. Deep Purple Fireball. This is a gatefold, original label, Fireball. A little bit of cover wear, probably VG Plus. $19.99. Georgia Satellites, Keep Your Hands to Yourself. This is their self-titled debut album. Super clean vinyl in shrink wrap. $19.99. Rhonda Drawer gets the Deep Purple for $19.99. Mark Fallon's at 10 on Blues Image. Final call. And final call on Brian May and Friends. If anybody wants that for $35, it's a final call. Creedence Country. This is CCR. This is a compilation from Creedence. Near mint, $19.99. John, let's see what happened here. Jared's at 35 on Brian May. John Leal got Georgia Satellites for $19.99. David Johnson also bid 35 on Brian May. David, you were second. And Brian Miller gets the Doobie Brothers for $19.99. Everything in here is $19.99. Steve Earle, Early Tracks, no condition notes, about a VG Plus cover. Steve Earle for just $19.99. Early Tracks. Barry Seagrave wants the Creedence compilation. That's sold to Barry Seagrave. Rolling Stones, Milestones, another heavily discounted Stones comp. 1971 UK, just $19.99. 71 UK, Rolling Stones. Rudder Butter gets to Steve Earle. That's sold to Rudder Butter for $19.99. Elmo James. This is a late 90s press of Elmo James, The Sky's Crying. Just $19.99. Feels like it's on 180 gram. Barry Seagrave also gets the Rolling Stones compilation. Brian Mays at 37, and Gary Samuels, you were third to the Stones. Christopher, you were second, Gary third. Mark Fallon gets the sealed blues image for just $10. That's sold to Mark Fallon. Let me grab something. Let's do another 45 out of the stuff that I'm planning on auctioning. Let's go ahead and do cherry pie. Now, this is something I've never seen before. Warrant cherry pie. And I think it's a UK. Let me take a glance at this. Made in Australia. This is an Australian Warrant cherry pie. And that plays at a 45 RPM. It just has the unique kind of non-US spindle hole. Most 45s that are not US don't have a wide spindle hole. They have that normal spindle. That's an Australian. That's Warrant cherry pie. That's a $10 start. The vinyl, very clean. Near mint minus, EX plus. It has the picture sleeve there. $10 start, and that is from 1990, Australia. I don't think that was released as a single in the US. When I was scrolling through Discogs, I don't think it was a US single. $10 start on that. By the way, Brian Mays at $40. Now it's at $41. Cherry Pie's at $10. Everything in here is $19.99. Everything in here is $19.99. We have Creedence, Willie and the Poor Boys. That's actually one of their studio albums. $19.99 on Creedence. UFO, Force It. It has the nice price. Has the nice price right there. That is $19.99. Spencer Davis Group, I'm a Man. EX Condition, $19.99. Spencer Davis Group, I'm a Man. EX Condition on that one. Steve Winwood on lead vocals. Genesis, In the Beginning. That's a Genesis compilation of early tracks. $19.99 on Genesis. And the best of Warren Zevon, A Quiet Normal Life. Werewolves of London and Lawyers, Guns and Money, of course, both on there. $19.99. Brian May, David, you're back out. Jared bid 40. Warrant's at 10. David bid 41. I forgot about that. David bid 41. Warrant 10, 15. Warrant 20, 20. And Mark Fallon wants Spencer Davis Group. Tanner, that's $19.99. Stacy Metternich is at 25 on Warrant. So was Christopher Morris. Michael Swanger wants Warren Zevon. Brian Mays at 43. Warren's at 30. Christopher's out. Fred, you were second on Warren Zevon. Michael Nath wants the Elmo James. That's so to Michael Nath. David's out on Brian May and Friends. Let's go ahead and do a final call on that. Jared McLaughlin has that for $43. Rydell Martin's right back in at 45. Warrant's at 33. Everything in here is $19.99. John Mayall down the line. John Mayall is $19.99. That is a 2LP. Don't see that one as often as many other John Mayall. Another Genesis, A Trick of the Tail, $19.99. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. I Shot the Sheriff. Also, John Lennon, Live Piece Toronto, $19.99. Live Piece Toronto. Warrant's at 33. Brian Mays at 45. Brian Miller's out on Warrant. Kelly Bagwell wants to John Mayall. Tony Murphy, you were second. Next is Steve Earle, Guitar Town. Now, this is in shrink wrap from 2016. That is a 2016 pressing. Either way, a great price because I think that album's back out of print. Also, Aerosmith Live Bootleg, very clean copy, 2LP. And the Rolling Stones Metamorphoses, never released before. Those were unreleased tracks, I believe. $19.99. Rhonda, first on Steve Earle. Shane Devers is at 35 on Warrant. And Paul Gill, you were second on Steve Earle. So everything that's left in here is $19.99. We're going to go back through those one more time. I need to know, Jared, if you're still in on Brian May because Rydell did bid 45 and you are out, just so you know. Two more claims out of here. Christopher Morris wants the Rolling Stones for $19.99. Barry Seagraves gets Aerosmith for $19.99. Ron Duffield, you were second on Aerosmith. And Stacy's at 38 on Warrant. All right, we have Jared McLaughlin says he's out on Brian May. Then I'm going to go ahead and sell that. Rydell Martin gets that for $45. That is sold. Mark, I will grab another handful of $6.99 45s because we have a lot of them to do. I also got some 45 lots to show. These are all $6.99. They're EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. Some of them may even be promo copies, but I'm just going to lay them down and show you what I have here. We have, by the way, Shane Devers is at 40 on Warrant. These are all $6.99. Styx, The Best of Times. Styx is $6.99. The Time Lords, Doctrine, the TARDIS, maybe? The Time Lord, $6.99. Most of these are in picture sleeves. Boston, Amanda, $6.99. And then these are pretty unique. Let me figure out where they're from. I think they're German. I think these are German. These are Paul Revere and the Raiders, or the Raiders. I'm going to show these at the same time. They're $6.99 and $6.99. We have Raiders Country Wine. They are they German? I believe, yes, they're German singles, picture sleeves. There's one and there's the other. Powder Blue, Mercedes Queen, Golden Girl Sometimes. Those are $6.99, two of those, and then I've got two more. Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel, and I've got Robert Palmer, Simply Irresistible. Robert Palmer, Simply Irresistible. Those are all $6.99. Update on our auctions. Shane bid 40, Stacy bid 42. First on sticks was Jesse Hood. First on sticks was Jesse Hood, $6.99. Jason Fornerat wants the Time Lords. That was $6.99 to Jason Fornerat. Brandon Jackson was second on sticks. Ryan Anderson was second on Time Lords. Jesse Hood first on Boston. David Howard second. Brad Bullen, you were fourth on Time Lords. Chris, you were third on Boston. Fred Carnell, you were sixth on Time Lords. And John Lill gets these next two here. John Lill gets Cheap Trick, and he gets Robert Palmer, CT and RP. Those are sold to John Lill and John Lill, $6.99 and $6.99. So that leaves the Raiders. No claims on those. Country Wine and It's So Hard Getting Up Today. Powder Blue, Mercedes Queen, and Golden Girl Sometimes. Those are German picture sleeves, $6.99, $6.99. Nick, you were second on Cheap Trick. And Rebecca, you were second on Robert Palmer. And Joe, you were third on Boston. Cherry Pie is at 42 with Stacy Metternich. Shane Devers, he says he's out. Stacy has that for $42. Final call. It's time for me to go ahead and get our next auction started then. We have, oh boy, we got a lot of stuff over here. I'm still in this first crate. Let's go ahead and do a Japanese pressing of Genesis Duke. Let's do that, and I might go ahead and grab another 45. And Genesis Duke is going to be A. I'm thinking. I'm also looking. Let's do Genesis Duke for a $35 start. And somebody asked about the Batman 45, and I just ran my finger across it in this bin. So let me grab that, and we'll do the Batman 45, which is by Prince. That is going up for auction right now. All right. Oh, yes, Striper. We hadn't even got to that second bin. Oh, my gosh. Cherry Pie is sold to Stacy Metternich for $42. Here's our next Japanese auctions, or next auction. We have a Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Really nice copy. Glossy cover, Obi. No foxing on this one. A perfect copy of Genesis Duke. $35 start. $35 start. Genesis Duke. Super nice. We have a request for Striper and we have a request for Wrap. Those are on deck. I will do those very quickly. There's the Japanese insert. Super nice. Gatefold cover. Perfect. $35 start on Genesis Duke. And now the Prince 45 from the Batman movie, from Batman. This is really nice. It is a $10 start. This is Prince, Bat Dance, and 200 balloons. That is a $10 start. $10 start. Now, let me recap what's left in the 1999 bin. This is the only thing that's left in the 1999 bin. One more time. These are all 1999. Crybaby, Melanie Martinez. That is sealed. 1999. Deep Purple, Purple Passages, 1999. Deep Purple Burn, 1999. Derek and the Dominoes was VG Plus, 1999. Credence, No Condition Notes, Willie and the Poor Boys, 1999. UFO, Force It, that's also 1999. Genesis in the Beginning. Genesis, A Trick of the Tail. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. And John Lennon, Live Peace Toronto. That was a French copy. Those are all 1999. Those are all that's left. No bids yet on Genesis, looking for a $35 start. We got 3 bids on Batman. Ryan, Sherry, and Brian. Ryan was in first. Ryan Christie at $10. Everybody else is out. Does anybody want the 2 Raiders 45s for $10? I'll sell those both together for $10 if anybody wants them. If not, we're going to change crates. We've been through a crate of new vinyl. We've been through a crate of $9.99. We've been through a crate of sealed. And I think it's time we go through a crate of $6.99 because my next crates are more sealed, and then I've got a $14.99 crate. But let's go ahead and balance it down. We'll go down. We'll go from extreme. We'll go from the $19.99 stuff all the way down to the $6.99 stuff. And let me figure out which $6.99 crate I want to go through first. Probably this one right here. I've got 3 of them up here. I've got 2 more in the back, and then I've got 4 or 5 more in the office. We got a bunch of them. We'll do a $6.99 crate first. Larry Smith says, I like it when their prices are going down, right? Next, we'll do a $1 crate. Not happening. Okay, Batman 11, 12, 15, and this is going to be a deal. Whoever wants Genesis is a $35 buy it now. Can I buy it? It is absolutely perfect. It's glossy and everything. $35 buy it now on that. Mark Fallon says he'll take it. Duke, $35. Great deal. Batman, Tracy McFadden has that for $15. No one got the Raiders 45s. Oh, man, I figured everything we would show tonight in the 45 box would probably get eliminated. No takers on that. Is there another crate of... Yeah, can I have the red crate of Japanese just a little bit closer over here, or I'll move it? Is that what that is? With the Led Zeppelin? Yeah. That has the striper and the rat and everything else everybody wanted. On standby. Okay, I've got 5 quick $6.99 45s. We have Debbie Gibson, Lost in Your Eyes, $6.99. Bananarama, Venus, $6.99. Whitney Houston, One Moment in Time. Also, Bob Seger, Shame on the Moon. And Heart, There's the Girl. Heart, There's the Girl. Those are all $6.99 45s. Picture sleeves, very clean copies. Thomas, you were second on Genesis. The Batman is from the movie Batman, which the whole soundtrack was done by Prince. By the way, if you're interested in the full album, we have the pre-order up for that in our group. The high bid on this is Donnie Moore at $17. Donnie has that at $17. Larry Smith says he'll take both of the Raiders. Those are sold to Larry Smith Tanner for $10. I'll set those right there on the corner. Both those for $10, yes. And John Leal gets Venus, Bananarama, $6.99. Brian Miller gets Bob Seger, $6.99. Rudder Butter was second on Venus. John Nazarko first on Heart. Brian C. got Nana, which is Bananarama. That's already sold. And these are $6.99. We have Debbie Gibson, Lost in Your Eyes, and Whitney Houston, One Moment in Time. Those are still available. Debbie Gibson, Lost in Your Eyes, and Whitney Houston, One Moment in Time from the 1988 Summer Olympics album. Those are both $6.99 if anybody wants those. Batman is at $20 with Tracy McFadden. They have brought me the other crate, which is Led Zeppelin, Duran Duran, Kiss, Dio, Rat, Duran Duran, Billy Idol, The Runaways. There's Rat. Let's go ahead and do that one first. There's also some people waiting on Striper, of course. We have Rat, Reach for the Sky, a near mint Japanese pressing. This is a $55 start. $55 start on Rat, Reach for the Sky. This is now up for bid. Rat, Reach for the Sky. This has the original Japanese insert with it. Has the cover with Obi, and that is a $55 start. Rat, Reach for the Sky. That is now up for bid. $55 start on that. Reach for the Sky. Grant Peltzer's in. By the way, Batman's at $20 with Tracy McFadden. I think everybody else is getting close to being out. Final call on Batman for $20. Everything in here is $6.99. That is $7 minus 1 penny. Everything in here, $6.99. Steve Young, Renegade Picker, $6.99. Steve Young. Also, Bill Nelson, The Love That Whirls. Bill Nelson, $6.99. Burt Camford presents Love. This is a 1964 German pressing, $6.99. Also, Singing to My Baby, Eddie Cochran. That's a 1981 abridged version, shrink wrap, $6.99. Kate and Anna McGargle, $6.99. The Sutherland Brothers, Down to Earth, that's a white label promo, $6.99. Dirk Hamilton, Thug of Love, also a white label promo, $6.99. Loggins and Messina, Full Sail, $6.99. Straub's, Bursting at the Seams, no condition notes on that one. Straub's, also Savage Grace 2, that's a VG Plus for $6.99. Also, Dawn of Correction, The Spokesman, that is $6.99. Okay, Prince is sold to Tracy McFadden for $20. And final call on Rat. Corey Costas at $65. Grant was at $55. I almost sold it there, Corey, but you're in at $65. I almost sold it to Grant because no one else bid. That is sold for $20. And I have not sold the Wayland yet. Gideon, I have not done that yet. Poco picking up the pieces. This is $6.99. I've actually got 2 copies of Poco. That's their debut album. Dwayne Eddy is $6.99. Also, this is Linda Ferrante, $6.99. Tune Up with the Hits, $6.99 on that. Richie Foray is $6.99. And Mother Focus, that is sealed. It's unopened. Focus, $6.99. All right, let me do another auction right quick. We have Skid Row, I Remember You. Skid Row is another 7-inch single that I don't think I've had too many times, if ever. Skid Row is also Australian, I believe. It is. It's another Australian. And I don't know if that was released in the United States either, kind of like the Cherry Pie. That's an Australian import. Skid Row, I Remember You. That's a $10 start. Rats at 65, 70, and now 72. Brian Miller says out. These are all $6.99. Joe Jackson, Night and Day. Joe Jackson, $6.99. Al Jarreau, L is for Lover. That is also $6.99. The Other Side of Life, The Moody Blues, $6.99. And Carole King, and this is Simple Things, $6.99. I don't think we've had a claim in here so far, have we, Tanner? I haven't seen anything yet until right now. Donnie Moore gets JJ, which is Joe Jackson. That's sold to Donnie Moore, $6.99. This is La Ultra, maybe. Music on a Sinking Occasion. That's a 2000 pressing on white vinyl, $6.99. Sheena Easton, A Private Heaven, $6.99. Olivia Newton-John, If You Love Me, Let Me Know, $6.99. The Road, featuring She's Not There, Never Gonna Give You Up. Rock and Roll Woman, Mr. Soul, $6.99. The Road. Also, The Lonely Boys, that is in sealed. That's a sealed copy, $6.99. Also, Chris Ferrara is at 15 on Skid Row. And Final Call on Rat, Corey Costa is at 72. Never mind, Grant bids 75. Grant bids 75. Leo Sayer, World Radio. Leo Sayer is $6.99. Ferris Wheel is VG Plus, $6.99. Tim Weisberg, Tip of the Weisberg, $6.99. Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn. That's an EX copy for $6.99. Troy Robinson wants the Sheena Easton. That's sold to Troy Robinson. Santana, Moonflower, a VG copy, 2LP, $6.99. The Al Jarreau is called L is for Lover. Al Jarreau, L is for Lover, $6.99 on that. This is, I don't know, Aviator, I'm Not the Lonely One. I'm Not the Lonely One, Aviator from 2014. Also $6.99. Bobby Short and the East Side, $6.99. The Great Fatsby, Leslie West, $6.99. David Johnson wants the Al Jarreau, which was L is for Lover. And what have I done with it? That's right there. That's sold to David Johnson. Grant is at 80 on Rat. Brian Miller wants the Santana. And we are done on Skid Row. Skid Row is sold to Chris Ferrara for $15. 15 on Skid Row to Chris Ferrara. Also, we had a request for Dio, which I think was Sacred Heart. Let me try to find Dio for you, and we're going to put this up for auction. Let's see here. Dio Sacred Heart, I believe, is the one I'm looking for. This is going to be a $45 start. This is Dio Sacred Heart. It's a very clean copy. Japanese press with Obi. Dio Sacred Heart. $45 start. King of Rock and Roll. It has the Japanese insert with it. Very nice. $45 start. Dio Sacred Heart. Jeremiah is in. Next was Corey's out on Rat. Grant Peltzer bid $80. Corey's out. Final Call on Rat for $80. Everything in here is $6.99. Philip Shoemaker wants Leslie West. That's the Great Fatsby right here in front of me. That's sold to Philip Shoemaker. Joe Jackson is sold. Yes, Dio's at 45. Also, Thomas Bowman on Olivia Newton-John. That's sold to Thomas Bowman, Olivia Newton-John, $6.99. Joey D and the Peppermint Twisters, $6.99. Brian Friel, Ashes and Matchsticks, $6.99. The Ray Charles Singers, Young Lovers and Faraway Places. Marshall Crenshaw, Field Day, that's $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, featured David Clayton Thomas and Sammy Davis Jr., I've Gotta Be Me, $6.99. All right, Rat is sold to Grant Peltzer for $80. John Mincemoyer is the new bidder on Dio at $55. Jeremiah is at $60. Next auction is going to be just a $5 start. This is The Clash, Rock the Casbah. It looks like KND wrote his initials right there on the label. It's kind of almost camouflage, but they are on there. That's The Clash, Rock the Casbah. Very clean looking copy. $5 start on The Clash. Rock the Casbah. $5 start on that. Everything in here is $6.99, by the way. The Griffin Park Collection, Stanley Clarke, Chick Corea, Joe Henderson, Freddie Hubbard. That is $6.99. Beach Boys, Little Deuce Coupe, $6.99. That's a Pickwick compilation. Roseanne Cash, 7-Year Ache. Donny Hathaway, In Performance. These are all $6.99. Clyde McPhatter, Songs of the Big City. Willie Alexandra and the Boom Boom Band. Frankie Avalon's 15 Greatest Hits. Anita Baker, Rapture. Tony Bennett. Yeah, that's Tony Bennett. Make It Happen. Dave Brubeck's Greatest Hits. Tony Bennett, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. And Joan Armatrading, Whatever's for Us. Those are all $6.99. Dio's at 55.60 and now 70.71. Joe Maynard won RC, and I'm assuming RC was for Roseanne Cash. Let me know if that's not right. That's sold to Joe Maynard, $6.99. Terry Myers wants AB. AB was Anita Baker. That's sold to Terry Myers. Cynthia Herdman was second. Troy third. Joe L. Hawkins wants the Beach Boys. That's $6.99. Ron Duffield, you were fifth on Anita Baker. And Fred Carnell is first on DB, which is Dave Brubeck. That's sold to Fred Carnell. These are all $6.99. Let me run through these titles one more time. I'm just going to tell you the titles. I'm not going to tell you that they're $6.99 because we can flip through the whole crate very quickly. If you want anything, please let me know. Okay, first one to claim this. The Clash is a $5 buy it now. Also, Dio is a $71 bid with Jeremiah. John Mintzmoyer is going to let us know if he's in or out. John, let me know if you're in or out. And Mark Fallon first on the Clash at $5. John Lill was second. I have not sold an RL press yet. Dio is at $71. I need a drink of something. Where's my Bang at? I'm on some high octane stuff tonight. I don't know if y'all can tell. I haven't had a Bang in months, and my body has not had this in a while. Blue Raz too. Oh my gosh. I'm over here. My heart is racing. Roseanne Cash for Joe Maynard, I think. Roseanne Cash? As he'd say. Oh, okay. Well, there is a Ray Charles Singers as well. Let's do some Aussie 45s. Crazy Train promo. Crazy Train promo. Whoa. Crazy Train. Promotional copy, not for sale. Near mint minus unplayed vinyl. This is a $25 start. Very clean. Wow, this is Ozzy's, I believe, should be his first single as a solo artist. Crazy Train, $25 start promo copy. Very, very cool. Jeremiah's out on Dio. I think I can sell that for $85. Let me make sure it's next. We have, what was the Chick and others? That was the Griffith Park Collection. Stanley Clarke, Chick Corea, Joe Henderson, Freddie Hubbard, and Lenny White. That's $6.99 if you want it, Dave Plunkett. We have Aussie 25, Cheap Trick, or I guess that's Aussie or Crazy Train, 25, 35, 35, and 40. Dave said he will take that for $6.99. Dio is sold for $85 to John Mintzmoyer. Okay, everything in here is $6.99, but I need to get another auction started. Oh, yeah. So, Denise, what was RC? Denise, what was RC for? If that was for Roseanne Cash, it's already sold. There's also a Ray Charles Singers in there. She might have wanted that. We'll find out. Next Japanese auction, or next auction. What do we have up? We have a 45. We need to do a Japanese LP. Let's do this Anthrax single, Make Me Laugh. Or I should say EP. Let me take a closer look at it, though. Let's see here. This is going to be a... What did I start the Iron Maiden for? 35. Probably same on this. This is Anthrax, Make Me Laugh. This is Friggin' the Riggin' and Antisocial Live. Antisocial Live, Friggin' the Riggin' and Make Me Laugh. This is a $35 start. $35 start, Anthrax. That is up for bid. And it's in like a maxi single. Is this Japanese? Let me take a closer look. Let me make sure this is what I say this is. I believe this actually may be UK. Let me take a closer look at this. It's a $35 start. Boy, they make some of this hard to figure out sometimes. Let's see here. Manufactured. believe it's, well, I can tell you this. It did come from Japan. Now, where did they get it from? This may be UK. I don't really see any other identification marks on it. We're just going to call it an Anthrax single. I think we already have some bids. Probably the people bidding probably really don't care where it comes from, just as long as they get it. That is now up for bid. Back up to the top, Aussie was at $50, and I haven't finished reading these for $6.99. Let me do that very quickly so we can do the $14.99. These are all $6.99. Joan Armatrading, Tony Bennett, Frankie Avalon, Willie Alexander, Clyde McFadder, Donnie Hathaway, Sammy Davis Jr., Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Marshall Crenshaw, Ray Charles Singers, Brian Friel, Joey D, Bobby Short. This was Aviator, Chris Christopherson, Tim Weisberg, Ferris Wheel, Leo Sayer, The Lonely Boys, The Road, La Ultra, Carole King, The Moody Blues, Focus, that was Sealed, Richie Furay, That Person, Dwayne Eddy, Poco, The Spokesman, Savage Grace, Straubs, Loggins Messina, Dirk Hamilton, Sutherland Brothers, Kate and Anna McGargle, Eddie Cochran, Burt Camford, Bill Nelson, and Steve Young. All right, it is definitely, it's UK or European then. So yeah, it came from Japan, but I didn't think it was a Japanese pressing. Those are all $6.99. If anybody wants any, they're right here behind me. The next crate we're going to do is going to be a $14.99 crate, which has some very good titles in it for $14.99. I'm changing crates out right now. Everything in here is $14.99. We have a request for the other Rat album. Anthrax is at $40.41, and Jackie wants Poco and The Road from that last bin. Let's pull those for Jackie. Poco and The Road. Poco and The Road. Let's sell these to Jackie. Poco and The Road. Oh, I grabbed Leo Sayer. Everything in this bin is $14.99. Great titles. We're going to continue running with auctions. I think we're done on Ozzy. Ozzy sold to Shane Devers for $50, and the Anthrax is a final call. Peter Espinoza, let me know if you want in for more than $41. If not, we're going to sell that to Brandon Jackson for $41. So let me go ahead and grab another handful of $6.99 45s. All these 45s are $6.99. They're all $6.99. We have, let me start with Cindy. We're going to do back-to-back Cindy Loppers. Yes, $6.99 Jackie Reynolds. True Color, Cyndi Lauper. Also Cyndi Lauper Change of Heart. Those are $6.99 and $6.99. Cher and Peter Cetera. After All, Love Theme from Chances Are. Those are $6.99. Olivia Newton-John, Make a Move on Me. Olivia, $6.99. Also Olivia Newton-John, A Little More Love. There's back-to-back Olivias. And we have Toni Basil, right? I think that's a hard A on her name. Over My Head, that's $6.99. I think those are all female vocalists there. All female vocalists. I have a few more, but I've got too many on the table as it is. And let's do the other Ozzy. Shot in the Dark. From The Ultimate Sin, another near mint white label promo. Very clean, unplayed Ozzy. Shot in the Dark, white label promo. That is also a $20 start. That's up for bid at $25. Next is, I have not sold the Cure single. Peter's at $43 on Anthrax. Brandon's at $45. Let's see. Mark Fallon wants the first Cyndi Lauper. That's sold to Mark Fallon for $6.99. Sherry Martell was first to Cher. Sherry gets Cher. Michael Thomas wants both Cindys. One's already sold, but I can give you the other Michael Thomas. And then John DeZarco, you're first to Olivia. Oop, I grabbed the wrong thing there. This was Cher. We have Cyndi Lauper. We have Cher. And then the other Cindy. And then John DeZarco is going to let us know which Olivia he wants. By the way, this one has a tear in the picture sleeve. A Little More Love. And we also have Make a Move on Me. Those are both $6.99. He may want both of them. He does want both. And that means Brian C. gets the Tony. Ozzy's at $20. And Ozzy's at $40, and we have Ozzy at $30. And now, Anthrax, we're waiting for Peter again. Peter Espinoza, let me know if you want in for more than $45. Brandon Jackson has that for $45. Everything in this crate is $14.99. From the last bin, Chris Ferrara wants Aviator. Let me pull that from the last $6.99 bin. This is sold to Chris Farrar for $6.99. Peter's out on Anthrax. Let's go ahead and sell that then to Brandon Jackson for $45. Ozzy's at 30, now 40. James Rayner has that for 40. So everybody else is out. We need to put up a new, let's see, we got a 45 auction. So we hadn't done a sealed auction in a while. Let me see what I've got over here in the sealed department. We had this the other night. I almost made a deal with somebody on it, but I'm going to put it up for auction. This is sealed The Who. Meaty, beady, big, and bouncy. Now the OG presses were gatefolds, and they were on the original Decca. This is an MCA repress, but there is no cutouts and there's no saw marks. And it's The Who. It's a compilation. Meaty, beady, big, and bouncy. That is just a $10 start. $10 start on The Who. Meaty, beady, big, and bouncy. We have an incredible amount of Japanese auctions still to go through, which I'm going to start trying to chip away any second. Bear with me. There's some people who's made requests. I promise you I hadn't forgot about you. And let me find the Joey D. And then we're finally going to start this $14.99 crate. There's Joey D. Okay, The Who is a $10 start. Barry's at 20. Everything in here is $14.99. Shane's at 45 on Ozzy. The Partridge Family album, very clean copy, $14.99. The Partridge Family album. We have Brinsley Schwarz, green capital label, just $14.99. John Smetzer, very quickly on the Partridge. When Tanner gets up here, I'll let him know that starts $14.99. Brinsley Schwarz already sold that. Whoops. Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road, 2LP, A Story of Jesus, told and sung by Johnny Cash, $14.99. Elton John Live, November 17th, 1970. That's on the Uni label. Does have a little bit of cover damage. Of course, it usually always shows cover wear because it has, it's a black cover, $14.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, $14.99 for their debut self-titled album on the yellow Atco label, $14.99 on BOA. Steve Winwood, self-titled, Near Mint, $14.99. Roxy Music, Sirens. Roxy Music is $14.99. Christopher Morris on the Elton John, $14.99. Yes, 90125 is $14.99. Owner of a Lonely Heart. And Jay Giles, Love Stinks, that is $14.99. Final call on The Who for $20. Shane Devers gets Ozzy for $45. So Tanner, this Partridge Family started $14.99. So Partridge Family is $14.99. Elton's $14.99. Ozzy is sold for $45 to Shane Devers. Barry Seagrave, final call on The Who at $20. And let's find the coveted Striper album. Oh my gosh. Let's do it. Striper. We're going to have to start this. I feel like it's probably going to get a bid right away for $75. I don't think I've had this one in a while. Striper is a $75 start. This is Near Mint and Pristine. Striper, In God We Trust. $75 start. The vinyl is Near Mint and Pristine. It has the book with it, as you can see, which I think includes this, yes, which is like the posters here in the gatefold. It's like the gatefold of the booklet. $75 start on that. And we have that here. So that is a $75 start. Next claimant here was Thomas Hujar on RM, which was Roxy Music, $14.99. Chris B. Jack, you were second. Striper's at $75. And let's sell The Who to Barry Seagrave for $20. That's sold for $20. Striper's at $75. Next is Chad and Jeremy of Cabbage and Kings on the original Columbia 2i mono. No condition notes on that one. The cover does have this braille strip, just $14.99. This is One Step More and You Die, which I think is a hardcore record it's a 2004 pressing. That is $14.99. ELO, a New World Record. ELO, a New World Record, $14.99. 80 on Striper, and we have 8081 Pat Metheny, $14.99. Let me grab another auction. Let's go ahead and get two Japanese auctions rolling. Somebody asked about Sgt. Pepper's. This is it. It's a Japanese Sgt. Pepper's. It is EAS 80558, UK flag series. It is very nice. It's Near Mint and Pristine. It has no marks on the vinyl. It also has the original Sgt. Pepper cutout sheet. It has the Japanese insert. It has the original black apple inner sleeve. Very nice cover, no foxing. A very, very clean Japanese pressing of Sgt. Pepper's, and that is a $55 start. That is a $55 start. Striper, by the way, $76.80. Fred Carnell, your bid on the Who came in late. Striper's at $81. Jeremiah Stachitz wants the ELO for $14.99. Sgt. Pepper's is a $55 start. We have B.B. King, Rock Me Baby. B.B. King is $14.99. That's on the Kent label from 1984. $14.99. Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. Awesome cover. That is near mint. Gatefold, textured cover, $14.99. Elton John, his self-titled first album. This is an MCA press, but for $14.99. Not bad whatsoever. Elton John. B.B. King, live on stage. Another B.B. King. That's on a yellow Kent label. Also no condition notes, $19.99. And the Yes album. I don't like discounting Yes albums, but I had to on this. $14.99 on the Yes album. Gatefold, OG label. The Dave Brubeck Quartet, Bossa Nova USA in shrink wrap. Original Columbia 2i, $14.99. Update on our auction. Striper 85, Striper 83, Beatles 55, Striper 86, Sgt. Pepper 60, Striper 87. Thomas Bowman first to the Elton John for $14.99. John Stevens first to Yes at $14.99. Barry Seagrave second on Yes. Scott's at $90. That's $91 on Striper. And Cynthia wants the Dave Brubeck Quartet. We have B.B. King Live with Darren Davis. Okay, next is 25 years of recorded comedy, $14.99. 25 years of recorded comedy, $14.99. Mutant Cats from Hell, that's a VG copy, $14.99. Mutant Cats from Hell, that's a VG copy, $14.99. The Beatles is now at 65, Striper's at 93. I don't like discounting Yes albums, especially this one. 1841 Broadway address, OG label of Fragile, $14.99. Robert Palmer, Heavy Nova. First track is Simply Irresistible. We also have 10 Years After, Alvin Lee and Company. This is $14.99, 10 Years After. Okay, lots of activities in the comments. Striper's at 93, Beatles is at 62. Donnie Moore put 25, that's 25 years of recorded comedy. Sgt. Pepper's is at 66, Striper's at 95. Rhonda was first to Yes, Barry Seagrave is second. Mark Fallon first to Robert Palmer. Autumn Betts wants the Mutant Cats from Hell. John Lill, you were second on Robert Palmer. And Sgt. Pepper's is at 70. 70, Craig wants Mono One Step. Did I miss something earlier? Right here, Craig. I saw your comment for Mono, and I wasn't for sure what that was. That is the name of the artist. Thank you. That is sold to Craig Thomas. He knows more about that than I do, which I'm not. Some of these records, I show them and I tell what they are, and somebody's like, Chad, that's the name of the artist, not the album. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. So the name of the artist is Mono. Learn something new every day. Here's our next Japanese auctions. I may have grabbed the wrong handful. I think I grabbed some of the stuff I meant to auction in lots. I did. Let me grab some from the front here. I've got a really odd one in here. I mean, talk about something odd. When I show it, I don't know if anybody will want it, but it's very odd. Next, these are all $6.99. $6.99. Men Without Hats, Pop Goes the World. Back to $6.99 picture sleeve. There's Men Without Hats. Elvis Costello, White Label Promo. This is Tokyo Storm Warning. Part 1, White Label Promo, Elvis Costello. Whitney Houston, Didn't We Almost Have It All? Sade, Smooth Operator. Another Whitney Houston, Saving All My Love for You. And Aztec Camera, Deep and Wide and Tall. Those are all $6.99, all picture sleeves. Elvis Costello is in the Columbia Company sleeve, $6.99. $6.99. Let's figure out where we're at on our auctions over here. Back up to the top, and we'll start tagging some of these. Sgt. Pepper's was at 72. Sgt. Pepper's is at 75. Striper's at 96. Striper's at 97. Donnie Moore was first to Men Without Hats. $6.99 starts that. Paul Tanner. Brandon Jackson was second. Rich Shockley was third. Donnie Moore first on EC, which was Elvis Costello. So that goes to Donnie Moore. This goes to Donnie Moore. Rudder Butter is going to be first to the Sade Smooth Operator. That's sold to Rudder Butter. David Howard second, Brad Bolin third, Toby Grimm fourth, Brian C. fifth, Mike Massey first to Aztec Camera, and Brad Bolin was second. Chris Carday, you were seventh on Sade, and Larry Smith is going to get both Whitney Houstons. $6.99, $6.99. Denise was second on that. New bids on Striper. Shane Devers has it for $100. Sgt. Pepper's is on a final call. Christopher Morris has this for $75. Joe Maynard, let me know if you're in or out. I think that's where we're at on this. It looks like it. $75, Christopher Morris on Sgt. Pepper's. That is a very, very nice Japanese pressing. Back to the $14.99 bin. Back to the $14.99 bin for just a second. Then I'm going to show some more 45s. I've also got sealed records to show you. We have Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap for $14.99. Charlie Daniels, T. John Grease, and Wolfman. This is a second cover. The original cover is actually pretty tough to find. It has a picture of Charlie Daniels on the front. That's a reissue. Very clean copy, though, $14.99. Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway, Big Barn Bed, My Love's on there, $14.99, gatefold. Also, B.B. King, L.A. Midnight, in shrink wrap, B.B. King, and The In Search of the Lost Chord, a classic, The Moody Blues, $14.99. All in the Family, that's in shrink wrap. It also has a lyric insert with it, $14.99, and the Bee Gees' Greatest, and that has all of the hits from Saturday Night Fever, Jive Talkin', you name them, it's on that compilation, $14.99. Okay, John Miller, First to Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. That sold to John Miller for $14.99. Brian Ligon was second. Michael Potts bid $90 on Sgt. Pepper's. Scott Sneed wants Bill Nelson from the last crate. I think I can find that right quick. That was in the $6.99 bin. I don't want to forget about it because if I do, it might get buried and we might not ever see it again. So let me try to find that Bill Nelson for him. Where are you, Bill Nelson? It was one of the first records right here, Bill Nelson. That was originally marked 1999. And Tanner, I'm going to set this off to the side because it's $6.99. So I'll put that right there, and that was for Scott Sneed. Sgt. Pepper's is at $100. Then Barry Seagraves gets the Bee Gees for $14.99. John Lill was second. Cynthia Herdren first on All in the Family. Denise was second. Mark Fallon wants the Macca, which is short for Paul McCartney. Michael Potts is out on Sgt. Pepper's, and Thomas Bee Gees is already sold. And we have Striper is at $100. Now, Rebecca was also bidding. Has Rebecca said in or out? Rebecca Barber, you're out on Striper. That's a final call for $100, and I think that's where we're at on Sgt. Pepper's. These are both possibly about to be sold for $100, Sgt. Pepper's and Striper. It's time for... I'll go ahead and introduce our next auction because I think these are on the tail end. I don't know. This is very unique. There's none on eBay. There's none on Discogs because there's not a Discogs listing. This is a Roger Federer, yes, the tennis player, with the DJ Money Mark. And this was only sold in a tennis racket like box set. It was like this huge $500, $600, $700 tennis racket from Wilson. And it included like a book that I think was signed by Roger. This 45, which is some kind of commercial song or something. So this was only in this tennis racket box set. So it's Roger Federer meets Money Mark. Now, if somebody can find one on eBay, and if someone can find one on Discogs, I'll be surprised. I spent a good 15 minutes, and of course, I found it on Google. It was sold in a tennis racket box set. And the name of the song is Play Your Heart Out and Chum Jetsy. And of course, this is the DJ, Money Mark, and that's Roger Federer. Now, I don't think he's singing or anything. I think his name's just attached to it. And it was sold with like this tennis racket box set. That is a $10 start. $10 start if anybody wants it. No Discogs listing, and it's also not on eBay. I can't really find where one has sold by itself. And if you wanted that, you had to buy the tennis racket. Okay, Sgt. Pepper's, I think we're done. Sgt. Pepper's is sold to Christopher Morris for $100, and Striper is sold to Shane Devers for $100. Those sold. So if anybody's interested in the Roger Federer record, $10 start on that. Let's go ahead and put up a new Japanese auction. Let's do something that's been requested a lot, and I hadn't got to it yet, which I think is Heart. Heart is going to be a $45 start. Heart is a $45 start. The only thing bad I can really say about it is it does have a corner ding. It does have a corner smush. Other than that, it's a really nice copy of Dreamboat Annie. It's a $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has a 2-page flip with it. It's a gatefold. Awesome pictures of the band. What a band. What an album. $45 start, Heart, Dreamboat Annie. That is now up for bid. I could listen to side 1 over and over and over. That's a $45 start. Roger Federer is a $10 start if anybody has any interest whatsoever in that. And let's put up some more 45s. I've got plenty to auction. The first one is going to be REM Stand. $10 start. REM Stand with the picture sleeve. Near mint minus. REM is a $10 start on Stand. $10 start on that. Up for bid. Next, everything in here is $14.99. Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. $14.99. Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. Boney M, Night Flight to Venus. Boney M is $14.99. Night Flight to Venus, $14.99. Ray Charles, A Man and His Soul. That's a deluxe 2-album set in shrink wrap. It's got great Ray Charles music on it. That is only $14.99. The REM B-side is it's Stand, and is it double-sided? No, it's Memphis Train Blues. Memphis Train Blues. Memphis Train Blues. Hearts at 50, 51, and now 55. Everything in here is $14.99, including the Yardbirds Shapes of Things, a collection of classic Yardbird recordings, 64 to 66. Also, I got 2 copies. I'm going to show them at the same time. They're both pretty much identical, very clean vinyl. That's Crosby, Stills, and Nash Replay. I got 2 of those, $14.99 and $14.99. Thomas Dolby, Blinded by Science. She Blinded Me by Science, $14.99. Barry Seagrave gets the Yardbirds, $14.99. ELO, On the Third Day, ELO is $14.99. Donnie Moore gets Thomas Dolby. If anybody wants to do Roger Federer, $10. I would actually prefer nobody to bid, because at this point, I'm going to run it on a $10 eBay auction and see where it ends up. It may not get a bid. It may. I don't know. But if anybody wants it, I'll sell it now for $10. That's Roger Federer. Mark Fallon's at 20 on REM. Michael Nath said he'll take it for 10. That's okay. Michael Nath, I don't know really what you have here. It's not really any listing for it anywhere, so enjoy. That's sold to Michael Nath for $10. Hearts at 65. Paul Gill wants the Ray Charles out of here. That's $14.99. Joe Hawkins, You Were Second to the Yardbirds. We have the Butterfield Blues Band live, $14.99. Butterfield Blues Band. And Go Now, the Moody Blues, Blue London label. That's the Moody Blues first album, $14.99. Hearts at 70. Final Call on REM at 20. Final Call on REM at 20. Michael Nath also wants the Butterfield Blues Band for $14.99. Night Ranger, Dawn Patrol. Night Rain, Dawn Patrol is $14.99. And the Modern Jazz Quartet, the legendary Profile, Modern Jazz Quartet, $14.99. My bad, there's one more. We can't forget about Neil. Comes a Time, VG Plus Condition. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. And he does Lot of Love, which was made popular by Nicolette Larson, $14.99. Mark Fallon wants Go Now by the Moody Blues. That's sold for $14.99. John Smetzer said he'll take one of the CSNs. That's sold to John Smetzer. Joe Maynard's out on Heart. And Michael Nath has Heart, Dreamboat Annie for $70. A beautiful copy. I don't think anybody's going to be outbidding Mark on this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, Mark escaped with an REM record. Mark this moment in history. That's at $70 with Michael Nath. Final call on that. Let's go ahead and grab another 45. Not much love for Roger Federer. He didn't do a lot of music, but this guy did. This is Michael Jackson, Off the Wall. Now, this is interesting. I was like, man, I can't figure out what this is. Michael Jackson put out a 9-piece 45 single collection one time. I've never seen that together. I've only ever had individually. Evidently, he released like a 9-piece colored vinyl single collection. I have never had that all together. I always have them here and there. I guess people split it up, let friends borrow them, etc., etc. But this is on red vinyl. It's near mint minus. It's Michael Jackson, Off the Wall. And the tracks are Working Day and Night and Off the Wall. That's on red vinyl. That's a $10 start. $10 start, 1979, and that is UK. Also, that was released in the UK. One reason you don't see it a lot around here is because it was released in the UK. So that's a single from that collection. Hard is sold to Michael Nath for $70. Howie Hisner wants the Night Ranger Dawn Patrol for $14.99. Let's get another Japanese auction going. We still got incredible sealed stuff. A few more to auction, but mostly buy it nows. But first, we're going to do Docking under lock and key. Docking is a very nice copy. This is going to be a $65 start for under lock and key. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a beautiful copy, near mint minus and pristine. It has the obi. It also has a crisp mint Japanese insert with it, and the original lyric printed inner sleeve or Japanese insert with a picture of the band. That is a $65 start. Now, let's do a very quick recap of everything left in the $14.99 bin. Condition of B.B. King, L.A. Midnight. There's some great records still left in here. Heavy discounts at $14.99. Some are $5 off, like this one. This is $5 off sticker. Some are $15 off sticker. This is in shrink wrap, no condition notes, $14.99, Michael Swinger. So here's what's left in the $14.99 bin. I think Jimmy's bidding on Michael Jackson. If so, Jimmy's at 10 on Michael Jackson, going twice, going 3 times. I'm looking for a $65 start on Docking. If it don't get a bid here soon, we'll make it a buy it now. Brinsley Schwartz, $14.99. Brinsley Schwartz, Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road, $14.99. Black Oak, Arkansas was $14.99. Steve Winwood, self-titled, his near mint, or his debut album at his near mint, $14.99. Yes, there's some like little specks on the cover, but that's their 90125 album with Owner of a Lonely Heart. Jay Giles, Love Stinks, $14.99. And Chad and Jeremy of Cabbage and Kings. That's a little bit harder one to get. 8081, Pat Metheny with Others. And B.B. King, Rock Me Baby. Docking is a $65 start. Michael Swanger said he will take it. That's sold to Michael. Christopher, you were second on that. Barry Seagrave says he'll take yes. That's sold to Barry Seagrave. Also, the Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. Alvin Lee, 10 Years After, $14.99. Charlie Daniels, T. John Grease, and Wolfman. The Moody Blues, a very nice copy of In Search of the Lost Chord. Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak. Boney M, Night Flight to Venus. Surprised no one grabbed that. One copy left of Crosby, Stills, and Nash Replay. ELO on the Third Day. Modern Jazz Quartet. And Neil Young, Comes a Time. Jimmy LaCroix gets the Michael Jackson for $10. If anybody wants Docking, it's a $10 buy it now. It's a $10 buy it now. And Jimmy, I believe, well, he never did say yes, he was bidding. Carlene bid 10. Jimmy, I need to confirm that you were bidding 10 on this. If you were bidding 10, then that's sold to you. If not, we're going to give it to Carlene. And we have several people on Docking. I'm surprised no one bid because several people just missed out on it. And that goes to John Mincemoyer. I'm going to lay that right there. That's $65. Very quickly sold. Nick was second. Scott was third. Ken was fourth. All right, moving along. We got a lot more to go through. Next, we're going to do a blowout crate of vintage sealed for just $11.99. Everything in this crate is going to be sealed for $11.99. Not before I put up the crate so I can lay some 45s out for $6.99 auction. So yeah, everything in here is going to be $11.99. Everything in here is sealed. And Christopher missed the first B.B. King, but he said he'll take the other. It's still available. Consider it sold to you. B.B. King is sold to Christopher Brescia for $14.99. That's Rock Me Baby. I will say that's a later album, but I don't think I've seen that as much. That's sold to Christopher. All right, let's get some new auction. Before I show 45s, let's get some new auctions going. We did one Docking. Let's go ahead and do another. Maybe if you missed out on that one, you might want to go ahead and bid early on this one. This is Docking Tooth and Nail. $65 start, very clean, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It has the Japanese insert with it, and it has the other Japanese insert with it. $65 start on Docking Tooth and Nail. Now that's an album, unless you've bought the box set, that album has never been reissued. I'm pretty sure in the last 10, 15 years maybe. That album's never been reissued. And I have other 45s to get to. We'll do Run DMC, Walk This Way. Run DMC, Walk This Way with the picture sleeve, $10 start on that. $10 start on Run DMC, Walk This Way. $65 start on Docking. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'm about to show everything in this crate sealed for $11.99. They're all sealed. I'll let you know if they have cutouts. But first, I'm going to do some $6.99 45s. These are all $6.99. Dear God, Maj Uri? I'm not for sure what that is. But it's 1988 from Chrysalis, $6.99. The Pointer Sisters, Dare Me. The Pointer Sisters, Dare Me, $6.99. Janet Jackson, What Have You Done For Me Lately? Janet is $6.99. I've Had the Time of My Life, Dirty Dancing, $6.99. Billy Ocean from The Jewel of the Nile, the theme song from that. I've got 2 Rod Stewarts, Forever Young. They're both identical, near mint. Rod Stewart picture sleeves. And let me go ahead and do one more. Adrian Belew. That is Oh Daddy. Adrian Belew. That is $6.99. All right, I've got some other really cool stuff here in the $9.99 bins, and I got more stuff to auction as well. Let's start tagging these. These are all $6.99. Back up to the top, though, we had Dockin at 65, Run DMC at 10. Jimmy, you did get the Michael Jackson, Run DMC 10, Run DMC 15. Michael Massey first to Deer, or Midge. That's sold to Mike Massey for $6.99, Run DMC 15. Mark Fallon first to Janet Jackson. That's sold to Mark Fallon for $6.99. John Lill second, Jimmy LaCroix third. John Nazarko first on Dirty Dancing. We have Denise, you were next on Janet Jackson, Run DMC 17. We have John Nazarko wants a Rod Stewart. John Nazarko gets a Rod Stewart. Brian C. first to Adrian Belew. That's sold to Brian C. Toby Grimm was second. John Lill gets a Rod Stewart. James Raynard, you were third, only had 2. Run DMC's at 18. That leaves the Pointer Sisters, Jeremy, and Billy Ocean. From the 20th Century Fox, Jewel of the Nile, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. That's the actual name of the track. And the Pointer Sisters, Jeremy. That's the only 2 left out of there for $6.99. Now, Dockin has got to be on a final call. We only had 1 bid. John Mintzmoyer, he got the last one. This is a final call for $65. Run DMC, we got 2 bids at $20. Mark Fallon was in first. Shane Devers was second. Everything in here is $11.99, and they're all sealed. $11.99. Edgar Winter Group. No cutouts, no saw marks, no punch holes. When I say that, that means this was not a cutout record. This was an originally sealed record, and it was a retail copy, and it never did get punched out. Did not get Adrian. Let me see here. Adrian Belew. Brent, you're actually not on my feed anywhere. AB, Brian C. got Adrian Belew. Toby Grimm was second, and your comment never did come in. I couldn't give it to you because I can't see it. It wasn't on my feed. Run DMC 22, Dockin 66, Run DMC 25. Tracy McFadden first to Edgar Winter. Think about this. These are all sealed. They've never been opened. And like I've said before, for these prices, for some of these titles, open them up. Mint copies for $11.99. If these were open, you know, that's what I'm saying. These are like blowout prices. $11.99. Mac Wiseman, New Traditions Volume 1, $11.99. Mac Wiseman, New Traditions Volume 1, $11.99. Spiral T. Agnew, The Speeches That Stirred America, spoken word from the Vice President, $11.99. Nashville Sights and Sounds. This is a Nashville tourism record, but it has an introduction by Chet Atkins. It's got a 40-page book with it as well, $11.99. Kim Carnes, Crazy in the Night. This is a 12-inch single, $11.99. Kim Carnes. Dave for Decision, Lloyd Green and his steel guitar, $11.99. Pure Prairie League, Just Fly. Does have a small saw mark on it right there. Pure Prairie League is $11.99. Welcome to Mel Tillis Country. Country Music 1976 Entertainer of the Year. Sealed, $11.99. And captured live on stage, Diana Ross and the Supremes. Sealed, 2 LPs, $11.99. John's at 80 on Dockin, final call. Run DMC's at 27 with Shane Devers. Shane's out on Dockin, so Dockin is about to be sold for 80. Paul Gill wants the Mac Wiseman. These are all sealed for $11.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Don't Look Down, $11.99. Cat Stevens, Is It So? Cat Stevens is $11.99. Also, Boomtown Rats. Boomtown Rats is sealed, unopened, no saw marks, no cutouts, $11.99. Also, the Manhattan Transfer, that's $11.99, has a punch hole there, $11.99. And Average White Band, Feel No Fret, sealed, $11.99. Denise Harrison wants DR. DR was Diana Ross. That is sold to Denise Harrison. Fred Carnell gets Boomtown Rats. These are all $11.99. We have Walk This Way, Run DMC, a 12-inch single with the picture sleeve. Final call on that. Shane Devers has it for $27. John Mintzmoyer gets the Dockin for $80. That's sold to John Mintzmoyer. Next Japanese auction. We're about to have to start doing 3 at a time, possibly, to get through all these. Next is Yes, 90125. I think we can keep up with 3 auctions. It might get a lot of activity because we're almost done with the 45 auctions, and then we'll have nothing but the Japanese stuff, which is some killer titles. Probably one of the better batches we've had in a while. First is Yes, 90125. It's a Japanese pressing for a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It's a really nice copy. This is Yes, 90125. You'll be very happy with that. It has an obi with it. It has the Japanese insert, and it has the original. It has 2 inserts. It has a lyric insert, and it has the Japanese insert. Cover and obi. Yes is a $35 start. All right. Next is Run DMC, and that is a final call at $27. I'm about to sell it. Everything in here is sealed, and it's $11.99. Harry Chapin, short stories. Harry Chapin is $11.99. Jesse Coulter, Diamond in the Rough. Jesse Coulter is sealed. That was originally $26.99. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these are really like discounted, and they hadn't been put out that long, but we have so many sealed records laying around. Sheena Easton, that's also sealed for $11.99. And David LaFlamme, Inside Out, sealed $11.99. Mel Tillis' Greatest Hits, that's also $11.99. The Pure Prairie League is Just Fly. Just Fly. Just Fly. The Iron Maiden is sold. Kenny Rogers in the first edition, Tell It All Brother. Kenny Rogers and the first editions, sealed $11.99. Run DMC is sold to Shane Devers for $27. Denise Harrison gets Sheena Easton for $11.99. If anybody wants Yes, it's a $35 buy it now. No bid. $35 buy it now on Yes 90125. If anybody wants that, it's available. $35 buy it now. Also, New Generation, the Chambers Brothers. The Chambers Brothers, sealed, unopened, $11.99. And the Don Harrison Band, also sealed, $11.99. Brandon Jackson gets the Yes for a $35 buy it now. Jeremiah Stachitz was Yes. And Michael Nath gets the Pure Prairie League for $11.99. We have more Japanese auctions to get to. I also have a couple more 45s. Motley Crue is about a VG Plus, but it is a white label promo of Home Sweet Home. It's a promo copy, double-sided, of Home Sweet Home. This is a $5 start very quickly on Motley Crue. $5 start on that. Home Sweet Home, VG Plus condition. Also, we have Tom Petty, Long After Dark. Now, we don't get a lot of Tom Petty Japanese pressings, including this one. It's a $45 start. It's a very clean Japanese copy. It has the cover, of course. I always say that like it doesn't have a cover with it. But it also has the 2-page Japanese flips. Somebody has taped those together. Really nice cover, as you can see. Tom Petty is a $45 start. All right, next is Thomas Bowman. He takes the Mel Tillis Greatest Hits for $11.99. Fred Carnell gets the Chambers Brothers for $11.99. Sean Netzel's at $10 on Motley Crue. Tom Petty's at $45. We have Leo Sayer, $11.99. Also, Kenny Rogers and the first editions. Kenny Rogers and the first editions. That is $11.99. These are all sealed. If you're just hopping on, we're doing a crate of sealed records for $11.99. $11.99. Johnny Rivers, Outside Help, in or with the hype sticker, $11.99 on that. Tom Petty's at $50. Jeff Johnson's at $15 on the Motley Crue. White label promo, VG Plus condition. Captain and Tennille, Make Your Move, also sealed for $11.99. Aphrodisia. Yeah, I think. Arthur Lyman, sealed, $11.99. Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits Volume 3, sealed, $11.99. And we have Four Tops, Changing Times. That is sealed, $11.99. Final Call on Motley Crue for $15, and Final Call on Tom Petty for $50. Judy Collins, Home Again, that's $11.99. Also, Neil Diamond from the soundtrack from Johnston Livingston Seagull, shrink wrapped. Of course, it's sealed. Hop sticker. I want to say shrink wrapped on all these sealed records, but they're all shrink wrapped. They're all shrink wrapped. They're sealed. A lot of them do have hop stickers, though, too. Neil Diamond is sealed, $11.99. Final Call on Motley Crue for $15. John Lill gets Tony Bennett. He was first to that. Brad Boland gets the Arthur Lyman. That was sealed for $11.99. Ken, you were second on Tony Bennett. Tom Petty's at $53. Neil Diamond is sold to Thomas Bowman. Sean's out. Motley Crue sold to Jeff Johnson for $15. That's sold to Jeff Johnson for $15. How about some Bon Jovi? You Give Love a Bad Name. I think somebody saw this in the hype post and maybe thought it was the full album. It's not. It's a single from the album, Raise Your Hands, and the A-side, the hit, is You Give Love a Bad Name. Bon Jovi, picture sleeve, near mint minus vinyl, $10 start on Bon Jovi. Denise is out on Tom Petty. Thomas has that for $53. Also a final call. Tom Petty's at $53. Little River Band, that is sealed for $11.99. We have Tanya Tucker, Would You Lay with Me in a Field of Stone? Sealed with hop sticker, $11.99. And a Comedy Spectacular, 1941, sealed, $11.99. Bon Jovi, we have Mark Fallon at 20, 10 and 10. Mark's at 20, and Brent Robley, new bidder on Tom Petty at 55. Thomas Hujar, you're out. Donnie Moore is first on Tanya Tucker. Brandon Jackson first on 1941. Brian Ligon, you were second. Linda Lamb, you were second on TT. Linda Lamb. Now, I think I've got one more 11.99er. I do. Super Sox 75, a Budweiser promotional record from the Boston Red Sox. That's $11.99. Now, let me take a peek. Okay. Yeah, these next ones I were going to auction. These are ones I hadn't got to auction yet, so I'm just going to make them, except for these front two. There's two exceptions, but these next are going to be $19.99. Before I get into those, let me go through the $11.99 stuff one more time. First, John Smetzer gets the Red Sox. Thomas, let me know if you're in or out on that. And we also have a final call on Bon Jovi for 20, Mark Fallon. Let's go through the $11.99 stuff one more time. Then I've got some $19.99 sealed. These are even better titles. These are $11.99. They're all sealed. Little River Band, Judy Collins, The Four Tops from Motown, Captain and Tennille, Johnny Rivers, Kenny Rogers in the first editions, Leo Sayer, Don Harrison, Kenny Rogers in the first editions, David LaFlamme, Jesse Coulter, Harry Chapin, Average White Band, Manhattan Transfer, Cat Stevens, also Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Mel Tillis, Lloyd Green and his steel guitar, Kim Carnes, Chet Atkins, the Nashville Tourism record, and Spyro T. Agnew. Mark Fallon gets the Bon Jovi for $20. We still got bidding going on Tom Petty. Thomas is back in at 56. Brent, you're out. Our next Japanese auction is going to be the Beatles' Hey Jude. This is also known as, I think, the Beatles again. This is Hey Jude, which is unreleased singles on albums and B-sides such as Hey Jude, Oh Brown Shoe, Don't Let Me Down, Paperback Rider, Rain. Some of my favorites. That is a $55 start. $55 start. It is a Japanese press, US flag series number 25. It has the Japanese insert with it. That is a US flag series number 25. It's a $55 start. $55 start. Let me grab the sleeve that I dropped. Tom Petty's at 56, 57. Cheap Trick Japanese. Tracy on deck. And Mary Chapin. No, I said Harry Chapin. Brian Miller's at 60 on Hey Jude. Tom Petty's at 59. We still got a copy of Duran Duran Rio to auction. Now, let's do some sealed for $19.99. $19.99. We have Loverboy, sealed with hop sticker. No saw marks and no cutouts. Keep it up. Sealed. Loverboy with hop sticker. $19.99. Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. That's a Columbia Special Products compilation. $19.99. Johnny Cash. These are sealed for $19.99. Hall & Oates, Voices, sealed with hop sticker. Kiss on My List, You Make My Dreams. Very cool Voices. It's partially torn here. These are all $19.99. Shane Devers gets Johnny Cash for $19.99. Brent's out on Tom Petty, and I'm selling this to Thomas for $59 in 5, 4, 3, 2, sold to Thomas Hujar for $59. Brian Miller has Hey Jude for $60. That's a final call. Rod L. Martin gets the Hall & Oates for $19.99. We also have Waylon and Jesse, Leather and Lace, sealed. It's a Canadian pressing, $19.99. Tommy Two-Tone with the 8675309 Genie hop sticker, $19.99. Shane Devers gets the Waylon for $19.99. Also, Elton John, Victim of Love, sealed. Elton John, it does have a small saw mark up at the top. Boy, I'm late showing this, but I've got a ZZ Top autograph. We had this pre-authenticated at JSA. We actually have a connection at JSA, so we're able to send some stuff or get some stuff pre-screened And they're like, yes, it's real. If you want to send it in, we'll give you a letter. So I had a feeling it's real. This came from that South Carolina collection. I've been meaning to show this for a while. It is signed by Billy Gibbons and Dusty Hill. Unfortunately, it is not signed by Frank Beard. If you get 3 ZZ Top autographs together, that's really, really cool. I think I've had one before. I think we auctioned a signed all 3 ZZ Top here before. It was not cheap. But this is an autographed CD cover from Greatest Hits. I don't have the case or the CD anymore. It's just a CD cover. This guy had it in a really nice frame, but I went ahead and took it out so we could ship it a lot easier. This is autographed by Billy Gibbons and Dusty Hill of ZZ Top. And I guarantee that to be 100% authentic. And if you ever do have it authenticated and they don't give you the approval, I'll give you your money back. It is a $25 start. It is autographed by Billy Gibbons and Dusty Hill of ZZ Top. That's a $25 start. Let's go ahead and sell Hey Jude to Brian Miller for $60. Shane Deaver's got the Waylon. Donnie Moore got the Tommy Two-Tone for $19.99, and Thomas Bowman got the Elton John. These are all sealed. Now, like I said, consider this with these sealed records. For $19.99, you can open it and have a near mint record. What would some of these cost new? New Elton John albums. This stuff's not cheap. I think reissues of Victim of Love would probably be like $35. That was an original for just $19.99. We have Lead Belly. This is the Archive of Folk Jazz Music, sealed. I originally had that marked for $35. It is sealed for $19.99. Also, no saw marks, no cutouts, Lead Belly. Early Cream of Eric Clapton, Jack Bruce, and Ginger Baker, also sealed, $19.99. Kinda Kinks, sealed. It's a Canadian press, Kinda Kinks, $19.99. First to Lead Belly was Michael Naff. Brent Robley was at 50 on ZZ Top. Chris DeMoss is at 55. Let me take a quick pause and figure out what I have left in 45 auctions. Actually, let me take a quick pause altogether and show some more $6.99 45s so we can keep that balanced. I've still got some great $6.99 45s for you. I've still got some great ones here. Let me get caught up in the comments, though. 55 on ZZ Top. Michael Naff got Lead Belly. Brent second. Toby third. Barry Seagraves is going to get the Cream. That's also $19.99. Before I do some $6.99 45s, let me do our next auction, which is something I was going to pull out of here. I should really save this for Christmas time, but it's one of the most requested records come Christmas time, and that is the David Bowie, Bing Crosby, Little Drummer Boy, Peace on Earth. This is an original. Actually, Fantastic Voyages in mono. It is in mono. It's a UK. It definitely looks like a UK. It has a UK spindle plug. And I believe this is UK. Let's see here. We're going to call it UK. That's a $20 start. That's David Bowie, Bing Crosby, Peace on Earth, or Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy. Kind of one and the same. That's a $20 start. That's now up for auction. Kinks is an import. Yes, it's on Marble Arch, and it's a Canadian pressing, sealed for $19.99. Next, for $19.99, sealed Beatles live at the Star Club, Hamburg, Germany. It's a 1982 Dutch pressing, $19.99 on the Beatles. Kansas, Vinyl Confession, sealed, $19.99. I just remembered I didn't have Tracy McFadden's Cheap Trick Japanese on deck. Let me go ahead, and somebody requested a Santana as well. We got Cheap Trick. There's Santana. Let's get Cheap Trick. I got our next 2 Japanese pressings on deck. I've also didn't do our $6.99 45s. We got a lot we're showing tonight. David Bowie, 2020, 22, 21, and Brian C. is going to get the Beatles for $19.99. David Bowie's at 25. We're at 60 on ZZ Top autographs, and that's signed by Billy Gibbons. Put that on the back. Signed by Billy Gibbons and Dusty Hill, and that is at a 60 with Chris DeMoss. Okay, $6.99 45s. Eddie Brickell. I think I finally have started saying that right. What Am I? What I Am, and the New Bohemian, $6.99. Jody Watley, Don't You Want Me? Jody Watley, $6.99. Phil Collins, A Groovy Kind of Love. Till Tuesday, Voices Carry, Till Tuesday. Human League, Red, Human League. Also, Information Society, What on Your Mind, or What's on Your Mind. And we have Kenny G. I don't know if I've ever seen a Kenny G picture sleeve. Don't Make Me Wait for It. Vocals by Lenny Williams. Kenny G playing his, what did he play? A clarinet? I think he was a clarinetist. Clarineti. Okay. David Bowie, we was at 25. We also have a request for the Rat EP Japanese. Brent is at 62 on ZZ Top. First to the $6.99 records, Brandon Jackson got Edie Brickell. Mark Fallon was second. Brian C. third. Allen was fourth. John Leal first on Till Tuesday. John Leal first on Till Tuesday, $6.99. Ken Crooker second. John Leal also first on Information Society. John Leal also first to that. Alan Hevelone, you were second on Information Society. And Larry Smith wants the Kenny G. So left in that $6.99 batch is Jody Watley, Phil Collins, and Human League. He plays a saxophone. Well, I guess that is a saxophone. Looks awfully much like a... Y'all sure about that? You sure about that? Human League, Red, Phil Collins, and Jody Watley. I guess clarinet, nothing against clarinet players, but I guess that doesn't sound as soothing as a sax, right? Unless you're Squidward. Unless you're Squidward, right, Seth? Squidward could play the heck out of a clarinet. Y'all ever watch SpongeBob? Man, what a show. What a show. All right. Okay. I'm being overwhelmed. He does play a saxophone. Sorry, Kenny G. Okay. Let me get my bearings correct. I just took another drink of Bang. Brent Robley's at 62 on ZZ Top. Chris DeMoss, I think you're outbid. Brent Robley has this for $62. David Bowie and Bing Crosby. David Bowie and Bing Crosby is at, I think we're done on that. Donnie Moore gets that for $25. Yes, I hadn't had a bid in a while. And that left Human League, Phil Collins, and the other, Jody Watley. Still bidding on ZZ Top, $65. These are sealed records for $19.99. Dolly, Great Balls of Fire, sealed with hop sticker. It does have a small saw mark right there, $19.99. Single Man, Elton John, that is sealed. Elton John, $19.99. Elton John, 21 at 33. Back-to-back Elton Johns, $19.99. Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, that is $19.99. And these last two are $24.99. I need $5 more for these. Van Morrison Wavelength with hop sticker and George Harrison with hop sticker, $24.99 for those last two. Just $5 extra for those. Chris DeMoss gets, he's at 65 on ZZ Top. Thomas Bowman got Dolly Parton for $19.99, Tanner. We have Denise was second, and Shane Devers takes the Van Morrison, and it was $24.99. I'll lay that right there, $24.99 on that. Still bidding on ZZ Top. Our next Japanese auction, we will do Cheap Trick at Budokan first. Cheap Trick at Budokan. This is going to be just, I think the last time I had one of these, I started at 45. Let's start this one at 35. This is Cheap Trick at Budokan, $35 start. It has a inner sleeve with it. It also has the book. There's the very important book that came with this album. Came with both Japanese and U.S. pressings. This is a very nice copy, Cheap Trick at Budokan. A very sought-after record. By no means rare or anything, but that's always something everybody's looking for. Of course, it has that killer live track of Don't I Want, oh my gosh, Want You, Don't You Want Me, I Want You to Want Me. Yes, that is on here. I Want You to Want Me. Thank you. And Surrender, of course. I got all my words mixed up there. What's new? Okay. Chris Kirkley says he'll take the George Harrison. That is sold to Chris Kirkley for $24.99. Cheap Trick, $35. Chris is out on the ZZ Top autograph, so one more time. Brent Robley has this for $67. It's signed by Billy Gibbons and Dusty Hill of ZZ Top. That's $67. If Frank Beard had signed this, it exponentially goes up. If you can get all three on the same, it's just like anybody that's, it'd be like a Rush album being signed by Getty and Alex, just knowing that Neil's not here and it's just you're missing somebody, it would exponentially go up. But still, two very cool autographs on the ZZ Top, just at $67 to Brent Robley. That's a final call. Cheap Trick is at $40. Thomas Bowman wants the last Elton John, which was 21 at 33. Tanner, that was $19.99. Cheap Trick, 41, 45, 46, 50, 51. Now, here's what's left in the $19.99 batch. $19.99 was Loverboy, Keep It Up. Kinda Kinks, $19.99. Kansas, Vinyl Confessions with hop sticker. Elton John, A Single Bed, A Single Man, and Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom. What's up with the Zeppelin? I will sell a Robert Ludwig Led Zeppelin tonight. I've got two. I've got one that's okay, and I've got one that's better. I've got one that's okay, and I've got one that's better. And I'm going to sell the one that's okay tonight, and I'll probably save the one that's better for maybe even a later date. So the first one here, or if y'all want to get crazy, I'll even put up what I think is the better one. But I probably will need a higher start just based on the time of the night and that I really didn't give it advertised. We'll start it. What did the last one bring? Can we pull up, let's see. Let me figure out who got that one, and I'll figure out where to start this one. Okay, we have Out on the Kinks and Out on the Kinks. Barry Seagrave has that for $65. This is sold to Brent for $67. That's sold to Brent for $67. Greg, I was about to say, pull up Greg Rogers' condition. I was about to say, pull up Greg Rogers' invoice. Can I swap the Elton John Single Man for the one I bought last night? You can. So Thomas bought an Elton John Single Man last night. Go ahead and give that to him or swap it out however we need to do that. But he'll take that one as well. Okay, so yeah, the one we had, Greg Rogers got an RLSS and a Lee Holko SS, okay? So Greg, for $325, he got about a VG. He got about a VG RLSS and an LHSS. This is an RLSS, both sides, Monarch press. I have test played it. It looks like VG, and I have test played it. It plays VG+. This one does not skip. It does not jump. It does have background music. It does have background noise, I mean. It definitely has music on it. This is Led Zeppelin 2. I will also guarantee that we will ultrasonically clean it again, and I'll put it in a brand new anti-static. Of course, I should have already had it in one. So this is RLSS. So this is probably the most desirable Robert Ludwig cut. It's a Monarch RLSS on both sides. This is the true first pressing of Led Zeppelin 2. RLSS and RLSS. It's on both sides. And it is cut hot, even with the noise. Lemon Song, the drums and the bass, everything. You've just got to experience one of these. Of course, each ear is its own. I heard somebody in the group, or I seen somebody in the group yesterday said their best sounding copy was the MoFi pressing. But I've listened to one of those before. I haven't listened to one in a while. We've had one before. It's been like 2 years, maybe 3 years. But this is a great sounding record. So I guess to be conservative, we'll call it a VG. Now, I think it plays like a VG+. It is an RLSS, and based on that, I need a $300 start for it, starting bid. Now, we sold one for $325 that I think was even a little bit lesser condition, that was RLSS and LHSS, which was the Lee Hilco. This is the OG true first pressing on that. And if you don't have one, it's not mint. Of course, like we've said before, if this record, if I was saying this was near mint, minus, and pristine, I'd be saying something like an $850 start. This is just a $300 start because of its condition. The cover, too, I was showing Paul, these Monarch presses have the best colors. See how it's a dark purple? They have the best colors on them, too. Also, the top of the jacket, I don't know if that's factory, but the top of the jacket's even purple. It's very odd, and it doesn't look like it's homemade. It looks like it's the bottom and the top of the jacket's purple. Very odd. Thomas is already in at $300. Okay, let's move on and sell the Cheap Trick, the Barry Seagrave, for $65. $65 on that. Greg's had writing on the cover. Yes, that's at $300. And I promise you, it's right now I've got like 5 RLs on hand. That's the best one. Until we get a better one, from here they're just going to go down. That's the next, that is the best one I have. The other one I got behind me, it will be even lesser. That is very good. No skips on that one. That's important with those because sometimes they're really beat up and they may skip. That one does not skip, or it didn't over here on my Music Hall Classic with a Music Hall cartridge. It did not skip. So, okay, let's do a $6.99 crate. We're also going to continue with some Japanese auctions. Thomas is in on that at 300. I do have a few more quick 45s to auction, including a Duran Duran. This is Duran Duran. Is there something I should know? It's a stock copy, near mint, Duran Duran from their first album, self-titled Duran Duran. That's a $10 start. Let's do a $6.99 crate, and then I have a whole nother crate of sealed stuff to show you. But before we do that, I have a $6.99 crate to go through. Everything in this crate is going to be $6.99. And speaking of $6.99, I have more $6.99 45s. Thomas has Led Zeppelin at 300. Duran Duran is a $10 start. Duran Duran is a $10 start. And let me grab another handful of $6.99 45s. I think we're getting into some of the bundles I had. We are. Let me go ahead and get all these together. Okay. If I can get to them. There we go. All righty. Let's see. Comments have been very quiet. Where's everybody watching from? Let's do that right quick. Where's everybody watching from? I got to get everybody woke up for pretty much part 2 that's about to start, because we have a lot more to get through. I've put up a Led Zeppelin 2 and everybody has went quiet. Everybody has went extremely quiet. I guess because we're being in the presence of a copy of Led Zeppelin 2. All right, Thomas may be getting a deal. Greg Rogers is probably like, heck, I might bid on this one too. It's only at $300. And that's why I said I would need a little bit higher starting bid on this one, because I did not really advertise it. I took a bunch of pictures of Led Zeppelin 2s, and I think I was test playing them, but I didn't really say we were going to sell a Led Zeppelin 2 RL mix tonight. And for those watching that don't know, the Robert Lovewood cut was recalled pretty much. Actually, the president of Atlantic Records got home. He bought his daughter this record. It was cut so hot, it knocked off the tone arm off the record. It was cut so hard. The bass on it, Robert Plant's vocals are so loud. And they actually recalled it, and they said, listen, we got to cut this. And of course, that's what we want. We want a very loud, this is a very thorough sounding rock album. You want it loud and proud. Final call, $300. Also, final call if no one bids on Duran Duran for $10. I got Santana Abraxas on deck. We have West Virginia, Atlanta. Rat albums. Rat's coming up. Tim Luddy's been waiting for hours. Coming up. Alabama, Texas. Thomas is watching from his bed. North Carolina. Brent's watching from his den. Ohio, Florida, Texas, bed. West Virginia, Mississippi, St. Louis. Wow, lots of people watching from your bed. Kentucky, Michigan, Washington, Kentucky, Chicago, Kokomo, Arizona, Louisiana, Ohio, Indiana, and we have Led Zeppelin 305. Thomas is at 350. All right, there we go. If anybody wants Duran Duran, it's a $10 buy it now. If anybody wants that, $10 buy it now. Let's do some $6.99 45s. First is George Harrison. Got my mind set on you. $6.99. I got 2 of them. George Harrison. I also got 2 of these. Stars. Sing It, Shout It. This is on yellow vinyl. Stars, Sing It, Shout It, and Subway Terror. Those are $6.99. I got 2 of those. George Harrison. I got 2 copies of Stars. Brandon Jackson wants Duran Duran for $10. And we got Johnny Cash. Sing a Traveling Song. $6.99. Near mint, beautiful copy. And What Is Truth? That is $6.99. And Ray Charles with Willie Nelson, 7 Spanish Angels. Ray Charles with Willie Nelson, 7 Spanish Angels. Also, we have, I'll do that one next so there's no confusion. I've got a bundle for Captain and Tennille. I've got 3 Captain and Tennilles for $14.99. Consider that $5 each. Captain and Tennille. And we have Lonely Tonight, Love Will Keep Us Together, and Muskrat Love. All 3 of those for $14.99. Back up to the top. Brian Miller and Christopher Morris both get a George Harrison. Tanner, these are $6.99 and $6.99. Brent Robley and Brian C. both get a Stars. Those are $6.99 and $6.99. Larry Smith, you were 3rd on George Harrison. Brian C., you were 3rd on Stars. Shane Devers gets the Johnny Cash. Larry Smith wants the CT, which is the Captain and Tennille. And Tanner, all 3 of those for $14.99. Carlene was 2nd. And that leaves Ray Charles with Willie Nelson, if anybody wants that, for $6.99. Update and final call. Thomas Hujar is at $350 on Led Zeppelin 2. This is an RLSS. RLSS on both sides. It's also a Monarch press, which out of all the pressing plants, from what I understand, Monarch is the most desirable. Out of all the pressing plants, Monarch MO down there, and this is RLSS on both sides. For conservative reasons on such an expensive record, we're going to call it a VG, but I promise you'll be happy with it, especially as loud as you're going to play it. That is $350, and it's a final call. Paul Gill gets the Ray and Willie. That was also $699. Santana Abraxas. This is going to be a $45 start. It almost has like a foil-like cover. I don't know if y'all can see that. Also, there's some tonight's nightly nudity. $45 start on Santana Abraxas. And this is the quadraphonic mix. This is the SQ quadraphonic Santana. Beautiful vinyl, near mint minus and pristine. There is the original anti-static sleeve that it was stored in all these years. We've got it in a new Japanese sleeve, and it includes a poster insert. So this doubles as a Santana poster, and it has all the lyrics and information on the back. Or, yeah, lyrics and information as well. That is a $45 start. Quad mix of that. All right, final call on Led Zeppelin. I'm giving that a lot of time. I hate to see these go. By the way, Thomas, I've listened to that like 5 times, especially side 1. Oh, my gosh. Let's do 5 more 45s. Lisa and Cult Jam, Someone to Love Me For Me. Lisa is $699. NXS and Jimmy Barnes, Good Times. NXS, that's from Lost Boys. That's from Lost Boys, by the way. Ray Charles and Clint Eastwood, Beers to You, and the Texas Opera Company. Johnny Cash, Ragged Old Flag, promo. Don't go near the water. That's his narration of Ragged Old Flag. Very cool. Promo, $699. John Lill gets NXS for $699. That's sold to John Lill for $699. Craig Ruth was second. Fred Carnell's at $46 on Santana. Shane Devers gets Johnny Cash. Toby Grimm second. Hendry third. Chris Frazier fourth. That leaves Ray Charles and Clint Eastwood and Lisa and Cult Jam featuring Full Force, Someone to Love Me For Me. That is $699. Santana's at $50. All right, Mr. Hujar, thank you, and I feel like I'm at a Sotheby's auction. All done. Sold. $350, Thomas Hujar. Is anybody interested in bidding on the other one? But first, we got a lot of Japanese stuff to get to. Where are all those Rat records? Also, somebody's been waiting on Duran. Wow, I've got 2 Japanese Cheap Trick at Budokan. There's another one in here. We can either go to the backup bidders or we can just put it up for auction again. Rat, oh my gosh, in shrink wrap. Rat is a $65 start. It is near mint minus, pristine, Japanese pressing and shrink wrap with Obi. The Obi is 100% perfect because it's under the nicely shrink wrapped. And we have this one here. We have that insert. That's a $65 start. There's been some people waiting on that. Fred's out on Santana. David Johnson has that for $50. Final call. Denise Harrison wants the Ray Charles and Clint Eastwood. That's sold for $699. Fred's out on that. The Cure. Yes, I got a Cure 45, don't I? Yes, I do. Rat's a 65 final call. I'm about to sell Santana. So that was the best Led Zeppelin 2 RL that I have on hand. Not saying that these other ones aren't nice, but if you're looking for one better than VG Plus or better, I don't have one. From here, they go VG down. I got some VG minuses and good pluses. Those are very hard. I think, John, as you know, those are very hard to find in high grade. I should have bought that one you had that you sent to me. I should have just went ahead and bought it. I would have kept that one. They're so hard to find in high grade. I'm looking for myself a mint. I've yet to find one, a truly near mint RLSS. I'll even settle for an LHSS on both sides. I've sold a couple. I've sold some for over $1,000. And I regret it because every time I get one, they're beat to heck. That one was not bad. I really like the way that one sounds. And this next one that we have, it's not bad either. The other couple, I think, are pretty rough. We've got to clean them. I have not put them underneath the needle yet, but they're pretty rough. Okay, The Cure, Speak My Language. The Cure has a mark on it right here. Nope. I was about to say, I don't remember that being on there. That's just a flake of vinyl. It is near mint minus. I was about to say, I looked at all these. That is near mint minus. This is The Cure, Love Cats, and Speak My Language. $5 start. $5 start. Okay, Rat 65, Rat 70, Rat 80, Rat 85, Rat 90. New bid on Santana. Chad Van Horn, 55. David, you have been outbid. Chad Van Horn's at 55. Santana, 56. Rat 100. We have sold a striper. But don't we have another one? I think we have another striper, don't we? Rat 105. I had one sold it. It was literally near mint. 985. Yep, that's the one I should have bought from you. I would pay that for one right now. Yes, I would pay that for one right now. I was about to say, if I had one, I said the starting bid would be $850. I'd be nervous putting it out for an $850 start. I would think more like a truly near mint one, like a $1,100 start maybe. Those are so hard to find. Everything in this crate is $6.99. I repeat, $6.99. Everything in this crate. Carla Bonoff, Wild Heart of the Young. Everything in here is $6.99. Poco, A Good Feeling to Know, with the booklet, EX condition, $6.99. Chester and Lester, $6.99. Tammy Faye, Enough is Enough, $6.99. Fats Domino, this is a 2 LP compilation, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Little River Band, Diamantina Cocktail, $6.99. John Denver, Farewell Andromeda, EX, $6.99. And the original Animals, before we were so rudely interrupted. No condition notes on that, about a VG cover, $6.99. Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, $6.99 on Mick Jagger. And Bonnie Tyler, Faster Than the Speed of Night. Bonnie Tyler, $6.99. Okay, Rat was at $115. Ken Crooker's out. Brandon Jackson, you have Rat for $115. Final call. Darren Davis has The Cure for $5. Final call. Who was asking about this earlier? Was it Darren? Brent and Bragg, The Cure. That's at $5. I'm about to sell it. Santana's at $57. Now $58. Out of the $6.99 bin, Eric Self wants the Chester and Lester. Chester and Lester is Chet Atkins and Les Paul. That's sold to Eric Self. Michael Nath first to the Fats Domino. Back to the $6.99 bin. We have the Guess Who number 10, $6.99. The Love and Spoonful's Greatest Hits. Love and Spoonful's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Thomas Bowman wants TF, which was Tammy Faye. That's sold to Thomas Bowman. Is Misunderstood on Animals. No, it's not. The Hollies, Another Night, $6.99. And the Stampeders, Sweet City Woman, $6.99 on the Stampeders. Rick Derringer, Guitars and Women, $6.99. Also, the Doobie Brothers Stampede, $6.99. New bid, Chris DiLorenzo's at $6 on the Cure single. Darren Davis, you're out. Chad's out on Santana. Darren Davis wants the Bonnie Tyler. That's sold to Darren Davis for $6.99. Tanner. Christopher Morris first on LS, which was Love and Spoonful. Larry Smith, you were second. Let's sell Rat for $115 to Brandon Jackson. Congratulations, Brandon. Also, let's go ahead and sell the Santana to David Johnson. Very cool quad mix on that one. That's sold to David Johnson for $58. The Cure is at $6. Final call on that. Darren is Doobie Brothers. Doobie Brothers was next. Brian C. gets that for $6.99. Let's put up two new auctions. Here's what's left in the Japanese bin. Listen very carefully. This is what's left. Another copy of Santana Abraxas. Eagles One of These Nights. Aerosmith. Cheap Trick. Elvis. Cheap Trick self-titled, by the way. Elvis Golden Records, Rainbow, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, Bob Dylan, Planet Waves, Led Zeppelin, Song Remains the Same, Duran Duran, Seven and the Ragged Tiger, Kiss, Destroyer, Duran Duran, Rio, Billy Idol, Vital Idol, The Runaways, Tom Petty, Tears for Fears, Cheap Trick at Budokan, a James Bond record, The Best of Grand Funk, The Best of Blondie, Get Your Yayas Out, The Stones, Boston self-titled, Yes, Yesterday's, Star Wars, Kiss, Ace Frehley, Queen 2, Rat Out of the Cellar, and Led Zeppelin Presents. Whoa, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's like what we usually start a whole night with. Okay, I've got a couple more 45s. First, I've got 3 Olivia Newton-Johns. Once again, I'm going to do a bundle discount, $14.99. Olivia Newton-John, Olivia Newton-John, and Olivia Newton-John. All three of those for $14.99. Also, we have the Carpenters, the Carpenters, the Carpenters, the Carpenters, and the Carpenters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for $19.99. 5 Carpenters 45s for $19.99. Touch Me When We're Dancing, Rainy Days and Mondays, Superstar, Merry Christmas Darling, and Hurting Each Other. Those are all $19.99. All right, let's see here. We have Rainbow. Michael Thomas wants the Animals. That was the Animals record out of here. Let me pull that before that gets out of place. That sold to Michael Thomas for $6.99. Michael Anderson requested Cheap Trick and Cheap Trick. Jared requested Kiss, Kiss. Tom Petty, the Ya-Ya's, Olivia Newton-John. These are sold to Larry Smith for $14.99. These are sold to Larry Smith for $19.99. The Cure is sold for $6 to Chris DiLorenzo. That's sold to Chris DiLorenzo for $6. I have a clean slate. We definitely need to do some auctions. We had more than 3 requests for Kiss, I believe. So let's do that. And I think I saw a request for Tom Petty, Pack Up the Plantation, which is always a Tom Petty. Like I said, we don't get many of those. And let's show Kiss Destroyer first, though. Kiss Destroyer. This is a Japanese pressing. Let's take a close look at it. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Think y'all are familiar with that by now with our Japanese copies. It has the original insert with it. Very nice cover. Pretty much minimal, if not no signs of wear. It does have a little bit of a ding on the corner, if that matters to you. That is now a $55 start. Kiss Destroyer. $55 start on Kiss Destroyer. And Tom Petty. Now, I don't know if I've had this one in a while. Pack Up the Plantation as a Japanese pressing. The vinyl, you guessed it, near mint minus and pristine Japanese vinyl. It has the Japanese insert with it. Gatefold with Obi. Has a retail sticker up here on the cover. $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Don't go to bed, Larry. We're just getting started in the $6.99 stuff. I got a whole nother crate of discount sealed to go through. Holy moly, we got a lot to show. 60 on Kiss, and Tom Petty's a $55 start. Everything in here is $6.99. $6.99. So Scott Smith, Rick Derringer, Guitars and Women is $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. John Denver, Back Home Again, $6.99. Rick Derringer, sold to Scott Smith, $6.99. Everything in here. Diesel, What's in the Tank? Diesel is $6.99. Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams, $6.99. Utopia, Oops, Wrong Planet, $6.99 on Utopia. Pat Travers, Hot Shot. Pat Travers, just $6.99. Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love, $6.99. Edgar Winter's White Trash, Recycled, $6.99. Kiss is at $65. Tom Petty's at $55. Going once, going twice on both. Pat Travers, Putting It Straight. These are all $6.99. Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman. Black Oak, Race with the Devil. Black Oak, $6.99. Scott Smith on Edgar Winter. Scott Smith got those next two. We have Manfred Mann's Nightingales and Bombers. Manfred Mann is $6.99. Tom Petty's at $60. We have Brian C. on Pat Travers. Pat Travers. Did I have 2 in here? I did have 2. So, hold on a second. Wow, the feed moved quickly on me. So, Scott got Rick Derringer. Scott got Edgar Winter. Brian C., I got 2 Pat Travers. Brian C., let me know if you want Hot Shot or Putting It Straight, or you can have both of them. Jared bid 80 on Kiss. Tom Petty's at 60. Kiss is at 70. Kiss is at 70. We have Brian C. wants Hot Shot. That was $6.99, of course. Christopher Morris on CA. CA was, I'm assuming, well, there is no CA unless it's further back. What was CA? That might have been CS for Cat Stevens. Christopher, let me know if so. By the way, Kiss is at 82. Tom Petty's at 65. No, these are all, none of these are sealed unless I say so. These are all, they could be anything. He did want Cat Stevens. That's sold for $6.99. Denise wants LR and ML. We have LR, which was Linda Ronstadt, and also ML. Was ML something that's already sold? ML was, I don't think there's anything ML left. Next, Denise, let me know what ML was. I think it's already sold, though. You do get Linda Ron. Oh, that was for Mad Love. Okay, my bad. Eric Carmen. Eric Carmen is EX for $6.99. I'll be there. Gary and the Pacemakers. Greg Ken Band continued. If I don't say anything, they're EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Spinners is a VG copy, $6.99. And Fantasy Tommy Rowe, VG Plus, $6.99. We have some people out on Kiss, but we're also still bidding. Joe Maynard's at $95. Brent's out on Tom Petty. Chad Van Horn has that for $65. Chad has that for $65. That's a final call. The Hollies. The Hollies was another night. No condition notes. On sale being $6.99. Rod L. Martin wants Spinners. That's sold to Rod L. Martin. Christopher Brescia wants the Black Oak, Arkansas. That's sold to Christopher Brescia, $6.99. Chubby Checkers Beach Party, VG Plus condition, $6.99. Also, Bruce Coburn, Steel and Fire, $6.99 on Bruce. And the Village People, Live and Sleazy, Near Mint 2LP, just $6.99 on that. Just $6.99 on that. Okay, we have the next batch of 45s. We have officially shown all of the $6.99 stuff. Now we're about to go to $9.99. And these get even better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to do 6. These are 6 $9.99 45s. First, we have Kiss at 105. Chris Frazier's out. Carlene Rollins wants the Village People for $6.99. These are $9.99. We have Eric Clapton, After Midnight. How cool. In the picture sleeve. And I Can't Stand It. Those are actually singles promoting his Crossroads box set. $9.99. Excuse me, let me get that out of my system. $9.99 for Clapton. Hall & Oates is on red vinyl. Jingle Bell Rock. Hall & Oates on red vinyl. David Bowie, Blue Jean on blue vinyl. $9.99. Cyndi Lauper, The Goonies Are Good Enough. Cyndi Lauper with the Goonies song, $9.99. Michael Jackson, The Way You Make Me Feel. That's about an EX, by the way. I think that one's been played. It's about an EX. Michael Jackson, The Way You Make Me Feel. And Prince, I Could Never Take the Place of Your Man. Prince, $9.99. All in picture sleeves, 2 of them on colored vinyl. Those are all $9.99. I think we're done on Tom Petty. Let's go ahead and sell that to Chad Van Horn for $65. That's sold for $65. And before I get started on these, Kiss was at 105 with Jared. Going twice, going 3 times, unless there's another bid on my screen. Shane Devers, first to the Eric Clapton for $9.99. John Lill, first to the Hall & Oates for $9.99. Carlene got P.O. That was for, I don't know. Maybe she meant H.O. for Hall & Oates. I bet she did. Brent Robley was first on Bowie. So Shane got Eric Clapton. John Lill got Hall & Oates. Brent Robley got Bowie. Michael Thomas first on Cyndi Lauper. Nick Bargeron was second. Craig Thomas gets Prince. And Brian C. was second. That leaves Michael Jackson, The Way You Make Me Feel. And that is, yeah, it's not bad. That's the only one left. $9.99. Craig says give it to Brian. So Prince goes to Brian C. Only thing left out of that was Michael Jackson, The Way You Make Me Feel. All right. Joe's out, so Kiss is sold to Jared Benoit for $105. Destroyer. Let's do 2 more Japanese auctions. Let's do the Rat. Let's do the Rat out of the cellar. And let's see what else I had in here. Let's see what else was requested earlier, too. There's Rat, Santana, Eagles. I think somebody requested definitely the Cheap Tricks. Let's do that again. So, Rat out of the cellar. Very nice Japanese pressing. Near mint with Obi. Super clean copy. $55 start. This is Rat out of the cellar. I guarantee if Tim's still on, he's going to be bidding. He's been trying to buy one of these for 2 years. So, Tim, I think you know what to do now. Bid and bid often. Rat out of the cellar. Near mint with Obi. That's a $55 start. Cheap Trick is a $45 start. I can't recall the last time I had a self-titled Cheap Trick. It is near mint and pristine. Their debut LP, orange Epic label, Japanese pressing. Very nice cover. It is a $45 start. It has the Japanese insert with it, complete with Obi. $45 start on Cheap Trick. Technically, Tracy McFadden was in first at $45. Tim's at $55 on Rat. Back to the $6.99 crate. Everything in this bin is $6.99. $6.99. Willie Nelson sings Christofferson, $6.99. Anita Baker, Giving You the Best That I Got, $6.99. An Evening with Groucho, Groucho Marx, $6.99. The Beach Boys, this is a compilation from Pickwick, $6.99. Has obscure tracks on it. Ray Charles, live in concert, $6.99. The Many Moods of Tony, Tony Bennett, no condition notes, $6.99. Rare Earth, $6.99. Happy Trails, Quicksilver, also Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere, with hype stickers, $6.99. Uh-oh, Tim may be getting the rat. $55, final call, rat out of the cellar, near mint and pristine, Japanese pressing of Obi, final call for $55. Cheap Trick, 45, 45, 50, 50, 51, 57, 52. Barry Seagrave gets RE, that's Rare Earth, for $6.99. Tracy McFadden is at 60 on Cheap Trick. Darren Davis gets the Anita Baker, that's owed to Darren Davis. Todd Tipton, you were second on Rare Earth. John Lills at 65 on Cheap Trick. There's the bidders on Rat. I was about to say, what the heck's going on? Rat, 60, and we also had a $56 bid. Mike Anderson's at 70 on Cheap Trick. Everything in here is $6.99. Jay Giles Band, live, full house, $6.99. The Very Best of the Everly Brothers, $6.99. Focus, Moving Waves, $6.99. Carly Simon, Spy, $6.99. Ray Charles, Through the Eyes of Love, $6.99. Ragdoll, The Four Seasons, $6.99. Boz Scaggs, Middleman, that's also $6.99. And the California Poppy Pickers, Hair, Aquarius, Yellow Submarine, back in the USSR, that's $6.99. Cheap Trick is at 75. Rat has a new bid of 61. Christopher Morris wants 4. That's the Four Seasons, and that was $6.99 for the Four Seasons. Let's do the other stack of $9.99 45s. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. And there's a couple of these that a couple of these were flirting were $14.99, but I went ahead and let them slip through. I'm going to make them all $9.99. We have another copy of David Bowie Blue Jean. This one's also on blue vinyl. This one, the top is a little bit worn. This FYI, the top of the sleeve is a little bit worn. It's still very nice, though, on the vinyl. That's on blue vinyl, David Bowie. These are all $9.99. Michael Jackson, Bad. Michael Jackson, Bad, $9.99. Very cool. I have like 3 of these. I don't need a 4th. Duran Duran, A View to Kill. That Fatal Kiss, that's, of course, from the James Bond movie, A View to Kill. That's $9.99. New Kids on the Block. You Got It, The Right Stuff. New Kids on the Block, very clean copy of that, $9.99. And this is the one that probably should be $14.99, but it's only $9.99. U2 Desire. It's actually a gatefold. Very cool. U2 Desire, $9.99. Check that out. Gatefold 45, $9.99. Great song, too. U2 has the original price tag on it as it came from the store. All right, update on our auctions. Rat was at 61. Cheap Trick was at 75. We've already pulled the Four Seasons. Denise wanted CS. CS may have been in this bin. Carly Simon. Yep, that was for Carly Simon, $6.99. Chris Frazier bid 65 on Rat. Rudder Butter wanted AL or AI. What was that? I don't think it's anything here, is it? Let me see. I don't think so. Rudder Butter might have to let me know what that is. Michael Nass out on Cheap Trick. Toby Grimm first to David Bowie. He said disregard. Okay. Toby Grimm got the David Bowie. Tanner, that's $9.99. Carlene got Michael Jackson for $9.99. John Leal got Duran Duran for $9.99. Brent Robley got U2 for $9.99. John Leal was second. James Rayner third. And nobody got New Kids on the Block. You Got It. The Right Stuff picture sleeve. Near mint, $9.99. So, update on our auctions. Actually, we can go ahead and sell Cheap Trick. It sold for $75 to Mike Anderson. Let's see here. Where are you, Mike Anderson? Yes, $75 Mike Anderson. And we have Rat. Let me make sure where we're at on this. Chris Frazier's at 65. Tim Luddy, ball's back in your court. Chris Frazier has this for 65. Stacy Metternich gets New Kids on the Block for $9.99. I'll lay that right there in front of that. All right, let's get a new auction started. Tim's at 66 on Rat. We've got another auction coming up right now. The Eagles, Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Somebody requested this earlier. I remember seeing that. This is a $35 start. Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Don't let Volume 2 distract you because it's loaded. Like Life in the Fast Lane, and I can't tell you why. New Kid in Town, and The Long Run, and After the Thrill Is Gone. And Hotel California, Heartache Tonight, Seven Bridges Road, The Victim of Love, and The Sad Cafe. That's very cool. It also is complete with a Japanese 2-page flip. Also, the original Eagles discography, Japanese insert, near mint cover of Obi, $35 start for that. Eagles, $35, $40, and $45. We're still bidding on Rat, $66 and now $67. I'm going to read through the $6.99 crate one more time. Everything in here is $6.99. I'm just going to read titles so it's a lot faster so we can move on to the next crate. If you want to know information before you claim it, please let me know. Waylon and SRV in the Hype. Yeah, I got a whole nother stack of auctions right over here. I've got Stevie Ray Vaughan. I've got Freddie Hubbard. I've got Bo Diddley. I got another Stevie Ray Vaughan. I got Herbie Hancock. I got a Bo Diddley. I got a Dave Brubeck. And I got a Waylon promo. And Paul has on the back on that, yes, it's technically a promo. So that looks really cool. We got those on deck, including another whole crate of Japanese stuff. Eagles 46, they're still bidding on that. So here's what's left in the $6.99 crate. We still got 154 people watching. It's 18 minutes after 10. We still got a lot more stuff to show you, including incredible deals on sealed stuff. So thank you for staying with us. When we go through everything, I've still got new stuff to show you for probably at least to 11 o'clock. And then we'll do a big recap. And if you are getting on late, you're going to see a lot of fantastic stuff still left over. Everything in here is $6.99. Carla Bonoff, Wild Heart of the Young. Poco, A Good Feeling to Know. Little River Band, Diamantina Cocktail. John Denver, Farewell Andromeda. Mick Jagger, She's the Boss. Guess Who, number 10. Stan Peters, Sweet City Woman. John Denver, Back Home Again. Diesel, What's in the Tank. Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams. Utopia, Oops, Wrong Planet. These are all $6.99. Pat Travers, Putting It Straight. Manfred Mann's, Nightingale and Bombers. Eric Carmen, Gary and the Pacemakers. Greg Ken Band, Continued. Tommy Rowe, Fantasy. The Hollies, Another Night. Chubby Checkers, Beach Party. Bruce Coburn, Steel and Fire. Willie Nelson Sings Christofferson. An Evening with Groucho Marx. The Beach Boys. Ray Charles Live. The Meaning Moods of Tony Bennett. Quicksilver Messenger Service. Bob Geldof, Jay Giles Band Live. The Very Best of the Everly Brothers. Focus Moving Waves. Ray Charles, Boz Scaggs, and the California Poppy Pickers. Chris Frazier, let me know if you're in or out on Rat. Tim Luddy has that for $68. Barry Seagraves is at $50 on the Eagles. Those are both final calls if no one bids pretty quickly. Glalian wants to know which Beach Boys. I think there's two in here, isn't there? I believe there's two. There are, the first one is this one, which is a Pickwick compilation. It's just called The Beach Boys. It's from Pickwick, $6.99. And I guess that's the only one in here, yes. Paul Gill wants Ray Charles. That is Through the Eyes of Love, or was there two of them? There might have been two Ray Charles. There's also a Ray Charles Live. Actually, there may have been three. No, there's just two. So he may want both. That's Ray Charles Live and Ray Charles Through the Eyes of Love. Let me know which one of those on Paul Gill. By the way, the Eagles is at 51. The Eagles is at 55. Chris is out on Rat. Tim Luddy has Rat for $68. That's a final call. Tracy's out, and Paul Gill wants the Live Ray Charles, $6.99. If anybody wants anything else in there, please let me know. I've got a blowout sale crate of sealed stuff. The third one of the night. Everything's going to be $11.99 until we get to the front. I'll end those in 1 second. Let me get this other crate up here so I can lay some 45s. Everything in here is going to be sealed and $11.99. I've also got another $6.99 crate to go through. But actually next we may go ahead and start doing a big recap because there's incredible stuff still left. We got lots of auctions. Are we done on the Eagles? Tracy's out. Barry has it for $55. I think we're done. Barry gets the Eagles for $55, and Tim Luddy finally gets his Rat out of the cellar for $68. Tim, if you haven't already, please make sure you message our page with your email and mailing address. If you're a first-time buyer, please make sure you message us with your email address and your mailing address so we can send you an invoice any and all first-time buyers. Next auctions are going to be $55 starts. Actually, the Stones is going to be a little bit less. Duran Duran is actually going to be a little bit more. This Duran Duran is a $65 start. This is Duran Duran Rio. Near mint minus pristine Japanese pressing. Duran Duran Rio is a $65 start. This album is one that hadn't been repressed in like the last decade. It's been a long time. Like I've always said, to be such a desirable album.
My feed reset.
Tim Luddy got wrapped for $68. Duran Duran is a $65 start for Rio. And the Rolling Stones, let me take a look at the cover. I know the vinyl is really nice. This is Get Your Ya-Ya's Out. Yeah, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The cover does have some of that foxing on it. So we're going to start this at just $35. The Rolling Stones. With Obi, $35 start on that. Does have foxing on the cover. Duran Rio is a $65 start. Bring out the other Eagles. Okay, I will do that one on deck. These are all sealed for $11.99. Sealed LPs for $11.99. First, we have Orleans, Waking and Dreaming. Sealed. Does have a saw mark. This has their hit song on it. Steal the One. $11.99 on Orleans. Pretty Baby soundtrack. Sealed for $11.99. Olivia Newton-John. Let Me Be There Now. Sealed. Does have a saw mark there. $11.99. Jennifer Warnes is sealed for $11.99. Jennifer Warnes. Frankie Valli, Our Day Will Come. Frankie Valli is sealed for $11.99. The Classics 4. Sealed. $11.99. England Dan and John Ford Carley. Dr. Heckle and Mr. Jive. That's also $11.99. Vic Dana, If I Never Knew Your Name, includes Red, Red Wine. That's also sealed for $11.99. Sherelle, Affair, that is sealed at $11.99. By the way, the Stones is at $35, $35, $45, and now $50. Duran Duran, I'm looking for a $65 starting bid before I make it a buy it now. Eric Cartman, Boats Against the Current, sealed, clip corner, hop sticker. And I have another one, sealed, no clip corners, hop sticker, $11.99. Eric Cartman. Oak Ridge Boys, Bobby Sue, sealed, $11.99. Kim Carnes, Romance Dance, sealed for $11.99. Jimmy Dean's Greatest Hits, sealed, $11.99, has a promo sticker on it. Danny Davis and Willie Nelson, sealed, $11.99. Bread, this is self-titled Bread, $11.99. Razzie Bailey's Greatest Hits, $11.99, sealed. Charlie Bird, Aquarius, The Stroke of Genius. Charlie Bird has no cutouts and no punch holes, $11.99. King Blank to the Ian Lowry Group, sealed, $11.99. Seals and Croft, The Longest Road, that's also sealed for $11.99. Duran Duran's at $65 with Joe Maynard. Barry Seagraves is at $55 on the Stones. We're going to make sure Brent Robley's out. If he's out, then that's going to be sold very quickly to Barry for $55. Joe's at $65 on Duran Duran. Thomas Hujar wants the Charlie Bird out of here. That was sealed for $11.99. Everything in here is sealed for $11.99. No offers. No offers, Nick. These are blowout prices at $11.99. Next auctions, or these are our next $9.99 records. David Bowie, Cat People. German Pressing, Putting Out Fire, Stevie Ray Vaughan on guitar. These are $9.99. We also have Patsy Cline, San Antonio Rose. That's a promo 45. Patsy Cline, San Antonio Rose. That's a promo copy. These are $9.99. And Plastic Ono Band, Remember Love, and the A-side, Give Peace a Chance. Give Peace a Chance. These are $9.99. Everything here is $9.99. And those are the next three, $9.99. David Bowie, Patsy Cline, and Plastic Ono Band. All right, Duran Duran is sold to Joe Maynard for $65. The Rolling Stones is now at $50. Brent, we already have a $55 bid. Barry Seagrave is at $55. That's going twice, going three times to him. Brian C. put AB. AB was for something. It wasn't anything here, was it? Nick Bargeron put Bowie. Brian C. He may have meant DB and it autocorrected to AB. We're about to find out. If not, go ahead and ghost tag that one to Nick Bargeron, $9.99. He says it was for AB. I bet he put DB in it autocorrected. He did. This goes to Brian C for $9.99. Nick was second. Mike Sparrow, or Spario, wants the plastic Ono band. Mike, that's so to you. And that leaves Patsy Cline, San Antonio Rose, and South of the Border. That's a pink label promo from Decca, 1965, $9.99. Brent's out on the Stones. That's sold to Barry Seagrave for $55. Our next Japanese auctions are going to be the Eagles, one of these nights, and Aerosmith. These are going to be $35 and $45 starts. $35 start on the Eagles, one of these nights. It's near mint and pristine. Japanese pressing, the Eagles, one of these nights. $35 start on that. Very nice. Has the OB with it, of course, and it has both Japanese inserts, or it actually has a 2-page flip. $35 start on that. That's Thomas Bowman's already in at $35. And then Aerosmith, this is Get Your Wings, classic Aerosmith. This is a $45 start. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. There's the original anti-static inner sleeve. It also comes with an Aerosmith 2-page Japanese flip, a Rock Best 100 solicitation, and that's also got a bid at $45 of Chris Wood Sr. Philip Shoemaker wants the Quicksilver record from the last crate, which was $6.99. He wants the Quicksilver record, $6.99. That's sold to Philip Shoemaker. Eagles 35, Aerosmith 45, now 50. Back to the sealed crate. Everything in here is $11.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, sealed for $11.99. Exile, Mixed Emotions, sealed for $11.99. We have the soundtrack to Can Can, which has Frank Sinatra in it. It's a Spanish pressing, sealed $11.99. Climax Blues Band, Sense of Direction, sealed for $11.99. England Dan and John Ford Coley, Dowdy Ferry Road, sealed for $11.99. I got 2 copies of the very best of Johnny Burnett. This one has a clip corner up here. This one has a clip corner down here. They're both sealed, $11.99. The Eagles is at $50. Aerosmith is at $55. America, Harbor. I got 2 copies, no cutouts. Actually, yes, this one has a cutout. This one does not. They're both sealed with hype sticker, $11.99 on the Eagles Harbor. Herb Albert, Beyond, sealed for $11.99. Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, 2 copies of that sealed for $11.99. Both Sides of Herman's Hermits, that's sealed for $11.99. Eddie Kendricks at His Best for $11.99. I got 2 copies. One has a promo sticker. Razzie Bailey, A Little More Raz. Sills and Croft, Closer. And Kenny Rogers, Share Your Love with hype sticker, $11.99. Paul Williams, A Little on the Windy Side. Poco, Under the Gun. And Orleans. Those are all sealed for $11.99. And I have a few more I'll show in just a second. Those are a little bit more. Okay, update on our auctions. Michael Nath was at 50 on Aerosmith. Chris Wood Sr. was at 54. The Eagles was at 45, then 50, then 55. Rich Group wants a copy of Harbor. Harbor is sold to Rich Group. Next is Thomas Bowman's at 60 on the Eagles. Jackie Reynolds wants the Herb Albert. Mike Spario wants a sealed Joni Mitchell. Don Juan's Reckless Daughter. That's sold to Mike Spario. If you're just joining us, we have vintage LPs here. They're all sealed from a collection we bought, and they're only $11.99. I'm going to read those titles one more time. These are all sealed for $11.99. All sealed. I'm going to read through those. And then this next batch is a little bit more. You leaving already, Seth?
3:45. Don't be late.
I'll see you at Judy's at 3:45. I'll be there. I'll be here working in the meantime. Okay. Everything in here is sealed for $11.99. One more time. I think we can end the Eagles. Michael Nath said out, so Chris Wood Sr. gets that for $55. Also, Barry Seagrave's out on the Eagles. Let's go ahead and just do one more call on that. Thomas Bowman has it for $60. Aerosmith is sold. Before I go through that, let's go ahead and get 2 more auctions rolling. We have 2 more auctions rolling, and I think we probably need to do, I don't know, this is a very incredible being. If we don't get through all these tonight, Paul's going to have some great auctions tomorrow night. If we don't get through all these, there's some great stuff still left in here. Let's do a Bob Dylan. We don't show this album too often, especially as a Japanese pressing. This is Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. Let me check my notes over here. I kind of forgot what I needed to start that one at. Usually I have all this stuff memorized, but we have so many tonight, and we literally just got a lot of them in. Bob Dylan. This is going to be just a $35 start. Planet Waves. Japanese press with obi. Bob Dylan is a $35 start. This is Japanese press, Bob Dylan, Planet Waves, $35 start. Has the obi, has a little bit of foxing, a little bit of discoloration on the cover. We don't get a whole lot of Japanese Bob Dylan. We just don't. That's a $35 start. Tim Luddy requested Rainbow, and Ted Stevens requested Ace Frehley. Consider those on deck. Let's go ahead and sell Thomas Bowman the Eagles. Tim Luddy was technically next with Rainbow, so let's put that up for a $45 start. Rainbow, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Ronnie James Dio on vocals, a classic. This is a $45 start. $45 start for Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. It has the Japanese insert with it, lyrics. It also has another Japanese insert. Very cool obi. Ronnie James Dio, Richie Blackmore. That is a $45 start. It's up for auction. $35 start on Dylan. And we have a request for Ace Frehley and Billy Idol coming up. Any Jethro Tull, Gordon Light for Bob Seger. James, I'm a fan of all three of those people, and I very rarely see those. Jethro Tull Japanese pressings are very expensive. I was checking online for myself, and I wanted a copy of Songs from the Wood. That's about a $100 Japanese record. I still think if the right people wanted them, I can probably get them from my Japanese dealers, but they're not cheap. And I try to stay away from stuff that, like, you know, Jethro Tull albums, U.S. pressings are $10 and $20 if they're nice. So it's kind of hard for me to see somebody paying $100 for a Japanese pressing when you can get a U.S., but I feel like some people probably would, including me, because there's a couple I'm thinking about buying. But I have never seen an Aqualung with an obi. That is something I've never seen before. So that's kind of be something. If we ever got it in, I probably would keep it myself. And I have never seen a Gordon Lightfoot, I don't think. So, all right. We have, let's go through the $11.99 stuff one more time. These are all $11.99. They're all sealed. Orleans, Poco, Paul Williams, Kenny Rogers, Seals and Croft, Razzie Bailey, Eddie Kendricks, Herman's Hermits, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, Joni Mitchell. We got another copy of America, Harbor, Johnny Burnett, England Dan, Climax Blues Band, Can soundtrack, Exile, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Seals and Croft, Ian Lowry Group, Razzie Bailey, Bread, Danny Davis and Willie Nelson, Jimmy Dean's Greatest Hits, Kim Carnes, Oak Ridge Boys, Eric Carmen, Sherelle, If I Ever Knew Your Name, Vic Dana, England Dan, The Classics 4, Frankie Valli, Jennifer Warnes, Olivia, Pretty Baby, and Orleans. Update on our auctions. Rainbow, 50, 45, 51, 55, 56, 60. Tim hasn't even bid yet. Grant Peltzer says he'll take the bread for $11.99. Sealed bread, fresh, sealed bread, just out of the oven. So did Grant Peltzer for $11.99. If anybody wants the Bob Dylan, it's a $35 buy it now. Planet Waves is a $35 buy it now. If anybody wants that, quick buy it now on Dylan, $35 USD. That's a buy it now. Okay, now the rest of this crate is all sealed for $19.99. Thomas Hujar gets the Bob Dylan for $35. These are all sealed for $19.99. The Doobie Brothers Cycles, sealed, $19.99. It's a club copy. Sealed Doobie Brothers Cycles. Don't see that one as often. The Perfect soundtrack, sealed. Jermaine Jackson, Thompson Twins, Wham's on here, Berlin, Whitney Houston, sealed Perfect soundtrack, $19.99. Jerry Jeff, Contrary to Ordinary, sealed, $19.99. Al Stewart, The Early Years, a 2 LP compilation, $19.99. The New Colony 6, a vintage 60s records. Yeah, look at this. A 67 mono press, sealed, does have a punch hole, $19.99. We have Rich Group wants the Doobies. That's sealed. And Tanner, this starts $19.99. Rich Group gets that for $19. Thomas O'Brien is the high bid on Rainbow at $65. Let's go ahead and run the Ace Frehley. Let me check my notes on this. We're getting into some stuff now with these. I definitely need to figure out what I need to start these for. Ace Frehley is going to be a $75 start. I feel like we'll get that pretty quickly for this. This is the Ace Frehley solo album. You may have known this guy. He was the guitarist, one of the guitarists for Kiss, sort of the lead guitarist. And he's got quite a solo album here. Very good solo album. This is very nice vinyl, near mint pristine. It has the very cool Ace Frehley Obi on it. Look at the artwork on these Japanese pressings. That looks almost realistic when you're looking at this in person. It is incredible. If you've ever looked at these in person, how nice the art is on this. $75 start. It's got one little corner ding. That's it. It also has the 2-page Japanese flip, and it has the original inner sleeve. That's a $75 start for Ace Frehley. Okay, back to the 1999 bin, but first, Rainbow's at 65, now 67. Nick wants the New Colony 6, that's 1999, and Ted Stevens, before that, Amy wants the Perfect soundtrack. So Ted got that, and this is 1999. Ted, if you want to bid on Ace, please put Ace 75, and Thomas, if you're done bidding on Rainbow, please let me know. Also for 1999, we've got 2 copies of Climax Blues Band Shine On. Those are sealed. 1999 Climax Blues Band. Jerry Rafferty, Can I Have My Money Back with the Jerry Rafferty sticker. That's 1999. The Best of the Pointer Sisters 2LP, sealed 1999. And I've got 2 copies sealed of the Impressions, the vintage years. Jerry Butler and Curtis Mayfield. Also Fred Cash. And that is sealed for 1999. Thomas is out on Rainbow. Final call on Rainbow 67. And that's Nick Bjack, or Bjack. Nick, are you a first-time buyer with us? Chris, my bad, Chris. Chris, I think your last name is Bjack, but I may be wrong. And if you're a first-time buyer, please let me know. I think you've bought from us before. Denise Harrison wants the Best of the Pointer Sisters. That was sealed for 1999. We're about to sell Ace, and we're about to sell Rainbow. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. We sell records here live every night. I usually do it every night. Actually, somebody else that works here, Paul, he's going to be hosting tomorrow night. I'm Chad. I'm the owner here. Tanner's helping me. He's right next to me. He's pretty much here every night with me as well. Seth just left, also a friend. And Paul's going to be hosting tomorrow, though. He's going to be doing the show. I'm getting on a plane at 3:45 in the morning. I'm going to Texas for a few days for a concert. Paul's going to be hosting the rest of the week. We're going to have new Japanese stuff tomorrow. We'll have new vintage arrivals. We've kind of been stockpiling new stuff for Paul to show the rest of the week. He'll also have vintage on sale. But also, and what I was trying to say, is if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page, CollectCo. We invoice every Monday, and the way this works is whatever you buy tonight ships for $7. Now, also, you can tune in tomorrow and the next couple nights. We're going to do this also on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And that is $7 in limited shipping. And so if you start watching on Mondays, you can buy for 6 nights, and everything combines one invoice that you'll get on Monday for $7 in limited shipping. That's how that works. Let's sell these auctions. Rainbow is sold to Rebecca Barber for $67, and Ace Frehley is sold to Ted Stevens for $75. We sold one earlier. Here's another one. This is not Cat Stevens. This is Cheap Trick at Budokan. I can't remember what the last one sold for, but here's another one. We'll start this one at $50. I think the last one I started at $45. We'll start this one at $50 because we've already sold one. $50 start, pretty much identical. It has the book with it. It has the gatefold. It has the obi. There is a tear in the obi, though. There is a tear in the obi. Disclaimer. There is a tear in the obi. Everything else is identical to the other one. $50 start on that. I'm going to see Metallica. And actually, I got really lucky. I bought my ticket on SeatGeek. And whoever sold me the ticket, thank you, Tanner. I was trying to get my grammar figured out there. Whoever sold me the ticket, they bought a VIP package, like a $3,000 VIP package. That was included in the cost of my ticket. Now, mine wasn't cheap. I will say that. As y'all know, Metallica general admission tickets aren't cheap. But for what I paid and for the package I'm getting, it's like I won the lottery. So I'm very excited. Metallica depends on the time of the year, I guess, but Metallica is probably top 10 favorite bands for me. 2 nights in Dallas. They play on Friday night, and then they play on Sunday night. No repeat weekend. They're doing two completely different set lists. Two completely different set lists that night. Both nights. Two completely different set lists. Okay, so let's do some condensing. I was about to put up a new crate, but I need to condense first to make some room. There are the sealed records. Let me set that sealed crate there. There is a $6.99 crate. Let me condense some of these $6.99 crates. I think I've already been through several. Let me set that there. So I'll be out of pocket. Paul will be your host. He will do a fantastic job. Paul actually was hosting his radio show tonight. Paul does a radio show in Nashville. He's probably off the air by now. He's probably tuned in. But he hosts a really cool radio show on Wednesday nights in Nashville. He greatly enjoys doing that because he gets to play a lot of his music and broadcast it to people who hopefully are tuning in and hearing something new for the first time on the airwaves. There's the rest of the sealed records, right? I'm calling one of my timeouts. I really hadn't called one tonight, but I am calling a timeout so I can do some condensing. It looks like we've sold an entire crate of sealed stuff, or at least the way I had it stacked. I'm doing some condensing so I can do some recapping. I got our $9.99 stuff. I've got our $14.99 stuff. And I need one of those sticky notes I had. I didn't mean to fold them all up. There's one. Alrighty, because y'all are going to like some of this stuff that's left for sure, especially at these prices. There's the crate of new vinyl I went through. Now, what was this crate? That was other sealed stuff. Okay, we still got quite a bit sealed left there. So those two crates are full of sealed records. That's a $6.99 crate. That's a $6.99 crate. There's the $6.99 crate I hadn't went through. And this was the $19.99 records. Yeah, very good stuff here as well in the $19.99 department. Okay, so sealed, $6.99, and then I got our $9.99. I've got our, what's underneath here? That's new vinyl we didn't go through. It wasn't new stuff. Alrighty. Yeah, Pantera and I think Five Finger Death Punch. Pantera and Five Finger Death Punch is opening up. Okay. So, can't wait for Paul's half-off sales. He'll have some discount stuff. He'll probably have some half-off bins. Cheap Trick 50, Cheap Trick 52. Let's see here. Going for Metallica. Yeah, who is opening? I think it's Pantera, Five Finger Death Punch, Mammoth, and so yeah, Pantera and Mammoth. So I'll get to see. I've sold a lot of Wolfgang Van Halen albums. I'll finally get to see them in person. The largest TV screen in the world will be hanging over your head. Wow. Okay. So don't sleep on Pantera. I know everybody's like, so it's Pantera and Mammoth. I thought it was Pantera and Five Finger Death Punch. So I guess Pantera. Yeah, I get to see Zakk Wylde too. First time seeing him. So I think we're done on Cheap Trick. Mike Anderson gets that for $52, so we can go ahead and roll some new auctions. We got the U.S. stuff over here that I hadn't put up yet. We had Stevie Ray Vaughan, and these were just in the hot picture. Some of them may be buy it nows in just a minute, but some of these will probably be auctions. Let's do the Waylon Jennings. Very tough promo to get. And let's do the Stevie Ray Vaughan, which was a return. It has a problem with it. So let me tell you what's up with the Stevie Ray Vaughan. And we have... Yeah, this was Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. This thing looks absolutely flawless, except for track. Paul told me, and I forgot. Plus, we took the sticky note off. I think it's track 1, it's side 2, track 1. It has one jump in it. It has like one skip. Otherwise, and you can't really see it too much from the vinyl at first glance, the vinyl on this looks extremely nice. It was hopping second track. Yes, this is Michael Nath bought this. And when I put it up for auction, I'm pretty sure I said near mint minus and pristine, because when we looked at it, that's the way it looks. Second track, yeah. I mean, and it's really hard to see. So Paul said he cleaned it. The second time he played it, I don't know if he said it, maybe it didn't jump as bad, or maybe it didn't jump. I don't know if you can fix this problem, but overall, for a 2LP, this is 95% good, but it does have a jump. And I'm going to start it at about half of, I think, what it brought the last time. $35 start. And this is Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, Live Alive, $35 start. So yeah, that's a 95% good record, as in near mint minus, just has that one jump. So it is flawed, but just for a $35 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. Okay, now, Paul on the back of this put, yes, this is technically a promo. So let me see what the label looks like. It's kind of like this Elvis record I have on eBay. There is no white label promo for this album. This is kind of classified as the promo. It has this promo sticker. This is Waylon Jennings' Lonesome, Ornery, and Mean. I'm looking for a $55 start on it. I don't know if you saw what Paul had it marked, but I'm starting it much less than that, or less than that, depending on how much you consider much. It is a promo copy of Lonesome, Ornery, and Mean. It has this braille strip on the cover. It does have ring wear. It is a promo copy, $55 start. Shane Devers is in on both auctions, $35 and $55. Now, let me make sure I didn't miss anything in the comments. In Dallas, yes, the concert's in Dallas. Let's see here, and $35 and $55. I think I'm good. If I've missed any comments, you can send them now. I'll be looking at my phone again. These are all $9.99. These are all $9.99. $9.99. Okay? $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis is sealed. $9.99. Pete Townsend, Scoop, 2LP, Pete Townsend, just $9.99. 1910 Fruit Gum Company, that's also sealed for $9.99. The Peppermint Rainbow, Will You Be Staying After Sunday, $9.99. Johnny Winter, $9.99. That is a very clean copy. Johnny Winter and $9.99. Tom Fogerty, that is a German copy. That's a UK pressing on Fantasy, just $9.99. Did a big markdown on that. No one's been takers on it for $34.99. How about $10? Johnny Winter, this is on the Columbia 2i label. Stereo 360 sound, just $9.99 on that. And Climax Blues Band, gold-plated, shrink wrap and hype sticker, $9.99. All right, final call on these auctions, $35 and $55. We're about to sell both. Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses, $9.99 on that. Rhonda wants JW. Rhonda, let me know if you want and or self-titled. And or self-titled. Traffic, When the Eagle Flies. Traffic is $9.99. Vanilla Fudge, Rock and Roll. Vanilla Fudge is the yellow Atco label for $9.99. The Best of Delaney and Bonnie, $9.99. Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years. VG Plus, $14.99. Rhonda wants the self-titled record. That's Johnny Winter's self-titled, this one. Barry Seagrave wants Traffic for $9.99. And let's go ahead and end these auctions. Shane Devers gets Stevie Ray Vaughan for $35. And Waylon Jennings is sold to Shane Devers for $55. This Metallica concert's being recorded. It's evidently going to be, you can go in theaters and watch it. They're live streaming it to select theaters across the country. And they're also evidently recording this. They're either going to record it for like a movie release. And I was told by somebody who kind of knows James Hetfield that I spoke to on the phone, said they're possibly recording this for an album, like a live album, which Metallica hasn't done in a long time. So that would be really cool. But I don't know. That could just be rumor. So, but they are, like, I've gotten emails like, this is being recorded. This is like, I've gotten like a disclaimer email, which, you know, Metallica records every one of their concerts, but I've gotten like a disclaimer email. It was very weird. I sent it to Seth. I think he got the same thing. It was like, this is being recorded, blah, blah, blah. Billy Idol. I don't think I've ever had this before. Vital Idol for the Billy Idol fans. First time offering here at Collectco. This is Billy Idol, Vital Idol. At least not with this cover. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. This is a $55 start. Billy Idol, Vital Idol. Near mint with Obi. $55 start. $55 start. The Best of Blondie. Japanese pressing of the Best of Blondie. This is a $45 start. The Best of Blondie. $45 start. Near mint minus and pristine. Japanese pressing. It has the Japanese insert with it. Really nice cover of Obi. The Best of Blondie, $45 start. Mike Anderson is at $55 on Billy Idol, and Blondie is a $45 start. Consent on being video. Yeah, I think they wanted the consent because that tells me they're probably going to record this and sell it at some point. You know, it's going to be something that if, you know, you appear in the crowd, it's probably where they record all their other concerts. You know, you can watch them on YouTube, but I think this is probably going to be something that's going to be sold later. Plus, I think they're charging to see it in the theaters too. So, okay, $9.99. Where did we get to? Paul Simon, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, brain salad surgery, $9.99. Peter Frampton, VG Plus, $9.99. Todd Rundgren, the ever popular tortured artist effect. That's an EX copy for $9.99. Bee Gees, 2 Years On, VG Plus, $9.99. Jesus Christ Superstar, 2 LP gatefold with the book, $9.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park, VG Plus, $9.99. So those were all $9.99. Bruce Springsteen, Jesus Christ Superstar, the Bee Gees, Rundgren, Frampton, ELP, Paul Simon, Delaney and Bonnie, Vanilla Fudge, Ringo, Climax Blues Band, Johnny Renner, Tom Fogerty, Peppermint Rainbow, 1910, Pete Townsend, and Jerry Lee Lewis was sealed. Now, this next batch is all $14.99. They get even better. Brinsley Schwartz, $14.99. Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road, that is $14.99, 2 LP, A Story of Jesus told and sung by Johnny Cash, $14.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, Steve Winwood, the Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks. Chad and Jeremy of Cabbage and Kings, 8081, Pat Metheny. The Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. Alvin Lee and Company, 10 Years After. Charlie Daniels, T. John Grease and Wolfman. The Moody Blues, In Search of Lost Chord. Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. Boney M., Night Flight to Venus. Crosby, Stills and Nash Replay. ELO on the Third Day. Modern Jazz Quartet, Legendary Profile. And Neil Young, Comes the Time, VG Plus condition. Update on our auctions. Blondie is at $47 with Joe Maynard. Denise, you're out. Joe has that at $47, going twice, going 3 times. Nick Bargeron, you're out on Billy Idol. Mike Anderson has that for $57, going twice, going 3 times. If you are done bidding, please say out. And then here's what's left in the $19.99. First, Todd Tipton wants to know title on BOA. Title on Black Oak, Arkansas was self-titled. That is their debut self-titled album. $14.99 on that. Now for $19.99, Melanie Martinez, Cry Baby, that is sealed, $19.99. Deep Purple, Purple Passages, $19.99. Deep Purple Burn, also Derek and the Dominoes, VG Plus. Creedence, Willie and the Poor Boys, UFO Force It, Genesis in the Beginning, Genesis A Trick of the Tail, Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, and John Lennon, Live Peace Toronto. Nick Bargeron is out on Billy Idol, but Jackie Reynolds is back in at 58, and Denise is back in on Blondie at 48. So Joe, you're out on Blondie, and Mike, you're out on Billy Idol. Todd Tipton wants Burn, and that was $19.99. Todd Tipton wants Burn. That was $19.99. Joe Maynard's back in on Blondie at 50. So we had a lot of 45s tonight. Here are the only ones left, and I think somebody claimed this, and I missed it after the fact, Tanner. Somebody wanted Phil Collins. I don't know if they're still watching. I know somebody said they wanted that, and I forgot to pull it. $6.99. There was a Japanese remains the same. Mike, give me 1 second. I'll run that. But here's what's left in the $6.99 pile. Lisa and Cult Jam featuring Full Force. Human League Red, and somebody might have claimed that too, and they just did it later, and we were like deep into a crate, and I couldn't stop. Jody Watley, Don't You Want Me. Billy Ocean, When the Going Gets Tough, the Tough Get Going from Jewel of the Nile. Also the Pointer Sisters, Dare Me. Whitney Houston, One Moment in Time. And Debbie Gibson, Lost in Your Eyes. Now, I don't know who wanted Phil Collins, but I'll say it's still available. And then I had 2 that were $9.99. I'll go ahead and mark these down to $6.99 to keep it all even. That's Michael Jackson and the Patsy Cline promo. If anybody wants those, $6.99. Blondie's at 50. Billy Idol's at 60. Denise is at 52 on Blondie. Cynthia Herdron wants Lisa Lisa, and that was $6.99. So Patsy Cline, Michael Jackson, Phil Collins, Debbie Gibson, Whitney Houston. Nick says he'll take the Phil for $6.99. Sorry to whoever claimed that earlier, unless they're on now and they say that was me. Patsy Cline, Michael Jackson, Debbie Gibson, Whitney Houston, Pointer Sisters, Billy Ocean, Jody Watt. That's what's left of an entire box, except for 2 others. I got 2 others in here that I have not, and I'm going to run these as very quick auctions. I'm going to run these at very quick auctions. They're still bidding on Blondie. Are we done on Billy Idol? Who was the other bidder? Denise Reynolds? Jackie Reynolds? Jackie, let me know if you want back in on Billy Idol, because he has that at 60, and it's now a final call. They're still, she's back in at 65. Okay, I can keep up with it. We got 2 we got 2 45 auctions. This is the Beatles, I Feel Fine, and She's a Woman. The vinyl is about VG Plus. She's a Woman, and I Feel Fine, but the real winner here is the picture sleeve. It's a pretty solid picture sleeve of I Feel Fine and She's a Woman. That's a $10 start. I Feel Fine and She's a Woman with the picture sleeve. $10 start on that. And the Traveling Wilburys, Handle with Care. This is about a VG Plus. That's also a $10 start. Traveling Wilburys, Handle with Care. So the Beatles and Traveling Wilburys, $10 start. Blondie is now at 58, and Mike Anderson's back on Billy Idol at 70. We have bids on both these auctions. Anybody else want anything out of the 9, 14, and 19.99 bins? If not, we're going to move on. We might even get to another $6.99 crate, because that was... I'm not going to recap any of the $6.99 records, and I doubt I'll recap any of the sealed, so let's just go ahead and go to a new crate that I have not shown tonight of $6.99 records. These are all $6.99, and these have not been shown tonight. So Billy Idol's at 70. We're waiting for Jackie Reynolds to say in or out, and if she says in, she's got to bid more than 70. Mike bid 10 on the Beatles. Ken bid 10 on Traveling Wilburys. Nick bid 14. Krista bid 15. 11, 15. Lots of bids on those. And we need to know if Denise, let me know if you're in or out on Blondie, because Joe Maynard has that for 58. Jackie's out on Billy Idol. Joshua's wants some metal. There's not going to be any metal in this bin. Now, Josh, if you can name me 5 artists, I will try to find you at least one record from those 5 artists. There are no condition notes on Purple Passages or Willie and the Poor Boys, John. Those are very nice copies marked down to $19.99. I doubt there's going to be any metal in here. You're going to see a lot of rock, classic rock, pop, and probably some country and some odd stuff in here. But if you can name me 5 metal artists you're looking for, I will find you at least something from them that I can show you, and you'll probably buy it. John Miller says he'll take both Purple Passages and Willie and the Poor Boys from the 1999. Yeah, no condition notes on either one of those. Very clean copies. Also on John Miller, 1999 to 1999. Christopher's at 20 on the Beatles, 19 on Traveling Wilburys. I think we were out on Blondie. Let me look for that comment. Out on Blondie. Where was that at? I saw that. Billy out. Billy Idol out. So Mike Anderson gets the Billy Idol for $70. The best of Blondie. Was tough when you got 4 auctions going. Best of Blondie was at, I think we was waiting for Jackie. No, we was waiting for Denise Harrison to say in or out. And I'm looking for her name. I'm going to count it down from 10. We had 58 with Joe Maynard, and Denise was at 56. So Joe has her for 58. Denise is out at 56. She says out. There's her out comment. Sorry, there's a lot of comments. That's sold to Joe Maynard for $58. Now, the Beatles is at 24 with Mike Spareo, and the Traveling Wilburys is at 25. 80s rock, hair metal. Name me 5 artists, and I will find you 5 artists. If I don't, that means I don't have it, and they're probably really tough to get. So start naming 80s metal, 90s metal, and I will bring them to you. Otherwise, that's a broad request, as usual. We got a lot of new vinyl. Now, is there going to be OGs of that stuff laying around here? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Skid Row. I have Skid Row's first album. It's $39.99. It's on silver vinyl. Lynch Mob has pretty much nothing in print. I got 3 Slaughter albums. I got Stick It To You. I got Fear No Evil, and I got The Wild Side. Tesla has no albums in stock, and I have Testament, Souls of Black. I got Testament Low. I got Testament The Gathering, and these are all new sealed copies. I have no OGs of any of those artists. No Skid Row. No. We auctioned some Skid Row tonight. We had a 45 Anthrax. I got some Anthrax in stock, but probably not a lot. Kix has no albums in print. Tesla has pretty much no albums in stock, and there is nothing by Trickster in stock. Or in print, really, for that matter. Final Call on the Beatles, $28 with Christopher Morris, and Final Call on the Traveling Wilburys at $25. No unofficials either. Sometimes we get them in collections, but no unofficials. Deftones. We have the Deftones self-titled album. It is the 25th anniversary on red vinyl, $29 or $31.99. Not even Tesla's new one. No, that album's not in print anymore. Testament Souls of Black, $44.99. If you see the word Tesla on a LP for sale, if you're even thinking about wanting it, you should grab it because their stuff gets gone fast. And not only that, it goes out of print. Mike Spirio is back in on that. Scissor Sisters. Never heard of them. That's somebody we'd have to look up. Okay, these are all $6.99. Bernard Johnson live. $6.99. Bernard Johnson live. Kenny Baker plays Bill Monroe. $6.99. We have Wilma Lee and Stoney Cooper. Now, two of those Slaughter albums we have, there is no OGs. The OGs of those albums, the OGs of those albums do not exist. They're first time on vinyl. Same way with, I think, the Tesla, one of those Testament albums, like Music on Vinyl is the first time on vinyl. I've got all the Overkills. I got all the Overkills in stock. Yep. So, but most people that hop on and ask for metal, they're looking for original pressings. And that, like I said, those are just, that's the rarest thing in vinyl right now. That's the hottest. Yeah, we don't have those just in our bins. Those are sold immediately here on CollectCo Live. That is the most hottest and requested genre. If we get in a metal collection, it's going to be auctioned in one night. It's all gone. It's all gone. Don King, Lonely Hotel, $6.99. Sylvia is sealed, $6.99. Charlie McClain's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Wilma Lee Cooper and the Clinch Mountain Clan, $6.99. The History of Country Music, Volume 8, $6.99 on that. And the Anthology of Country Music with Jimmy Martin and the Osborne Brothers. That looks pretty cool. $6.99. Let's sell these auctions. Mike Spirio gets the Beatles for $29. The Traveling Wilburys is sold to Christopher Morris for $25. Let's run a couple more Japanese auctions. It is late. I still got some killer stuff over here, including Led Zeppelin Song Remains the Same. And I've got, here's something that I never sell because I always keep them. It's James Bond original soundtrack recordings. I think it's a James Bond compilation. The last one of these that came in I actually kept for myself. But first, here's an absolute gem. And I think this Obi is the OG of this. This is a beautiful copy of Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same. It is a $75 start. There's LP number 1. There is LP number 2. It has the book with it. It's got multiple pages. That's the book that's just like in the U.S. copy. It's a perfect cover, perfect Obi. That is a top copy, $75 start. $75 start. Now, James Bond is called Supermax 20. Original soundtrack recording. I think this is a James Bond compilation. Now, I never sell these. They're always hoarded. This is going to be a $35 start. James Bond, yeah, it's a compilation. James Bond theme. Under the Mango Tree, that's from Dr. No, from Russia with Love, Goldfinger, Thunderball, You Only Live Twice, that's Nancy Sinatra, On Her Majesty's Secret Service. We have All the Time in the World, that's Louis Armstrong. Diamonds Are Forever, Live and Let Die, Paul McCartney. Live and Let Die, Paul McCartney. That's really cool. It does have some foxing on the cover and the insert and the inside. That is a $35 start. So Led Zeppelin's a $75 start and James Bond's a $35 start. I do not have Fu Manchu, Down, Pelican. I don't have that other artist or those, but we can write those down. Tanner, do you mind writing down those requests from Josh? We're going to write down a lot of these requests because we don't have any of those in stock, and I'll find out if they actually even have stuff. Now, out of all those requests, I've got to at least sell somebody one metal album. because we had some stuff in stock. For whoever asked for Slaughter, we've got to have some stuff you don't have, because I named off 4 albums. And the Skid Row is actually up for pre-order too. So unless you're looking for OGs. We have Gus C. on Anthology of Country, $6.99. I doubt I have any of those. No, I don't. But I have wrote them down. Quicksand or Failure Tool. Tool, I have all the albums that's in print, I have them, which is Fear Inoculum, Lateralis, Opiate, and Undertow. That's the only 4 Tool albums in print. There's pretty much nothing by Quicksand in stock and nothing by Failure. No, those are very difficult to find. Those are OGs of those are like $1,000 Tool. Quicksand, very difficult to get. Failure. The only time I've ever had a Failure album, I bought it for Doug, who works there, as a Christmas present. And it was not cheap. Led Zeppelin, 7580. So yeah, no OG metal, or that's all gone. We have nothing like that. Brenda Lee, Feels So Right, $6.99. Could we have it tomorrow? Probably. We could have it tomorrow night at auction. But if so, it's going to be gone very quickly. Moving Van Dyke, Leroy Van Dyke, $6.99. Helmet Boy is $6.99. Helmet Boy, Bee Gees, 2 Years On, $6.99. The Next to Last Joan Rivers album, that's also $6.99. Led Zeppelin's at $80. Michael Nath, You're Out. Final Call on James Bond for $35. England Dan and John Ford Coley, Dowdy Ferry Road, $6.99. The Best of Judy Collins, that is $6.99 VG Plus. Michael Nass out on Led Zeppelin. Max Pereiro is at $80 on Led Zeppelin. Dan Fogelberg is at $6.99. Christopher Brescia wants Joan Rivers. Now, for anybody watching, if you have a metal collection for sale, we will travel anywhere in the country as long as you have enough. If you have like 50, we're not going to travel to, like Wisconsin for 50 records. But if anybody watching does have a metal collection for sale, or 90s alternative, or 90s hard rock, we will come to you, or grunge, we will come to you and buy it, and we will pay a lot of money for it. But the problem is, those are very rare, and nobody wants to sell them. The guy we bought that big collection from in Birmingham, Kevin, I had to almost beg him that day I was there to start selling those records to me. And then we had to go back 3 different times to get all of them. Jack Hewitt's at Bond at $35. Final Call on Zeppelin at $80. Kenny Rogers, Short Stories, $6.99. The Jan and Dean Anthology album, also $6.99. Straub's Deep Cut, $6.99. Uriah Heep Wonder World is $6.99. We have Buddy Holly, recorded live. That's an unofficial press from 1977, $6.99. Alex, this is called James Bond Supermax 20. It's a compilation. It does have some foxing. It's very cool, though. Very cool. Look, there they are playing golf. Me and Alex have talked about that before. It's a hits compilation. Has everything from Live and Let Die, Goldfinger, You Only Live Twice. It does have some foxing. The vinyl is very clean. That's at $35. Todd Tipton wants UH, which was the Uriah Heep. Everything in this crate is $6.99. And let's go ahead and sell Led Zeppelin for $80. Mike Sparillo gets that for $80. Bonds at $35. Alice in Chains self-titled is not in print. That album has never been reissued. That only exists as an OG copy, and those are not cheap either. Those are $300-$400 if you can find them for sale. In the United States, that is. There's probably, guarantee there's some overseas, but probably none in the States. David Williams wants Buddy Holly for $6.99. Alex is in on the Bond at $36, so Jack Hewitt, you're out. We've got a copy of Led Zeppelin Presents. One Led Zeppelin down. Here's another one. We have Led Zeppelin Presents. Led Zeppelin Presents. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Very nice. It has the original inner sleeve with it. It also has the Japanese insert. This is a $65 start. $65 start. It does have one corner ding. Other than that, a really nice copy of Led Zeppelin Presents, Japanese press. $65 start. Clay Moore wants the Bee Gees. Todd Tipton needs to put back the Uriah Heep. The Bee Gees is sold to Clay Moore. Todd's putting the Uriah Heep back. Mr. Larry Verne. Larry Verne is a VG copy for $6.99. Jack's back in on Bond at $37. Cliff Noble's Pony the Horse. That's in shrink wrap on a very cool, I love this label, Moonshot. Look at that. has a rocket ship on it, Moonshot label. Cliff Noble's Pony the Horse, great instrumental band, VG Plus, $6.99. And Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams, $6.99. Yeah, the only way you can get Alice in Chains is the OG Evan, or you can buy bootlegs, but we've auctioned some bootlegs before for over $100 before. EX, $6.99 on that. How many covers did the OG come with, Led Zeppelin? This just has one cover. You're thinking about In Through the Outdoor. There's 7 or 9 different covers, I think. Alex Haley tells a story for his search of roots, $6.99. Regina wants Pony the Horse. That's sold to Regina for $6.99. Also, Straub's Hero and Heroine, VG Plus, $6.99. The Boomtown Rats, Mondo Bongo, $6.99. Jack, you're out on bond. Alex has that for $38. Alex has that for $38, and we're looking for a $65 start on Led Zeppelin Presence, Achilles' Last Stand. There's a lot of people, when I used to be at the store a lot more, people would come into the store. I'd be like, how can I help you? They're like, we're looking for Alice in Chains. And I'm like, we got them right over here. We have Facelift and Dirt in stock. They're $38.99. They pick them up and hold them. They're like, no, I'm looking for like the vintage, like I want the real ones. And I'm like, well, we have, first of all, Facelift was never pressed on vinyl in the U.S. Dirt was pressed in the U.S., I think. It's extremely rare and expensive, and then I'll pull them up on Discogs, and I'll be like, see here, like you can buy one in Venezuela for $660, and they'll be like, you know what, I'll just take this one. Because some people just think that they were pressed in the 90s and they were plentiful, but just not the fact. Same way with a lot of those bands. They just don't exist. Some of them were not even pressed on vinyl. Jack Hewitt's back on bond at $39. Tony Matthews, Condition Blue. That's in shrink wrap for $6.99. Nighthawks, Side Pocket Shot. Nighthawks is $6.99. The Nighthawks Hotspot, that's $6.99. Gary Stewart, Your Place or Mine. Gary Stewart was originally $17.99. That's EX Condition, $6.99. Gary Lewis Listen, that's a sealed copy of Gary Lewis, sealed. If anybody wants Led Zeppelin, could it be our only non-bid of the night? Let's see if anybody was on standby. $65 buy it now on Led Zeppelin. $65 buy it now on Led Zeppelin. Who wants it? That's a $65 buy it now. Gus C wants Boomtown. That was Boomtown Rats. That's sold to Gus C for $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. By the way, Jack, you're outbid on bond. Alex has it for $40. Louisiana's LaRoe, that's $6.99. And Dale Shannon in England. Dale Shannon, that is $6.99. $6.99. Thomas Bowman wants LR, which was LaRoe, right? What in the world? Sounds like a loudspeaker outside. It sounds like a police loudspeaker, like, get out of the car. We have, I paid $800 for original Dirt. Yeah, not expensive. Yeah, we have Alice in Chains Dirt and Facelift in stock. Speaking of, I usually show them when somebody brings them up. Actually, Dirt is $38.99 and Facelift is $36.99. Yeah, Dirt is a remaster. These sound incredible, by the way. They sound absolutely incredible. Facelift does too. That's a fantastic one. Thomas wanted Linda Ronstadt. Linda Ronstadt, which I think was further back in the crate. It was right here, $6.99. Unplugged, South, self-titled, and Live at the Moore. Yeah, none of those have been reissued. You can get music on vinyl pressings of Unplugged and Sap and Jar of Flies, but those are about $200. They used to be about $40. We have Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, $6.99. Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven, $6.99. Elvin Bishop, Hometown Boy Makes Good, and Al Jarreau is $6.99. Now, before long, all the Alice in Chains stuff will be in print. Give it like a year or two, and you'll be able to go in and buy all those albums for less than $40. Again, what they're doing is they're reissuing them, they're remastering them. They're taking full advantage of this crazy demand, but eventually they'll all be reissued, and you'll be able to get those. So we have Star Wars. We have the History of Star Wars Japanese version. Let's put this up for auction. The History of Star Wars Japanese version. We had this same record, I think, just the other night. This is a $55 start. This is Star Wars. This is the Story of Star Wars Japanese version. and this is a $55 start. Now the gatefold kind of opens up to this like attached poster and insert. That's a $55 start. Star Wars, and that's a $55 start. The Store of Star Wars Japanese version. Very cool cover. Has one little corner ding. The vinyl's near mint. $55 start on that. Alex Roman, you're outbid on Bond. Jack Hewitt has that for $41. And I don't think I have any Anthrax. I thought we did, but we checked the A-bins and we didn't. Christopher Brusha wants Elvin Bishop. That's sold to Christopher Brusha. $6.99. Actually, he wants High on the you want Hog Heaven, right? Yes, Hog Heaven. Alex is at 42 on Bond. We have Fanny Hill soundtrack. That is $6.99. Chad and Jeremy before and after. Chad and Jeremy is $6.99. Clifford Curry's greatest hits, then and now. Clifford Curry is $6.99. Marvin Jackson, Ozark Rockabilly. That is $6.99. Also, Patsy Montana, $6.99. This is How It All Began. This is the Evolution of Rock and Roll compilation from Specialty Records, $6.99. Okay, we have, let's see, Jack's out on Bond. Let's go ahead and sell that to Alex Roman then for $42. Now, here's what I'm going to do since it's late, and this is probably our last bin before anybody else gets off. By the way, LaRoe, I pulled the wrong record, so that's $6.99. I'm going to show you what I have left in Japanese. And they're going to be, let's see here. I think I'm comfortable doing buy it nows on anything that's left. So, here's how this is going to work. It's 11:18. You can buy these now, or probably Paul over the next 2 nights, especially tomorrow night. He's going to be putting these up at 7, 8, 8:30 up for auction. So, those are going to be sold. These are very good titles. You can get them now for buy it nows. If not, you're going to see them for auction. So I would take advantage of these buy it nows. And I'm going to price these based on what they have sold for recently, because I've had some of these recently, what I can remember them selling for recently. And we've already had one copy of this tonight. That was a quad mix. This is, I think, just a standard, and it's very nice. And that's Santana Abraxas, $55. Santana Abraxas, $55. These are all going to be buy it nows. Elvis Golden Records, awesome compilation, $45. Elvis Golden Records, $45. Huge Obi on that one. Duran Duran, Seven and the Ragged Tiger, $45 buy it now. Some of these are probably might even be what the starting bids would be tomorrow night. I'm going to pass on that one right now. Actually, I'm going to wait. I'll go ahead and price this one. Tears for Fears, $55 buy it now. Songs from the Big Chair. I think we've sold some more for more than that recently. Barry Seagrave gets Duran Duran, and I think I said 45 on that. Sell that to Barry for 45. Duran Duran, 55. Also 55 was Santana. Elvis was 45. Joe Maynard gets Tears for Fears for 55. So 45 on Duran Duran, Barry Seagraves. 55 on Tears for Fears, Joe Maynard. 45 on Elvis, Regina Tabor. JL, you were second on Duran Duran. The Best of Grand Funk, $45 buy it now. The Best of Grand Funk, $45 buy it now. Boston, self-titled debut, $75 buy it now. Boston self-titled. We have sold some of those in recent times for over 100. Dale, you missed 3 entire crates of blowout sealed vintage. Yes. $75 buy it now on Boston. Yes, Yesterdays. $45 buy it now. Yes, Yesterdays. Queen 2. I feel like this is going to be a great price at $45. Queen 2. And the only other thing here, I'm kind of unsure what the price. I'm going to say $75. And that's the Runaways live in Japan. It does have the Obies. The Runaways live in Japan. That's technically how it's supposed to be orientated. That is a $75 buy now along with Boston. Barry Seagrave says he'll take the Yes. That was a $45 buy now. Cynthia Herdron wants Queen 2 for $45 as well. Those are $45 and $45. And that leaves Star Wars. By the way, if anybody wants that for a $55 buy now, $55 buy now on Star Wars. Let's see, $55 buy it now. I feel like if that's shown tomorrow night, it will start at 55 and go up. I would take advantage of that price right now. $55. So let me get all those combined together. So Runaways in Boston, 75 and 75. Grand Funk was 45 and Santana was 55. Brandon Jackson says he'll take the Runaways for 75. So that leaves Boston for 75, Grand Funk for 45. 45, 55, 75, and Star Wars is 75. The Led Zeppelin is a $65 buy it now. Led Zeppelin is a $65 buy it now. And Star Wars is a $55 buy it now. And that completed that entire flip crate of Japanese auction. That entire, 2 entire bins I had a video of. Now, I do have some other stuff up here. Josh has all this, or excuse me, I was reading Josh's comment. We have all this priced. This is stuff that was in the hot picture. These are all buy it nows. We have Herbie Hancock Headhunters, a 1973 Pitman press, $44.99. Very clean. That's a collection essential. Herbie Hancock Headhunters, 73 Pitman, OG, $44.99. Bo Diddley and Company. Here's the rest of the records that was in the hot picture. That is a 1962 maroon label mono, an exceptionally nice copy, which is rare for Bo Diddley albums. That's only $69.99. 62 mono maroon label. Paul has put exceptional copy, $69.99. Newport, 1958, the Dave Brubeck Quartet, a VG Plus copy for $21.99. That is a 1959 6-eye stereo, Dave Brubeck. Also, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul, a VG Plus copy for $49.99. Wow, those usually always go to auction. Never shown. Now it's a buy it now, $49.99. Red Clay, Freddie Hubbard. Red Clay, Freddie Hubbard, a VG copy, $26.99, 1970 green label, a classic. It plays well. VG, $26.99. And Bo Diddley, another Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley is a Lover. VG Plus, $39.99. It's a 61 mono. It does have some seam splittings. Shane Devers gets the Stevie Ray Vaughan. Nick Bargeron was second. So that was the records that I've had stacked over here forever. Been meaning to auction them, and we never did get to them because we've sold 100,000 auctions tonight, it seems like. So it's a sticker. Yeah, it's sticker. So Bo Diddley, Freddie Hubbard, Dave Brubeck Quartet. Also Bo Diddley and Herbie Hancock. And that's going over here with the, one more time on the Japanese auctions. We had Star Wars, which was a $55 buy it now. These will be offered again tomorrow if they're not claimed now. There's Star Wars, 55, Led Zeppelin, 65. Also, sorry, I saw a notification on my phone that caught my attention. Boston was 75. We have Santana for 55 and Grand Funk for 45. Michael Naff said he'd give 80 for both Bo Diddleys. 80 for both Bo Diddleys. Let's see what we have on those, Mr. Nath. We've got 70 and 40. I feel like, I don't know where these came from. I feel like we had these set aside for somebody, and I rediscovered them in the office, but if we did have them set aside for somebody, they never did say anything else. So, let's see here. I'll do, well, $20 off tonight, showing them late, Michael Nath, would be 100. So I'm at 100. If you're at 80, I'm at 100. Gus C, would you do start with 45? Like I said, I feel like tomorrow night this will start at 55 and go up from there, Gus. But if you want it right now, I'm at 50. And that's definitely my best price. I think the other night we had one of these, and I started at 55. Just take advantage of buying it at almost 11:30 tonight. The Waylon Jennings sold at auction. Gideon, I was hoping you'd be on when I ran it. It sold for $55, and we had it stickered for $75. And I was thinking it would go up from there. But you didn't. Who bought it? Shane? I don't think you gave any Shane competition. You probably because you wasn't watching. I should have put it up when you asked, but it's sold. Gus C's going to take that for 50. And the Herbie Hancock, it's a OG 1973 Pitman. Very clean, just $44.99. That was in the hot picture. We didn't get time to show that tonight for auction. It's $44.99. By the way, 20 off would have been 90. Would have. 70 and 40, 110. Oh, yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to give 90, since I messed up my math, I'll sell them to you for 90. My brain is fried. Chris B. Jack says he'll take the Hancock and Hubbard. Oh, Sean McNeil got it first. He asked what it was. Chris, he has dibs on that one since he asked first. So that's sold to Sean, but you do get the Freddie Hubbard. You do get the Freddie Hubbard. Michael Nass said he'll take them for 90. I messed up my math. Wow, you got a big discount on those, Michael, for new arrivals. Oh my gosh, I messed up my math sometimes. Sometimes the biggest messed up I ever did is I had a set of Beatles anthology, all sealed, and I pretty much priced them and did like, I don't know what I did, but Pete Weisgarber bought them all for like $100 or so. I forgot how I messed that up. And he ended up selling them back to me for the same price because I didn't really want to sell them that night. And that was my biggest mess up. But luckily, I got to buy them back. So get some sleep on the plane. Yeah, I definitely need it. Okay, very last thing. I'm going to finish the $6.99 crate, and then we're done for the night. So everything left in here is $6.99. Firefall Elon, Firefall Clouds Across the Sun. This is, who is this? Black, Wonderful Life, $6.99. Graham Parker, just $6.99 for Graham Parker. The Last Nickel, that looks like a weird record, in shrink wrap. The Last Nickel, $6.99. Floyd Kramer, Floyd is in quadraphonic, $6.99. Captain and Tennille, The Best of Stan Freberg. The Juke Jumpers, Jumper Cables. Country Comes to Carnegie Hall. Henry Gross Release. Poco Under the Gun. Sadistic Micah Band. Ray Charles, Come Live With Me. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Violettes, self-titled, sealed, and I put him in there because I don't like saying his name. But that is Mr. George is $6.99. That's all. A lot left in there. We might go through those another night, or I'll give those for Paul to go through another night. Or he's, let's see, he's got 8 crates of $6.99 already built for him. So y'all are going to be seeing a lot of really cheap blowout price bins the last couple of nights. Dale Sanders says he'll take LG for $6.99. We originally had that Mark 20. These $6.99 bins are actually incredible. There's some major markdowns. That's sold to Dale for $6.99. I have been broadcasting now for 4.5 hours. We have sold an extraordinary, I don't even know the adjective to use, an extraordinary amount of records tonight once again, especially at auction. We've had some incredible stuff. Whole box of 45s. And, yeah, Gus, happy birthday. I saw that. I meant to say something. Michael took the words out of my mouth. Happy birthday, Gus. Enjoy your Star Wars record. I have all those myself. They're very cool. I love Japanese Star Wars stuff. I've tried bidding on some original Japanese Star Wars movie posters before. They're very expensive because they're really cool looking. I love anything, and it makes it so much cooler, where it's a record, a poster, anything. John, I'll be sitting in section 222. Yeah, for any customers that's going to be at Metallica, I'll be down on the floor, so I'll probably be wearing a black t-shirt, so I'm be sure I'm camouflaged in, right in with everybody else. But, yeah, maybe send me a direct message, and if anything, I can wave at you or, Facebook call for the rest of the week. I got to go through and tag those tonight, so I will be replying. I will be replying to everybody as soon as this show's over. It was a good night. Yeah, we had an awesome sale. It took me like 2 nights to prepare all this stuff. Technically, last night was a lot prepared too, but I've spent a lot of time making all these crates and getting these records all ready. So it usually turns out to be great shows when I have time. I wish I didn't have to ever go to sleep. We would broadcast forever, and we would have really awesome stuff prepared. Not that we don't have any other night, but when I have it prepared, I know what I'm selling, so it goes a lot smoother. I can show a lot more. Usually Paul and John have everything priced, and I show up and have to figure out what it is. So, okay, with that, I am signing off, and Paul will be here the rest of the night. Make sure I didn't miss any other comments. Thanks, and next time y'all see me, it'll probably be a picture taken on the floor of the concert. I'll be standing in front of the stage, and I'll be like Metallica Night 1. Thanks, and see y'all. I'll be back on Monday night. I'm flying in Monday, and I'll be here for the sale that night. So I'll be back live on Facebook Monday night. See y'all then.